understand it. This wasn't the plan. Don't wanna demand it. I've done what I can. And I never mentioned the times you were rude. And I never mentioned when you hear the truth. Scared to lose it all. I won't stand a chance. And I don't wanna fake it. What if I can't walk away? You got me saying away. things are resolved, maybe it's madness. I'm begging you, please pick up the call. You're causing me damage. I should've known, wasn't your fault, don't even matter. I wasn't thinking clear, trying to take it there. Scared to lose it all, I won't stand a chance. And I don't wanna fake it. What if I can't walk away? You got me standing in the rain, hoping I don't make the same mistake. Same mistake. Hoping I don't make the same mistake. I'm just standing in the rain, hoping I don't make the same mistake.
We on the top and we ain't gonna fall. It's an obsession, a habit you call. We hitting automatic, never stall. Only got one tactic, do it all. I'm from the bottom, I hate what I saw. I couldn't walk, so I learned how to crawl. They wanna talk when you're back to the wall, so I say later, my aim moving small. Money grows from my intuition. I just bought a crib, that's my first edition. People hate it when you claim a vision, but I use a static when I hit ignition. Hungry moves, I'm faster in a minute. I stay fresh to death, I'm in a mint condition. Forge a heat, no matter where I've been, and give me any place, and it'll be a kitchen. This how we flow to the top. I'm on a wave and it never gon' stop. I hit a 3, now we running the clock. 24 seconds, I still block your shot. I'm making this an eternal spot. Permanent stain in the flow, ink blot. Don't step to me when I get too hot. I'ma end your life and it's all you got. We on the top and we ain't gonna fall. It's an obsession, a habit you call. We hitting automatic, never stall. Only got one tactic, do it all. I'm from the bottom, I hate what I saw. I couldn't walk, so I learned how to crawl. They wanna talk when you're back to the wall, so I say later, my aim moving small. Homemade flow, I'm a PVC. There ain't one player out doing this like me. Heart rate froze, shake the EKG. I hate wasting time, no eventually.
Get up and get loud. It's game day live from Los Angeles for day one of the Winter Major of the Rocket League Championship Series. We've completed the fall. We've completed the winter split, and now it's time for the LAN at the end of it all. And for the first time in 2 years, we have fans back in the stands happening this weekend for playoff play at YouTube Theater. We could not be more excited. I'm your host, Wavepunk. I got Gibbs beside me as always. And look at who else I got here. We got Daz and we got Bates on the desk. How's it going, T-Bates?
Woo! I'm already. What is Winter Major wave. I'm super happy to be on this. That's Gibbs. Nice to see you as well. That's when you already know I see you all the time. I hope everybody's ready for the show we're about to put on. Let's get it started.
And what a show it's going to be. We have the best teams from all over the world here, Gibbs, ready to throw down a heavy group stage ahead of us.
And it's like a boxing match. It's international round 2. Round 1, all Europe. We all know this. But now we're on home soil of North America.
That's right.
And we'll see what happens in round 2.
Listen, I think that it's going to be a fun show, regardless of what happens. You know, there's going to be lots of high-level competition, and I got some backup finally. I got Base here. Base, it's time to put on the show.
I don't need to be phoned in anymore. See if I see Stumpy or Johnny. Are they here? I'm not seeing them. No, I'm seeing no EU representation.
The low blow. Those poor men. We'll see what happens with them moving forward. But guys, we cannot understate it enough here, Gibbs.
Yeah.
Fans back in the stands, first time since season 8.
When you're playing Rocket League Esports and you're a pro, the #1 goal, play in front of a crowd. Play in front of an RLCS crowd. There's nothing like it. A lot of these players have not had that opportunity yet, and only 8 of these teams will. So we talk about that there might not be as much pressure than when you play in front of the crowd, but I think there's actually more because everyone's here. They made it all the way here, and if they don't play in front of the crowd, they're going to be so disappointed.
Imagine going out on tomorrow. Imagine going out on Thursday, Bates. You were one game away from being in YouTube theater.
I don't want to imagine that personally speaking. That's just devastating. I know all these players, this is what you grind for. This is what you put in all the hours for. And a lot of these players are young. We have so many land rookies that are about to be here. They've watched Squishy. They've watched Garrett. They've watched the K-Dubs. You know, K-Dubs not here, legend himself, and you want to play in front of the crowd, so that's what they're all playing for.
Yeah, so many new stories that could possibly be started here. So many stories continuing to result. I think we have 17 rookies playing here. All of Team Queso, all of Evil Geniuses, I believe. None of them have played in RLCS LAN before.
Yeah, and you know, they've worked so hard to get here, though, on top of that. You look at Team Queso, it's one of the best teams in Europe right now. I mean, they were just winning regionals and taking down teams like BDS, who had just won the Fall Major. And then, so now we see them in a completely different environment because you're not in the comfort of your living room anymore, or your bedroom, or wherever you're playing at. You are here in this building, and then you're going to be there in front of that crowd, and we got to see how it affects everybody.
It's going to be wild. We're here. I'm just excited. We're doing it in Los Angeles. I've lived here ever since Rocket League gave me a reason to move to California and drove 40 minutes down to this spot here. This is going to be a lot of fun. Now, we do have to talk about a very unfortunate situation due to some complications with their visas. Sandrock Gaming not going to be participating in the event. It's unfortunate, Gibbs.
Yeah.
You hate to see it.
There is no one that wants them not here. Like, even in their group, they want to play Sandrock Gaming. They look so good. They could be a world contender, and they're not playing to. But all these players, they want them here, and everyone is bummed about it.
Right, and my bracket's busted now.
Yeah.
I had Sandrock winning that group, actually.
The teammates curse, you know?
Oh, my God.
And honestly, that's probably the most frustrating part of it all is that Sandrock is such a contender for top 4 there. And to see that story continue from the Fall Major was something we were looking forward to. But we regain in the spring. Hopefully we get to see them there. For the rest of the teams, though, that did make it here to the Winter Major, it's all about redemption.
Justin, look for the setup! What a save that is! BDS are no longer the best team online in Europe! They lay claim to the best team offline in the world!
Team BDS gave us the hardest match for sure. I hope we can play BDS again. I think now we're more prepared, so yeah, I'm really excited for it.
I think I'm excited to play against NRG again. I think that's a big matchup and everyone is waiting for it, or like for a revenge maybe for NRG. And I'm not really nervous about playing anyone else.
I would say our biggest rival is Team Queso because they beat us 2 times in Game 7. This time we want to switch it up and beat them.
A team that I want to face off against in this major is NRG because, you know, they've had our number the last few times and I want to come back and beat them.
Last major for us, we failed to qualify in the tiebreaker. A lot of people were calling for my head to be replaced after that last split, and I'm going to show people why I'm not.
So last major we finished 9th to 12th. We're always aiming to be the #1 team in the world, so we're here to bounce back and hopefully we can, put in a really strong showing.
Every major you kind of need to prove something, so for us we need to prove our redemption from Sweden. We're trying to prove to ourselves that we deserve to be here and we can be the world's best, hopefully.
To get that last touch, but Scrub keeps it up. Castillo wants to see the ball down, and it clatters into him! Dignitas, despite sweeping the Swiss, are eliminated.
For me, that was the toughest loss of my career.
Apparently, Jack, absolutely distraught for him, but he will be back so much stronger.
We kind of went into it a little bit too ahead of ourselves. We thought we'd already won before we went into the series. We were playing almost perfect Rocket League, and then lose your first game of the tournament instantly. It does something to you, and then you lose the series, and you just let yourself down. There's definitely a general feeling of redemption in this team, and we're here to kind of prove that, not to everyone else, but to ourselves, that last time was a small mistake and that we're here to play.
We spent so much time talking about BDS finally getting their first LAN win. I think it was kind of easy to gloss over the wild roller coaster that was Dignitas, Dazran, with them going undefeated through the group stage of the Winter Major and then dropping it in Game 1 December.
And they looked like they were a team that could have made it, top 4, maybe even finals. So like seeing them that had such like a dominant run and then just have like that kind of fall off as soon as they ran into Semper, absolutely heartbreaking. You heard Jack, like they're here on a mission. They want to perform even better than they did last time, and it's great to see them so focused.
And there's only one winner. 15 teams go home very, very upset about how they perform. So now we get to do it again. Winter Major. Only one team is going to be happy about their performance. And
This is all such a weird spot to be in. At the very beginning, before any of the gameplay started, every single one of those teams has the exact same amount of hope and love and like the dreams and aspirations. And one by one, over the course of the next 5 days, we're going to knock them all off. We're going to say, you go home, be done. I don't know. Brutal. It's a brutal format. Let's take a look at it. Here's what's in store for you over the next 5 days. We've got so much money, so many points on the line. I can show you the prize pool these players are playing for. I've been told this came directly out of Dazran's personal Rocket League fund. It's right.
That's not true.
It can't be true because he could have given more.
It would have been bigger if it had come from Daz. That's facts there.
I'm not rich.
$90,000 going to first place. Everyone walking home with at least $3K for showing up here today, and they've got a long way to earn that money there. Let's take a look at the groups. We're going to start off with the group stage here for the first 2 days. Every one of these teams divided into 4 groups. They will play round robin through those groups. You can see down there in Group D there, Sandrock Gaming do not going to be participating, so there's only 3 teams there in Group D moving forward. But the thing is you want to be in the top 3. The bottom team gets eliminated in the group stage. The top 3 qualify for the bracket that begins on Friday. The top team of the group will advance to the top of the bracket. They will have an extra life in the double elimination format. Everybody else starts in the lowers. So that round 1 matchup going to be brutal. We'll see which teams get the bye there into the top.
Yeah, so North America and Europe, if you're not in the upper final, then you normally do not win the tournament unless you're Queso in Regional 3 of Europe. So you want to be that #1 seed to win this tournament. It is so incredibly difficult to run that lower bracket run and then win twice in the finals.
Listen,
so hard.
There's another team that did that. They didn't win, but I got to talk about the general. They almost
brought up right here. They didn't win.
Yeah, but they made it to the finals.
And
they didn't win.
They didn't win.
They only won once.
They didn't win.
Yeah, they didn't win the whole thing. They won one of those. And
yeah, but they'll win this time.
I'm sure.
We're not even talking about him yet.
I'm sure that lower bracket run's going to come up a lot more on this desk over the course of the next few days here. Actually, let's talk. Let's look back at that groups there for a moment here and talk. Let's make some predictions. We always at the beginning start talking about who we think is going to win. Let's put it down on paper. Let's get some people here. So looking at the groups here, Gibbs, you did an amazing job making 4 groups of death somehow. I don't know how you made every group as competitive as it is, but this is going to be a fun one. Let's go through. Let's start with Group A. There we got Queso, FaZe Clan, Version 1, and Detonator. I want you all to write down on a piece of paper who you think is going to win, and then we're going to pull them up all at the same time, and then we're going to yell at each other. I think is probably what's going to happen. So, everyone got theirs written down.
I'm ready.
Ready?
I'm ready.
Who's going to win it all? Group
all right.
A.
3, 2, 1. Oh, wow. I'm the only one that drew cheese?
Wow.
First off, can we go look at this?
I was tripping.
Okay. I got to write mine deeper next
but
time.
Also, I'll say that's a great drawing, but wait, cheese?
No.
I got 2 teams.
Excuse me.
I'm with them. They just...
What?
You crossed it out?
Yeah.
But I got Queso win this group, man.
Why?
Wow.
Thank you. But why the switch? I'm so you.
No, because I had a mental mind blank. I clearly have Queso going 3 on this group in my bracket.
Listen, Queso is. Here's my thing. Queso's unstoppable. They're the only team I think that's been in the finals every single event from both the two major regions.
But FaZe is the only team in this group that have played at a LAN this season.
And so that's why I'm picking FaZe as well, because we talk about Queso. They are young. They are a young team. Only Pioneers are younger here.
And they're confident. Why does being young have anything to do with anything? Because listen, FaZe played really solid last major because they had Lan Lucian. Lan Lucian was in the middle. He was commanding the comms. He provided that calm sense when FK would get tilted, when AJ would get tilted, Lan Lu said, we got him. We still got a ball out. Who's replacing Lan Lu?
So you saying Typical's a downgrade in this environment?
In terms of leadership qualities and being in the middle, make sure the troops are rallied up. Yeah, he probably is a downgrade.
Oh my goodness.
So Bates, like I would normally agree with you. I don't like FaZe most of the time, but for some reason I think they are going to show up
here.
For
some reason. This is my gosh.
The Rocket League gods are going to show up, and FaZe is going to clutch up. They are the only team here to go 9-0 in group stage. They won every game of their group.
Yeah, that's because they won in a group with Queso.
That is true. That is true. But I think FaZe will do it. I think FaZe will do it.
It was a hard decision. It was a hard decision. Makes sense. We're so split down the middle. Let's talk about Group B. Group B has Endpoint, Furia, NRG, and Renegades. Endpoint, Furia, NRG, Renegades here. Furia, the team that from one of the top, most hottest teams from the other regions that we were talking about at the fall major. Let's see. Everybody got it written down? Ready? 1, 2, 3.
I have terrible handwriting.
This should be all general.
We got 3 generals and an endpoint.
Endpoint.
Gibbs,
what's wrong with you?
After this split, you're going with endpoint?
I get it. Like Energy makes it to every final, but sometimes when it's early in the day, they are a little bit sleepy and they don't show up. And I think Energy, like in this group stage, might not show up. They didn't show up at Fall Major through Swiss. They were 1-2. They had to win 4 in a row to make it to a finals. I think Energy will be asleep at the wheel, and Endpoint is going to win this group.
It's the General NRG.
There we go.
Come on. Are you
and
kidding
V1's
me?
not in the group, so they're good, right?
I think Endpoint will do it.
Yeah, I would be with you. I would be with you. But Endpoint, they're playing their own Slayers. The Renegades is in their own group, and you already know. You already know.
And that's first match of the day too for them.
Endpoint's not gonna be able to take that W. CJ's coming out with passion.
Not worried about it.
Shots fired to CJ. Let's talk about Group C here. Evil Geniuses, G2, BDS, and Team Secret here. Evil Geniuses, G2, BDS, Team Secret. The reigning major champions in BDS here. Let's take a look. It looks like everyone's got it written down here. Flip them around here. I got BDS. We got 2 BDSs and G2. G2 Bates. Against
Put the
BDS.
camera on me. Are y'all y'all's mind? BDS?
Are you out of your mind?
Yeah.
The fall major champion.
NA Soil. This is where Chicago's from. He's from LA. He's got the home crowd behind him. And then eventually, once they get there, this is G2's land. They picked up Atomic from the machine. And you got BDS beating them somehow.
And did you see him at the major? They were terrible at the fall major. Atomic was terrible. He was terrible too at the fall major.
And
Dries was carrying them at that major, and they get rid of him. So I do not trust G2. I can see them coming last in this group.
Oh my God!
I can see it. I think there is more of a world that they come last than they come in first. They are not being BDS. They are not being BDS.
We're going to reference it by Thursday. I'm going to come right back to you with that nonsense. That's ridiculous. G2's clearly winning this group.
Okay. I'm still trying to get over Chicago's from Los Angeles and named himself Chicago. Like, whatever. Anyways, Group D, they have the privilege of having no one getting eliminated from this group because there's only 3 teams there, but it is Dignitas, Pioneers, SSG. I'm not gonna lie, this is the one I had to think about the longest. Dignitas, Pioneers, and SSG. Everybody ready? Putting them down.
I'm trying to make
we got people.
more
It's really hard to write down 3 letters. Apparently,
it's hard because I gotta write it thick. It's gotta be bold.
Yeah, I need a slightly bigger marker here.
Right,
I think we're ready. I think we're ready here. You ready? All right.
Yep.
We got a dig, and I'm the only person going space station here. Okay.
He's always got the interesting drawings.
It's the logo. You can see. Wait, come back. To this. You can see. All right.
He's just trying to show off. I can't even write letters, and he's drawing logos.
Yeah, he's doing too much.
Reynolds. Have you guys forgotten Reynolds on land? Okay, I know it's been a long time.
You know why we forgot? Because we didn't see him at the fall.
Yeah, because it wasn't on land. It was online. You gotta get here.
They had to pick up Dan the man, and Dan's doing everything. But is it gonna be enough to stop a Dignitas team? Did you just see that VT that we ended up showing with the redemption?
Yeah.
You saw Jack. He had his hands down. He was upset, and then now he's gonna come back and play with a purpose.
I think. Did you see Reynolds almost crying when they lost the tiebreaker in the last split? They said never again. They qualified here. Last last time I saw Reynolds at LANs, he was standing on tables.
But
so I'm with Space.
They said never again, and then they came in 5th in NA. They barely made it here anyway. It's not even like they made a statement. They barely got here.
Okay. Well, we'll see. We'll see who's right. You guys can hold us accountable at home. Tell us who you think is going to be winning on Twitter as well. There. Let's talk about a little bit of the big theme of the fall major was Europe versus NA. And Gibbs, you said it earlier. I don't think anyone can reasonably disagree with you. Europe won the fall major.
There's no question there.
The question now is Europe versus who? Who can stop them? Gentlemen, I mean, is it still North America the biggest threat? Is there even really a conversation? Gibbs.
I don't think there's a conversation. I think it's Europe the entire way. I think they get 3 of the top 4 spots relatively easily. And I don't trust NA. I do not trust them. I need to see them on the field actually pull off big wins. They did not have it versus Europe. They went 5-8 versus Europe last time around. They didn't look good throughout that tournament. Sure, we brought different teams, yada, yada, yada. But Europe brought amazing teams as well. They got Queso here.
Gibbs, I'm going to need you to stop right there, okay? Because, listen, that was an anomaly. That's not happening.
That was an anomaly?
So it was, because Europe should have probably had more teams in the top 4, I think.
Wow. No. I'm tagging you.
Let me take Gibbs. I didn't know I had Greg and Junior on, or Greg and Senior on the bench. This is crazy. Greg is not here, but you're filling in for him. But let me tell you right now, EU playing that well in the fall major, that's the best thing that could have happened for NA. Now NA have all improved their rosters, individually talented. FaZe, I heard from them about Land Lucian. FK might be able to take that role. Snipical is a better player. Beast Mode now on V1, that's a better player. You added Atomic on G2, that's a better player than Drees. And NRG, the General's still there. They are still very much there. So
I feel like it's not Europe versus NA. I feel like it's Europe versus NRG. I feel like the finals is genuinely going to be NRG versus whatever European team has the fewest offstage problems and can show up on the day. We've seen every single one of these teams have their moments of popping off, their moments of messing up.
Yeah.
BDS, okay? Let's want to talk about this. BDS and NRG both kind of phoned in the 3rd regional. They're like, we got enough points. We don't need to win this. BDS phones it in and loses in round 1. NRG phones it in and somehow still ends up in the finals. The worst they can do is 2nd. I think NRG is the most. Their floor is so high. It's gonna. Europe's gonna have to gang up on them just to keep them out of the finals here. I think NRG makes it to the finals. It's a question of which European team faces off.
See, I think that's because when BDS. So they don't try, but they're in Europe where any team can win a regional. While in North America, you have 4 or 5 teams at most. And NRG can fall asleep and be top 3 in NA because they are the weaker region than Europe. Europe has so many good teams. We'll see 5 brand new teams in spring, and I will still be like Europe is better than NA.
It's just
There's
crazy.
so much
It's
depth
crazy how
there.
people bring up
There's
all this
so
depth
much
in
depth.
It's crazy how they feel like the gap between these 2 regions is so far. It's not that far.
It is not that far. It is not that far. I will agree with you there.
Queso makes every single final.
Because Queso looked amazing, and they were
pretty good.
Maybe like a 10th place team in Europe before. Now they look amazing, but we still got BDS. We still have Dig, we still have EG. There's so many good teams in Europe. And I will agree that North America is probably closer, but when we always hear North America is on top, from not only casters, but players themselves. I hear players chirping way more in North America, and I don't like it because I think Europe is the number 1 region.
In a tournament where everyone's peaking, every team is playing their absolute best, who wins?
BDS, I think, and then probably more of Europe. Because if Europe peaks, they are so good.
No.
Like Queso would be number 2 team in the world, I think, while they're peaking.
I think I'm agree with him, actually. I think BDS wins the whole thing. I think BDS's peak is invincible.
If everyone is.
If everyone's playing their absolute
peaking,
best.
I'm still putting NRG only like 3rd.
That's the Queso or G2. Because they have the best offense.
G2? You put G2 above NRG?
No, like,
yes.
So I agree with you there. Like, G2 has such a high ceiling that is possible that they could win, but I'm still going Europe.
Man, so many questions to be answered here. Man, I would really love to be able to have that tournament of who's them all at their peak. That would be pretty crazy. Maybe we'll get to see it one day here, folks.
Right now.
But folks, there was also, I think we had a tweet from that you wanted to talk about here from Com. This is a little bit of internal battles from the teams here. Some advice to international teams that average more than 1 demo a game: don't scrim NRG unless you want to be quick chatted, trolled, and have it called early.
All right,
thumbs
calm.
up.
All right, calm. So I want to talk about this real quick because NRG, obviously number 1 team in North America. You normally want to scrim them. But if you're going to complain on Twitter that they're wasting your time, don't scrim them. just don't scrim NRG. Don't complain on Twitter. Just don't scrim them, because if they waste your time, don't bother with them. Maybe you scrim everyone else, and everyone else is going to be like, all right, NRG, like if you don't take this, well, then no one scrim them, and then they will fall down until they have to scrim, where they have to focus on demos, they have to focus on all these plays. But right now, like, NRG's like, we don't care because we're number 1 in the NA. Everyone wants to scrim us. We'll scrim however we want to. But if you don't like it, don't scrim them, Com. It's that simple.
I like that idea. Hey, Gibbs is giving y'all all the knowledge, and they just don't scrim NRG anymore. Eventually, they got to come down.
And then he will be
He's one of their downfalls so bad. Like, you can just see it. He's like, I'm tired of NRG being on top.
I'm tired of you.
Listen, if the general keeps performing, what can I do?
It's going to be a long week.
They're the most consistent team in the world. You can't argue with that. Let's talk, though, about the teams that are going to be playing today and get into the action, get you guys prepped for the matches that are about to be coming down. Let's take a look at the schedule. We're going to be working through here on the main stream. If you want to see some other matches, head over to the B stream. That's twitch.tv/Rocket League, or that's us. /RL Esports. That's the other channel you can go head over to. Here's the matches we got today. We're going to see SSG. We'll see BDS in a doubleheader a little bit later on. But we're going to start things off with a FaZe doubleheader versus Version 1. They're going to start things off here for Group A. V1 versus FaZe, a regional matchup. And a doozy of that. Version 1, they wanted to get here, Gibbs, and boy, howdy, they get thrown into the fire right away.
Regional 3 winners, but how fitting that it's a North American land, and we're going to see 2 North American teams battling it out to open up the show. It's going to be a good one. FaZe is one of those teams where we know they have a high floor. They'll always peak to top 4, top 3, but they didn't make any finals. V1 on the opposite side, a little bit more inconsistent, but they showed their form. They won Regional 3. They showed that they can beat anyone in North America, while FaZe, with this new roster, has not done that yet.
You got to say.
Well, I mean, for me, it's like when you look at Version 1, we saw, I believe, Torment especially, he's been talking to us a little bit about just like that team, and I think that he's really passionate at the fact that this team is an underdog, and I think that when you bring that into a matchup against FaZe Clan, a team that has been talked about, I mean, we've talked about it on First Touch almost in a week, where, okay, how is FaZe doing? Like, what, that pressure that's put on FaZe, it could possibly lead to a little bit of them just underperforming in a matchup. They're definitely on that block where a lot of eyes are on them, whether or not they're successful.
They are on the block. We would consider them the underdog. We sat down with Torment, the former world champion, to talk about his team.
This major is super important because at the end of the day, lands is what everyone cares about. So doing well here now that we're here to prove ourselves is very important to us. Our goal for the major, I think, is definitely like top 8 minimum and try to go from there. We know we're coming in as a bit of an underdog, but we're sticking to the same game plan that won us our last regional event to qualify here. I think we can do better than people think we will.
Listen for Beast Mode! Brilliance from Version 1!
Look at the communication. It's flawless.
For us to finally make the major, I mean, one big thing that most people probably point out is that we picked up Beast Mode. Everyone knew he was just absolutely insane. His mechanics are insane, his reads are insane, and a lot of people tried him out because everyone knew he was still nuts. And we're pretty glad that he picked us because he's just literally one of the best players in NA, and I'm confident saying that.
Do they continue with the demos, or do they just rely on Beast Mode to be an absolute menace on offense?
This man is an animal!
I think other teams should fear us because we're just going to go out there and play like we got nothing to lose. I think that's our mental going into this. And Calm's going out there. He sounds confident. He's probably going to get like 3 demos per game. Beast Mode's probably going to do something insane. I think we're going to be a confident team, and people are going to have to look out for us.
There was a point at which, Bates, where I feel like the world was looking at Torment saying, all right, when's he going to just hang it up and put it away?
Right.
This guy's done, and yet here he is back at LAN again.
Right, yeah, hey, everybody's always saying when you're going to retire, but when you pick up a player like that on your screen right now, Beast Mode, one of the best in NA, coming from Shopify, now on V1, he's proven that he is a staple, and he's going to be probably every single LAN coming up.
That's going to be great, too, because, when you give a player like Beast Mode and you put him next to someone like Calm who's going for the bumps, who's, initiating all of the traffic, and as well as sitting in that middle spot. We've seen him in boot camp. Calm loves going for the fist bumps. He loves, getting involved. That's going to bring a lot of energy to Version 1.
And are you surprised, Gibbs, to see Calm in the middle seat instead of Torment?
A little bit, because I think Torment is the one that has to calm everyone down. It's everyone's first LAN besides him. He's obviously won a world championship. He's been to so many of these, so he knows what this is all about. He's got to calm down his teammates throughout this first game.
He has to do what?
That's his job. He has to.
That's why Calm's in the middle seat. He's got to calm him down. Okay, cool. I like that hat.
You got me. You got me.
There they go. Man, version 1, though, looking ready. Again, so much experience from Torment there on the stage. Can that help the rest of his team here? And they're going to need it. They're going up against FaZe.
Honestly, it feels amazing to be here in LA, which is one of my biggest dreams, to be in front of a crowd, play internationally. This major is really important to me because we just picked up Typical and this is our first LAN together, and I think if we, play our game and play how we want to, I think we can top 4.
And you do find yourself in kind of an interesting position here.
Oh! AJ with the big muscles on that one.
What I've done to prepare for this major, personally, I've been playing all day, every day. But with the team, I've been watching replays, scrimming a lot, practicing, just a lot of work. My teammates and I have a pretty strong bond right now. We're still working towards it, getting us stronger, maybe even a family at that point. But yeah, we're really close. What I at least want to achieve for this major is at least a top 4 or top 6 finish to prove to everyone that, we're here to play and that we're a consistent team. Super excited to play out there.
Dazzern, I think most of us would say First Killer's the best player on the team, yet he's highlighting Typical in that video.
Yeah, because when you have Typical on the roster, it's definitely a change in style. Typical's always been a really solid player. You combine him with a player like AJ, who AJ now has that confidence to be free flowing in the air, and that leads to just one of the most powerful offenses in North America.
But they got to figure it out on the other side of the field. Defense has plagued them this entire time, but when First Killer has the ball, magic happens all the time. No matter where he is, he makes a play, and that is so incredibly dangerous.
Right, and then FK being one of the best players in the game, he's always steady, he's always moving, he sets the tone, he sets the pace. Going up against a team like V1, Calm, as you mentioned earlier, always disrupting, always trying to make sure that you're uncomfortable. But FK on the team, you really don't have to be uncomfortable because he's the one that's going to set the tone. And that's really going to help FaZe be successful.
And he's going to be in the middle seat here and now moving up to the team captain role here. I mean, Bates, what is the tone of this match? Version 1 versus FaZe. What's going to be the defining factor? A player to watch, a mechanic to pay attention to? How's this going to go?
The defining factor is going to be Calm. Calm versus probably AJ in that back line because FaZe likes to do a whole entire rotation, but Calm is really going to look for the demos. He's looking to set up beast mode for the double touches. When you have people like FK and AJ who can avoid those demos, to take it up to this guy, Calm's kind of neutralized. Because now all the disruption, you can't really, what you got to do, you got to try to jump up there with them. That's going to be too late by then. FK's over the top of your head.
But the problem is that they can't stay in the air the entire game. They got to get on the ground. They got to go back. They got to get boost. And then that's when Calm starts to activate. And then that's when you look to that man, Typical. Typical's one of the best third men in the game. And when you are in that role, a player like Calm is coming for you at every single moment. So it's really going to be up to Sip here because he's going to be kind of the glue that holds his FaZe clan roster together.
Well, these teams ready to go. A regional battle. We've seen them play in the online competition, but how do they look here on LAN? I think we could take a look at some stats of the teams and how they compare here. And we've been talking about version 1 being the underdog. The stats say that same story here, Gibbs.
They do because it's only offensive numbers, though. FaZe Clan, they love their offense. Defense on the other side has plagued them, so they love when we see these graphics because there's no defensive stats on them. FaZe Clan, they got to clean that up. Version 1 is going to go for those demos as well, but it's all about defense for FaZe. They need to clean it up here.
Well, let's get your thoughts at home. Use the Verizon fan vote in chat to tell us how you feel. Hashtag V1 or hashtag FaZe for which team you support, and we're going to go down the line here. Bates, I'm going to start with you. Who's winning this match?
Chat, if you want to be right all weekend, you're going to roll with Bates. And with that being said, FaZe are going to win this matchup. I'll tell you three reasons. One, because they lead statistically in everything. I know defense wasn't on there, but the offense is really what defines champions. Their mechanical ability is unmatched. V1's not going to be able to keep up with that. And then lastly, you got the best player in North America. FaZe Killer. And he's going to be out there and get that W.
He ain't killing no FaZe.
FaZe Killer's Calm, I think, on the other side.
I just want to point out that he said 1 and then never went to 2.
No, he did. He said, and then the last one, First Killer.
You was just talking so fast I couldn't keep up with you. That's on me. That being said, I will say that V1 on defense, they're the leaders here. They're the second best defensive team. I believe it's they allow something around 1.57 goals per game, which is a really low number. But I got to go with FaZe Clan on this one as well. I think that offense is just going to be unstoppable. And even with version 1 defense, you know, this is their first match on LAN. It's going to be a bit shaky for them. I got to give it to FaZe.
So it's a battle between 2 and 3 seeds. Huge match. I'm going FaZe, though.
FaZe on this one. Version 1 has won their group 2 of the 3 events. Give me Version 1. Come on, give these people a little bit of respect. A little bit of respect around here. It's I do love me some purple. Folks, the match is ready. Let's get into it. Match number 1, game number 1. Look at that. All split down the middle from chat as well, but FaZe a slight fan favorite there. We've got some excellent games to get to here to start off our Winter Major live from Los Angeles in person. We're going to have fans in the stands on Friday. Could not wait for it. Version 1 taking on FaZe. Let's head over to the Verizon Skybox with Corelli and world-renowned rapper Isaac.
Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening, Rocket League fans. We've got the first series of the Winter Major kicking off here. FaZe in Version 1. Turtle, how you feeling?
Corelli, I'm not going to lie to you. I'm freaking out, man. This is going to be the craziest Rocket League event we have ever seen. And to start things off, we have got a classic North American matchup. I couldn't ask for anything more, and I'm just excited to get into the game.
Boy, that desk got me hyped up talking about the players, talking about the matchup.
Yes,
and
sir.
there's
Yes,
so
sir.
much to talk about, but the only thing that matters right now is the next matchup. Regardless of what the domestic results say, this is where you prove who you are on an international stage.
Absolutely, and there's so many questions behind the new pickups on both sides. We've got Typical representing FaZe Clan and, of course, Beast Mode. How are they going to step up when the pressure is on?
This is a rematch from the first regional here in the winter
They're not ready. They're not ready. It's too exciting.
They didn't even let me get into it. They didn't even let me get into it. But it is a rematch from the first regional here in the winter split. It was FaZe who took them down 4-0. Relatively easy, unfortunately for you, Version 1 fans. They only scored 3 goals in that 4-game series. FaZe had looked good ever since, but Version 1, they've really ramped it up. A nice little linear growth for Version 1 over the winter split.
Especially in that third event, tournament alone. I mean, he even said on Twitter, he was talking about how he's never been to a grand finals in what feels like maybe 2 years. So for him to be back, not only in the grand finals for the split, and then make it to the major tournament. He is so happy to be back. And of course, you've got Fireburner, the coach behind Version 1, teaching them every single 50-50 tactic that he's learned.
They better be the best.
Oh, no, it is the best. Fireburner, that man.
Oh, no,
I'm
Fireburner, there's no dispute.
Oh,
there's
absolutely.
no dispute on that one, as we are looking into a little bit of a technical issue here right off the bat. We'll get that figured out as soon as we possibly can. But just talking about the teams a little bit more, let's talk about FaZe Clan a little bit. Because
let's do it.
You know what? Like I said earlier, it doesn't really matter what you did domestically. FaZe built this roster to go even further than top 4 on an international stage.
Absolutely.
Was Typical the right pick for you?
That's the question. For me, personally, I think it increased their skill level and their ability to ascend a little bit higher as a team. However, they're at a lower starting point, so we need to see them obviously put in the work. And if you are a FaZe Clan, you are so happy to hear that First Killer throughout the past few weeks, the past month or 2 months, he's been playing the game non-stop. That's exactly what you want to hear from a player like First Killer. Make sure he has the drive, he has the passion, and he's putting in the hours every single day, Corelli.
I think it's interesting. After a top 4 performance from FaZe, I think they had even more motivation coming into the winter split, especially with the roster pickup. They want to win this thing. They're not here to just place top 6, top 8, whatever. They're here to win, and that was the reason for this roster.
And if you remember back to the fall split, there was so much hype behind FaZe Clan, that new pickup coming into, of course, this split, and then that kind of died down, because we didn't see them in the grand finals one single time. So for them to come out here at this major, Corelli, the motivation, it's got to be off the charts.
Now, there's another player on the other side, and you know, we heard about the little tweet that Gibbs pulled up about Calm.
Classic.
He's probably going to be a bit of a nuisance here for FaZe Clan, averaging the 2nd most demos in North America behind Reddles from Space Station Gaming. But Calm, you know, that physical play style, everyone talks about his demos.
Right.
Do you think that's going to affect FaZe at all?
I don't know, because you've got a player like First Killer, and we were talking about this before this matchup started. You've got First Killer, who I believe is 5th in North America for demos per game, so he is close to that level of aggression. Obviously not the same. He's not going to be hunting as much as Calm, but when you've got a player who can step it up, fight fire with fire, and I personally believe that's the best tactic going up against a physical team. You've got to get physical yourself, and you've got to be willing to put yourself on the line, get aggressive, and they need to implement that if Calm does go crazy. However, Corelli, we are at a LAN event. The nerves are high, and I want to mention, if you're going to go for that demo playstyle, it's risky. These players, if you're going to extend that rotation, you're jeopardizing so much, leaving 2 players alone on defense. You're extending your rotation. You can't get back in time. Will that affect version 1 on the field?
And we're getting a bit of a new lobby here as I see players join up, so we should be ready here very, very shortly. But, you talked about nerves and taking risks, and I think always everyone looks at the wrong side of it as well, where people say, you know what, they're coming into LAN, they're going to be nervous. But I think there are players, and I look at like Reynolds and Arsenal, I have players who kind of, I think, play better in front of a crowd. They feed off of that energy, and I do think you never know what you're going to get from a team. When they jump into a LAN environment, they could just peak. They could look like the best team in the world.
And that's what's so exciting about an event like this, where you get to see these players in person, is to see who's going to pop off. I mean, for example, while it wasn't a LAN environment, when we saw Daniel come into the RLCS, the first event, that man made it all the way to the grand finals. His first showing in the RLCS. Who's to say what happens now with these rookies on this LAN, in this environment? How will that affect them? Some players, Corelli, I believe, are just genetically built different. Literally. I'm
it
on
seems
stage,
that way sometimes.
I could not handle the pressure whatsoever. But other players like Scrubkiller, this is where they were literally born to play.
No, I love the way you phrase that, because it does feel like that sometimes. Players just seems like they were born to do this, be the stars that they are, and it's another opportunity here at the Winter Major to become a star. And for FaZe Clan, they've had a lot of struggles domestically against teams like G2, against teams like NRG. They're 0-2 against G2, 0-3 against NRG, and some people have used that to criticize FaZe in their domestic results. But they weren't able to take down the big dogs in North America, so why would they be able to come out and perform here at the Winter Major?
And that's the big question. That is what we're wondering. How have they been practicing? What have the scrims been looking like? Have they been putting in the energy and the effort, obviously? And I love that First Killer, talking about how he wants to face up against NRG and really show what he's capable of. And we'll see if that work is going to come into fruition, if it's going to pay off, And really, when I look at this FaZe roster, I am looking at AJ. I want to see him pop off. It's so easy to talk about First Killer. It's so easy to talk about the new player, Sipical. But AJ, he has been in the shadows for far too long. This is his moment to step up against version 1.
I think there's a lot of teams, when you zoom out a little bit, there's a lot of teams that, like, take a look at Queso, right? I mean, you could point at any player on that team and go, yeah, that guy's really good. Yeah. And that's what makes this LAN so exciting. You mentioned it before we even jumped into it. I mean, this is the biggest event in Rocket League. This is the biggest time for players to come out and perform. Yeah. And I feel like there's a lot of opportunity to maybe even see some new teams, or not new teams, but rather some teams that maybe you didn't expect. Like we saw in the video coming into this, CJ was talking about he wants to be the best team in the world. An OCE team coming out and saying they want to be the best in the world. I love hearing that from players, especially coming out from when you zoom out from NA and EU.
Yeah. And that's the type of drive that you want to see, and some players will have a different perspective. Like if you think about Extra, the way he does interviews, he's so meek, he's so quiet, and a lot of times he's like, I'm just here to play. I'm happy that we've made it this far. There's a lot of pressure, but I still have confidence moving forward. And then some players are just, we're going to win the whole thing. And you love to hear that from them. And interestingly enough, Corelli, I wanted to get into FaZe Clan a little bit more. Statistically, their offense is so flawless, Corelli. I mean, they're #1 in goals per game, #1 in assists per game, #1 in shots per game, and #1 in shooting percentage. But the defense, it struggles so much, and that's what everybody harps on with them.
It's probably their biggest criticism, minus maybe the results they put up this winter split, which weren't bad results, by the way.
Absolutely.
But, defensively, you see a lot of double commits, especially coming out from AJ and First Killer, and I think a lot of people thought that Sipical was going to be the one to solve that, but it's tough to solve it when you've got players that are just so on the ball, like AJ and First Killer, and that's been the biggest thing that I think has hurt FaZe, no matter who they throw in the third man position. They've got to figure out who's the pecking order of this FaZe Clan squad.
And again, ladies and gentlemen, we're just dealing with a little bit of a technical issue. We're remaking the lobby. We're about to get things going, Corelli. And we've talked a lot about FaZe Clan, but on the other side, version 1, they had a bit of a rocky start, especially in the middle here for the split, but then, of course, taking the win in that third event, that's got to add a lot of confidence coming into the major.
And unexpected, too, and I think that's great, not only for version 1, but I think there's a lot of version 1 fans out here.
There's so many.
They've been rooting for this team.
I mean, look at the hat. How can you not be
They're
a fan
looking
of them?
good.
They look comfy.
Let's be honest. They're looking good out
fly.
here. Version 1 doing a great job to gear up their squad. But yeah, I mean, just talking about the gameplay, I think there's a lot of heartbreak for version 1 over the last season or two here. And they've been good enough, right? Like, I think people have been like, if I'm going to pick a team to maybe bust into the top 5, it could be version 1. But that last regional, in the third regional in the Mobile One Mountain, They proved everyone.
Oh, yeah.
They proved everyone
Oh, yeah.
what all the version 1 fans thought. They could come out and whoop some butt, and they certainly did.
Absolutely. And the criticism that we've been talking about for FaZe Clan is their ability and how well they stack up against, the major qualifying teams, but it's not the case for version 1. They're 5-3 versus major qualifying teams. That's 3 wins against G2, and I believe 2 against NRG.
Yeah.
So for them to have those results coming in here, that's huge.
Yeah, it's so funny. If you had to pick between the two teams, and I said one team is 3-0 against G2 and 2-1 against NRG,
Yeah.
you're picking FaZe, right? Yeah. No,
I'm
it's
going
version
FaZe.
1. It's version 1. As we get things kicked off, the players
let's
are
go.
all set and ready.
here.
We got things sorted out. It's game number 1 in the first series here in the Winter Major on the A stream. Version 1 taking on FaZe Clan. Of course, a best of 5 here in the groups.
Yeah.
As version 1 looking to strike here first. AJ, who's been so dangerous behind the ball. Not that time as he couldn't hold on to it. Typical is able to poke it to the back wall. FaZe, you really can't let them clamp down. They have, I think while the criticisms may come out for the new pickup, they've been much more deadly on offense. A double tap there as it's not able to fall.
Almost found that pass there from AJ, and that's the dangerous thing about version 1. If you leave any space open on the backboard, a player like First Killer, a player like AJ, and now a player like Typical, they will make you pay for any amount of space. You can't give them anything. And it's the same for Beast Mode. You give this man some space, like we saw in the video, he's going to make a lot of damage.
And Beast Mode definitely the shooter here for version 1, taking the most shots per game on the team, and 5th in North America here in the Winter Split, averaging well over 3.
Right.
Version 1 definitely better for it. Yeah, I think it's no, you can't say nothing about him. He has been an improvement here for version 1 so far as they're trying to set something up. Here comes Beast Mode as it's turned away by the defense.
Now, I like the idea there for Calm to go into the midfield. Lovely passing to start things off. We'll see what First Killer has to offer. A nice flick into the backfield. Doesn't find anything, and we've got an easy rotation for version 1.
So far, I think version 1's done a great job here. They've got a lot of possession, and they've not let FaZe clamp down.
Oh,
as this one's thrown to the back wall again. Beast Mode able to clear it away. An easy one for him. It's FaZe Clan looking to hold on to this one. First Killer, a good challenge here in the corner. Needs help from AJ, still keeping it on the version 1 side. Now a shot comes out, and it's not going to get by Beast Mode.
Positioning looking a bit risky for version 1, staying in the same spot, not too spread out. It's a common issue we see, especially in the first series. And things are so far going according to plan, Corral. I think this is what we wanted to see and what we expected to see from FaZe Clan. Holding it down on offense, making sure you can stay in that forward midfield and taking all the boost, waiting for one mistake.
The first demo came out, but it was First Killer on Calm. As First Killer, well, he does average quite a few demos as well. 5th in North America here for the Winter Split. So he's right behind Calm. This ball floating in the midfield. Calm trying to throw it downfield. There's just no help there for version
AJ.
1. And a big shot downfield. It comes right off the top of the corner as FaZe can't get it on the inside post.
And that might be a strategy, that FaZe want to implement. Going for midfield shots, long distance shooting, relying on version 1 in their slower rotations. If Calm himself is going for more demos, he's going to be slow to get back. Here comes the dribble from First Killer. He's around one of them, doesn't get the 50-50. And now we might see version 1 look to build something unless Typical has an answer. And it's a 50-50 and a demo from Calm.
Beast Mode hunting as AJ gets demoed off the spawn. Beast Mode trying to box out First Killer, but he still gets there to Typical. The shot is saved as First Killer trying to get around and now goes back post. It's too far wide and version 1 get out.
Unbelievable touch from version 1 to keep themselves alive. Still all tied up, 1:40, Corelli. We've seen a couple of close shots. Good passing in the midfield, especially from Calm in that corner play. Hasn't found his own teammate. And then another read from Torment, finding that lane of where FaZe Clan are trying to shoot.
Still scoreless here in game 1. A couple close calls.
Yeah.
But nobody able to break through. It seems like FaZe certainly has had the advantage and how dangerous their opportunities are. Here's another one from First Killer. He got Torment to go. Calm's got to save it off the back wall. He does, but only for the moment. Here comes AJ. He's got boost as he can't get back down, but the shot snuck through from Typical is saved. AJ's shot is saved by Torment, and version 1 once again push away FaZe off the goal line.
They've got all the reads. They know where FaZe Clan are trying to shoot this ball. They're barely getting there in time, but they're finding the path. They're getting a touch on the ball, and that's all you need for another teammate to rotate in and get a 50-50 follow-up.
FaZe has been so close to finding their first goal. but a brick wall has been put up in front of the version 1 net. Here's Torment as version 1 trying to find some offense here. First killer will run out of boost. Both he and Typical into the corner of version 1. Now some space. Here's the pass over to Calm. Maybe something set up here for version 1. Calm looking to take to the sky. Gets by 1 as that one sneaks towards the goal, but an easy save for Typical.
And you also have to respect the counterattacks from version 1. They do this so often where they're stuck in their own half. The defense comes out, and then one huge clear downfield, and you get a quick counterattack in. Maybe Torment can lead to something off the backboard. Doesn't find it, and we've got the final 5 seconds. Otherwise, we get OT.
AJ want to shepherd that one to his corner, and maybe first killer. One last bite of the defense. He lets it go for AJ, and the defense was fooled as this one is still dangerous. It's here on top of the box. Typical's going to pop it up. First killer going to let it fly and Calm at an open net, but it's not going to make it. Overtime in game 1 in the first series here at the Winter Major.
FaZe, they were going all in the final seconds, and they committed everybody on the pitch, almost cost them the game. But like you said, Corelli, we do have OT, and it's going to be version 1 to look to start things off.
Typical. Oh my, what a touch from Zip. As Torment does make the saves, and those players hanging on the back wall have really paid off for version 1. That's another one over the back line, and a huge miss, but a second touch. Beast Mode somehow scores it in 25 seconds of overtime.
This is why version 1 picked up this man. Even when he makes a mistake, he can make something out of it. The recovery off the sidewall.
Look at Calm, he can't believe it either. He doesn't even know what he just witnessed, and I don't know either. In version 1, able to win the first game in the most ridiculous shot from Beast Mode, but you know he's the type of guy to score a shot like that.
That's what we expect from Beast Mode, and every single time, while we expect it, it's still amazing to watch Beast Mode. The best recovery we might see all day long, and it's only game 1, Corelli.
I think I can hear them. They're just behind us. I think they're screaming, they're yelling. I could see it from Calm.
Yeah.
They're laughing, they're having a great time, but they're talking as well. And version 1, you look at the replays.
Look at this.
The saves coming out. We just mentioned the people on the back wall for version 1 have really paid off. And version 1, able to come out on top here in game number 1. What a way to start it off here in the Winter Major.
Corelli, I missed you, man.
I missed you too, baby.
You looking good. You looking so good. He's back. I didn't get to see him earlier at the Fall Major, but you're back, man. And what a first game to witness.
My goodness.
You're back, and you get to see Beast Mode pop off the sidewall. You get to see Torment, of course, the veteran, come out here, find every single save, every single read. We got a classic matchup.
Yeah, and I mean, there's one worry here is that FaZe Clan certainly had the better of version 1. I mean, let's give credit to version 1. Did a great job making those saves, but I think they had, what, 11 saves there from version 1. So they're probably going to need to find more offense than just a big clear downfield. But I got to give credit over to version 1. The saves, immaculate from them. Great defense to weather the storm of FaZe Clan, and you could see it even going into the overtime. First killer whiffing the ball there for some reason, and you could see that back line was a little shaky from FaZe.
There's only up from here for FaZe Clan. Quite literally, the miss off the backboard, a lot of shots, and while there were some immaculate saves from version 1, I still think if we get better shooting from FaZe Clan, those would go in much more frequently. We need to see them step up in, I'd say, every department on the pitch, Corelli.
Version 1 has not lost a series this split when they've been winning in the first game, when they won the first game. They are 10-0
oh my goodness.
Here in the Winter.
That is not a good stat if you're a FaZe Clan fan, that's for sure.
A little bit scary, but I'm sure they don't know that stat. They're on FaZe. They just know they got to play this next game.
Well, and look at the confidence. I mean, you win the first game, and especially if you're a rookie here on LAN, that first win is all you need to fuel the rest of your performance. It could be the fuel for literally the rest of the event, Corelli. Just knowing you can get a W here and find that save, just like Beast Mode with the read.
What a read from Beast Mode. And again, players coming off the back wall have just been so clutch for version 1. And FaZe Clan, they got to get a little bit more creative, honestly, because version 1, they haven't been beat. As that one gets all the way to the goal line there from Torment, he's able to turn it away. First killer too close, he can't get a touch. And another one over the head of the FaZe Clan line.
And I'd say the only creative outlet we've seen out of FaZe Clan have just been big booming shots from the midfield, which, you know, you might not expect the first or second time around, but now version 1, they've deepened their rotation. They go a little bit farther back, expecting a big booming hit. So I'd love to see more dribbles out of FaZe Clan. You've got somebody like First Killer, the control, it's unmatched. Now here he is in the air, maybe a flip reset. He's got it, but of course it's read by Torment.
Oh, what a touch there from Calm. So smart, knew that maybe Typical was coming, so he puts it off his own back wall in a tough spot for the offense to follow up on. And version 1, once again creatively, are able to break up the offense. as they try and put
Typical.
on some offense of their own. But
Ooh.
typical, great control. Boost
That's
still to
what we
work
need,
with.
that's
Pass
what we
over to first
need.
killer. Back post shot is not going to drop. A great pass from typical, but FaZe still can't convert.
But they're heating up Corelli. We didn't see any of this in game one. Much more creative plays, looking for an air dribble and then a midfield pass. We've seen a flip reset from FaZe Clan, starting to heat up for version 1. Will they still find those reads on the back line?
Beast mode, looking for help on the far side, and he's going to get it with beast mode. He'll get past himself, I suppose, as version 1. Threatening here in the corner. Nobody able to get to touch. First killer. Going to do it all by himself until he's met by beast mode to take him down. Calm with the demo. It's just typical on the shot, and it's weak as he still is able to hold possession as his teammates removed from the play. AJ wants a solo play himself. Little wave dash as he can't hold on to it. Calm with a good clear. Still scoreless as we're past halftime here in game 2.
We're seeing beast mode be a bit more defensive, not staying forward. Normally you expect him to receive a clear like that one from Calm, but he's getting demos and rotating back quicker. This could be a new strategy that version 1 are looking for, just being more patient for those opportunities. We made it to OT previously, and at this rate we might get the same result.
Little back pass here from Calm over to Torment. Just trying to keep it away and make first killer chase. And they got him to do so, but Typical shuts it down. A decent pounce here for AJ. Calm will take the challenge. Beast mode running out of boost. And time ticking down, still scoreless. This is going to be the theme of this series, Turtle. It has been so back and forth.
Yeah, we even saw a backflip there in the midfield. Mechanics seem to be off for FaZe Clan. Not the same for version 1. They look great mechanically, very warmed up, but FaZe Clan, it's something is off for them. And we're waiting like a whiff right there from first killer. We expect him to be in a better position, have at least one touch get into the midfield, but instead we're just getting whiffs.
They're definitely crash heavy right now, or usually they're crash heavy into the net. Player is able to get a quality touch on target. This time though, not able to come out on top with possession or a shot. And version 1 has had a lot of free outs.
It's a good touch to first. Ooh.
Torment trying to play it from his corner. Some aggressiveness coming out from FaZe and a quick challenge, not giving space over to version 1, and that's the only clear they're going to be able to muster up. A pass down to first killer is cut off by Calm. It's Calm chasing the last man. AJ had to see him. And a good pass from AJ, though, despite the mispositioning off the dodge demo, and a touchdown from Typical is not on target. Another opportunity for FaZe that they just can't put through.
And you'll notice the positioning for version 1, they're staying close to every single opponent on the field, waiting for a pass to come out so you can at least get in front of the shot. And that's why we're not seeing quality chances for FaZe Clan. It seems as though every time a ball gets pushed across the midfield, there's a version 1 player ready. And Beast Mode himself, he's ready in game 2.
He's the only guy who's scored in this series so far. And what a touch from Torment off the inside of the ceiling. And Beast Mode takes it away. First killer and AJ, they're just too slow. And version 1 on the board first. And with 30 seconds left, they're looking to take game 2.
And I've always respected version 1's communication. They're organized on the pitch, even when it seems like they might double commit. They know how to space out and make sure their teammate gets that proper touch. Here comes Calm. Maybe add another one. Insult to injury. Let's see if Torment has a good 50-50. Otherwise, first killer, he's going to take this one out.
FaZe needs something, and it's got to be first killer as he can't get the second touch, and it's going to be tough for them to find the angle here. AJ, a big clear. First killer's got no boost. The pass back to AJ was almost perfect, but Beast Mode, here comes Typical. The pass across is not going to get there in time, and a big clear comes out. Look at Calm talk, and version 1, 2 up in the series.
And now we question, should he have gone for a pass across? I almost could have sworn that Typical was going to go for a shot in that situation, Corelli. Do you see it? He was going for the pass across. It took too long. It bounced, and the game was over. Do you go for a shot in that last minute?
I mean, hindsight's 20/20, obviously. I mean, yeah, you go for the shot because the pass didn't work out, but FaZe now scoreless here in this series against version 1. My, oh my. What is going on with FaZe right now?
The #1 offense statistically in North America.
Not looking like it.
Yep, not looking like it at all. But we know that they can pick things up. We're waiting. And the hype, of course. Maybe this is why you have Calm in the middle.
Exactly.
Excuse me.
Yeah, the desk talked about it. You know, a lot of teams want to put the experienced player, the team leader, but Calm,
bro, he's
got the hype. He's got the passion. And he's a great guy. You could see him. He's playing to the camera. He's having fun. He's playing well. And version 1 is better for it.
And look at the serious faces from FaZe Clan, the opposite, literally on the other side.
They can't believe it. They can't believe it.
They can't break down the defense. And maybe this is what was expected. You talk about version 1. It's always going to be defense. It's always going to be demos. So they seem to be a picture-perfect matchup against FaZe Clan. And it is exactly what's going down on the pitch. They're stopping every shot. They're winning nearly every 50-50. And while FaZe Clan's mechanics, they're not up to the standard we'd expect, version 1, they have come out and they're ready to play.
I can't believe I'm saying this, Turtle, but perfect sweep setup here for version 1 over FaZe.
On the first series of the day?
On the first series against FaZe?
What?
Unbelievable. And all credit goes to version 1. The defense has been stellar. And they'll be able to pick their time to go against FaZe as we get things kicked off in game 3. Version 1 looking to perfect sweep FaZe Clan right now. Right off the rip.
And I'm very happy with what Calm is doing on the field with his demo-heavy playstyle. Here comes Torment. They're swapping it up correctly. They're not just leaving Calm to be aggressive. It's every single player on the field taking turns going for those demos and making sure FaZe Clan, they're always alert. They can't expect one player just to go for demos. It's all 3 of them.
Beast Mode wants to put something together early, and right now, version 1, well, the first 45 seconds certainly in their favor.
Yeah.
As Torment's challenge will come out to AJ, and a little touch from Calm will set up Beast Mode to tee it up downfield as Typical will respond over the first killer. AJ there, but the weak shot will be saved away by Calm.
They need to break the curse, Corelli. They can't get through the defensive line of version 1. You're looking at a perfect sweep.
Where's the creativity from FaZe? That's the question.
Where's the dribbles? It seems like every touch is just boom to the other side or an instant shot.
Individual plays, the flip resets, or just the air dribbles. I mean, where is it from FaZe right now? It's all version 1. As another booming clear comes out from FaZe, but now this time they don't have players down the field.
Here we go.
First
Slower
killer
play.
is able to win the challenge, and here comes AJ, the next in line for FaZe.
That's what we want to see, a small touch.
Wants to find it across, but Calm able to deal it out. Some space here on the left side for version 1 as they're not going to get it. AJ to the sky, wants to play it over. First killer knows he's in trouble. Here comes Calm. Touch towards the goal, and version 1 on the board first.
The quick counterattack. They were buried on the defensive side, but then one read, intercepting in the midfield, and you've got a full-on attack from version 1 coming your way.
How many times have we seen FaZe Clan be beat over the top in the quick transition?
It's predictable.
Version 1 knew something coming into this, and they have exposed FaZe Clan so far.
I mean, it's also just so predictable from FaZe Clan. You're coming off the backboard, you know in that situation, he's trying to pass it right into the midfield, set up maybe a good opportunity or a shot, and they just have to get on the interception correctly. Find the lane between the opponent and the ball, and you've got yourself a good counterattack.
We said it in the technical pause, but this matchup has only happened once domestically. It was a 4-0 sweep for FaZe in the upper semifinals of the first regional here in the winter split. Version 1 only scored 3 goals. This time, FaZe Clan down 2-0. They are scoreless so far.
Comes AJ, and it's again blocked by Calm.
Big clear here from Beast Mode. Halftime in game 3, which
double commit.
Could be our final game. As Calm wants to go under, and a good dunk will force first killer to go. A big clear and tackle here from Torment. Beast Mode wants to take the boost away, and a touchback to Calm is smart as he gets by 1. Won't get by AJ. Shot on target. A big save off his post from Torment. And version 1 still pushing away FaZe.
On a demo from first killer onto Calm, this could alleviate some pressure, open up some space, but of course it's a win from version 1 in the 50-50 department. You've got Fireburner behind you, and I expect no less than to win every single 50-50, Corelli.
Less than 2 minutes to go. Beast Mode ran out of boost. Here's Torment and a demo. Why not? As the offense ramping up here for version 1. Beast Mode's up as it comes down. Still a dangerous ball. Nobody crashing. Torment's waiting patiently. Puts one towards net. It's saved by Sipical. Version 1 trying to back pass to Calm, and it works out nicely to go down the field. Calm the first one back. Calm's going to put it away. Boy, is he talking Calm. He's standing up in version 1, up 2-0.
And it all started with the back pass from Beast Mode, keeping possession. Version 1, they are level-headed, making sure they always have that ball in rotation. Everybody is in the right spot, spaced out on the field, organized, clean, and grade A Rocket League from version 1.
Get this man on first touch because he is yapping in version 1. Looking to perfect sweep. FaZe Clan, as FaZe will find their first here in Game 3. It'll be first killer on the board, and FaZe trying to make the comeback.
And it's with a midfield pass. They've been going for this all series long, but the difference here, this started out with a solo play from FaZe Clan to open up the space initially, and then you follow it up with that midfield pass. They've broken the curse. Do we see more from them?
If you're FaZe fans, you certainly want more, but it's not going to be that way. Beast mode coming out on top. 3-1 version 1.
Just when you think FaZe Clan are back in the series, they get smacked back down from beast mode right off the kickoff.
Boy, that's deflating. If you're on FaZe, you get your first goal in 3 games, and a kickoff goal is the response. A minute 17.
I'm here to tell you, Crowley, that is one of the worst feelings on land, but then they return the favor. Never mind. It's off the post.
Typical not able to convert, and that was a crucial one to return the favor, as you were saying.
Man.
And now a minute left. Time not on FaZe's side. Torment wants to carve through Sipical. It's not going to happen. Sipical to the back wall. Here comes First Killer. He beats the man, drops it down off the post, and First Killer going to put it home. 52 seconds for FaZe.
Off the miss from Torment. He was coming in off the backboard. Could have got the touch. Calm not fast enough. And a big whiff from the veteran. He's been hitting him all series long, but one mistake, and now you give FaZe Clan one chance. 52 seconds left to get back into the game.
Kickoff so crucial here for FaZe, as it's looking relatively neutral for them. No threat right off the bat. 45 seconds left. Beast mode. Trying to spoil this comeback.
Here we go.
Version 1 looking to hold on. No longer a perfect sweep, but they don't care. They'll take the sweep. This one floating to the B1 corner. First Killer. Into the box it goes. Version 1 all over it. And the only way to go is back for First Killer. AJ, he's barreling through his Torment. Dealt with it nicely considering the circumstances, but here's a shot from First Killer off the inside of the post. Is their goal smaller because FaZe Clan can't put it away?
And there's no doubt, FaZe Clan, they're going to send everybody forward. This is the final 10 seconds, the first series of the Major. Do they have what it takes to bring this one back?
Oh, tough ball here for AJ. He's just waiting for someone. A good flip reset. Needs a follow-up. It was there from First Killer. Now Sipical's got to keep it up. He does, but
Beast
nobody's
mode.
got boost.
It's
AJ
good.
and First Killer have nothing, and version 1 gonna take the first series here on the main stage.
And look at the hype from Calm. That's the reason why he's in the middle of them. He's been talking, yapping, like you said, Corelli, throughout the whole series. And you want that motivation. You want the energy. Right in the middle.
Wow.
And FaZe Clan, a devastating blow. That is heartbreaking on your first series of the LAN.
3-0 for version 1.
What happened? What happened?
Man.
I do think the goals were just smaller, to be honest with you. Every single shot felt like it went off the post.
That's copium right there for FaZe Clan. No, they let's give all the credit over to version 1.
Yeah.
They deserve this. They could not get it through, as version 1 going to take down FaZe in a 3-0 fashion. Unexpected. I think FaZe are stunned. FaZe Clan fans are stunned. I think we're stunned. The desk is definitely stunned.
I'm stunned.
As you can see in the highlights, it's going to be all version 1.
And a lot of this was possession from version 1. They started to see, or we started to see, excuse me, a little bit more from FaZe Clan towards the end, taking that same play book, or taking that strategy out of the same playbook of version 1, but it wasn't enough. It came in so late, and at that point, version 1, they were ready, they were prepared, and they were getting the reads.
You got to give credit over to version 1. I mean, defensively, especially in the first game, they were bending a little bit. FaZe definitely putting on the pressure. But as we got into game 2, especially game 3, boy, did you see version 1 reach that level of the last regional, and that was the question. Was this just a fluke for version 1? Was everyone playing hard? We'll find out. Let's actually just go talk to him. Roll Diz. He's got someone for version 1 down on the field.
Hey, welcome to LA. Calm. Fantastic series. You guys just pulled off a crazy game, bro. How easy was that?
Honestly, it didn't feel that bad. I got Land Torment on my team. Beast Mode apparently is a Land player. We just found out, and it didn't feel that bad for a first series. I think we had a lot of prep work that went into this, and I think we had a solid game plan. We stuck to it, and it worked.
That's what I like to see, bro. We see you screaming, man. Hope you keep that energy the entire way, because the crowd's going to love that. The crowd's going to love that. So, LA, bro, talk to me about LA. How's the first couple days in LA?
Oh, LA's been super nice. We've been going to a bunch of cool restaurants, been seeing the city a little bit. Went down to Santa Monica Pier one day. It's been really nice. But in all honesty, I mean, we've just been sticking to the grind. We've been scrimming, 4 or 5 hours a day, getting ranked in on top of it. So we haven't had all that much time to see the city, but, we've hit some spots, and it's been really nice from what we've seen.
That's exactly what we like to hear. Hey, last but not least, team expectations. You guys took down maybe the hardest team in the group. So what you guys got moving forward?
I mean, we got tournament here. Like I said, land tournament. We got a lot of expectations, so we're expecting to make this very far. At the very least, we want to get first in our group. We want to make that upper bracket, but I think we can definitely make a run after that too.
All right. That is Com from V1, your winners. And we will have Detonators vs. FaZe on the way back, but catch us after this break.
Blueberry short stack? Got any games on your phone?
It's 3 a.m. I need a taquito. If you want it, we can get it from the 7-Eleven. Slurpee, light bulbs, antifreeze. Here's your order, nacho cheese. If you want it, we can get it from the 7-Eleven. Tippy driver.
This might not be your car. And this might not be your engine. Maybe this isn't your morning routine. And maybe these aren't your coworkers. Perhaps these aren't your standard driving conditions. Far from it. But this is your oil, which means you're one of us, doesn't it? For serious engines, on and off the track, upgrade to Mobil 1.
I'm stuck inside of these walls with you. I don't recognize who I've turned into. I'm losing hope and getting myself back. Everything around me is starting to turn black. Don't tell me you're hurt again. Tell me how wrong I am. Tell me how it's all my fault. Yeah, I've met my match again, starting from scratch again. Where is the pleasure in all this pain? Don't you lie to me and say it's all okay when it feels like I'm drowning. I hate to say goodbye, but it's time to go. All I need is someone I've never felt more divided than now. Every word that leaves your lips never means how it sounds. You've conquered the best of me, could have just set me free. Games that you play are just second hand. And now I'm beside myself, no one in hell. Let me just go, let me just go. And don't you lie to me and say it's all okay when it feels like I'm drowning. I hate to say goodbye, but it's time to go. All I need is
We on the top and we ain't gonna fall. It's an obsession, a habit you call. We hitting automatic, never stall. Only got one tactic, do it all. I'm from the bottom, I hate what I saw. I couldn't walk, so I learned how to crawl. They wanna talk when you're back to the wall. So I say let them, I ain't moving small. Money grows from my intuition. I just bought a crib, that's my first edition. People hate it when you claim a vision, but I use a static when I hit ignition. Hungry moves, I'm faster in a minute. I stay fresh to death, I'm in a mint condition. Forge a heat, no matter where I've been, and give me any place, and it'll be a kitchen. This how we flow to the top. I'm on a wave and it never gonna stop. I hit a 3, now we running the clock. 24 seconds, I still block a shot. I'm making this an eternal spot. Permanent stain in the flow, ink blot. Don't step to me when I get too hot. I'ma end your life and it's all you got. We on the top and we ain't gonna fall. It's an obsession, a habit you call. We hitting automatic, never stall. Only got one tactic, do it all. I'm from the bottom, I hate what I saw. I couldn't walk, so I learned how to crawl. They wanna talk when you're back to the wall. So I say let them, I ain't moving small. Homemade flow, I'm a PVC. There ain't one player out doing just like me. Heart rate frozen.
We are back, and boy, howdy, does it feel good to be right over here. I'm Wavepunk, joined by Gibbs. We got T-Bates, and Rold is on the desk. Rold,
Hey.
you got to talk to the V1 lineup there. Did you get to hear anything else from the rest of the guys when you were down in the pit?
I didn't hear too much from FaZe. They were pretty quiet. Pretty shell-shocked about that.
We heard a lot from Com.
Com was...
And that was not in the interview. It was more outside the interview. For
Exactly.
Sure. Oh, man. That, FaZe. So, T-Bates, welcome to an RLCS test where you're always wrong. And I'm wrong, too, so I'm with you. Like, what happened?
What happened is that FaZe, they were lacking emotion, man. They were lacking emotion and lacking confidence. V1, they were more than capable of just sitting back on defense and making sure that nothing went in. And when the counterattack was given, they were given opportunity to counterattack.
Typical, though. Look at this. Typical. Come on.
But look at
you were
Beast Mode.
signed to this
Look
team
at
to
Beast Mode.
make plays, and you do that. And then with like 2 seconds left in game 2, he has a golden opportunity and does nothing with it again.
Yeah, it's not only Typical though. You gotta look at the entire FaZe roster. There was multiple situations where they could have had an easy goal, and I'm just like, what are they doing? They're 2v3. There's no third man coming up to
That
clean
was
it.
the thing. They were scared on defense. They were like, we have to pull our third man back because we don't want these wide open nets. But then like, they have all these plays where the ball's just sitting in front of the net, and that third man never shows up.
Yeah, they did have a little bit of a post issue. It felt like the post in the woodwork, and then on top of that, when they hit the bangers, the defense was there from version 1. That was and then Beast Mode, 100% goal participation from Beast Mode in that series. There, they find out he's a LAN player. I'm quaking in my boots for the rest of the team. I do got to say also, my pick of Queso winning the group feels a lot stronger now. We'll see what happens. Given Queso also did go 3-0 against Detonator on the B stream. So that sets us up for just to give a little update on how the rest of the group is going here. There, you can see that pretty simple. Just some 1s and some 0s there. FaZe and Detonator looking to bounce back. V1 and Queso going to be facing off on the B stream. The winners, the undefeated teams, they're going to be facing off on the B stream. But over here, we're going to have the battle of the losers from round 1 there. FaZe going to be taking on Detonator here. Detonator did manage to score against Queso, and they were all smiles. I think they've got a pretty impenetrable mental here.
Right, man. They're just here to have some fun. They're here. Here. Ended up being Tokyo Verde and APAC, and now they're representing the region. It's just all excitement for them, man.
Yeah,
they're going against the best in the world.
They're not even supposed to be here. They were the third team.
Supposed to be
in
here.
APAC North, so they're not even supposed to be in the qualifier. But then one of the teams, they couldn't make it to a qualifier. So Detonator's, all right, we'll play for fun. And then like, oh, let's just make a lower bracket run and win the entire thing. Take down Tokyo Verde for the first time. And now they're here having a blast. Now they get a FaZe clan that just lost. This could be the moment.
Is it good for them?
It's not a moment.
Is it bad for them?
It could be.
It's not a moment.
It could be.
Imagine.
It could be.
We'll see what happens here, folks. And I think you brought up a good point that there's a lot of people that did not expect them to be here. Many people at home probably don't know them. Let's meet Detonator.
ロサンゼルスに来た感想は、すごいワクワクしているとともに緊張している部分も少しあります。そうですね、自分たちでも信じられないような感じでした。他のチームのリプレイとか見て、自分たちのプレーにも活かせるように、そういったことをやっていました。っていうのはすごい和やかな雰囲気、和気あいあいとした雰囲気だと思います。例えばチームで元気になれる時、失点した時にチームで元気になれるように大丈夫とかみんなを 落ち着かせるような、そこに入れることになったことが、まずすごい嬉しい。ここまでの経験とか努力が、積み重なってできたものだなと思ってすごい嬉しいです。ファースト最初の年で、可能性がやっぱ無限にあるってことなので、ここからどんどん強くなっていくと思います。
And hello, Detonator. Here they are on the main broadcast for the first time, ready to take on FaZe. A very uphill battle for them here.
It is, but they're here to have fun. They're not expected to do much here, which is probably a good sign for them because they can just go into this match like, hey, we lost to Queso, but they're the #1 team in Europe. They looked amazing. So now they move to the main stage where FaZe has been the entire time, where they just lost a 3-0 to V1. They are definitely down in the dumps.
And you saw them talking about how they were analyzing replays from the previous teams.
Yeah.
So maybe they, their coach or whoever has the replay saved right now and watch that FaZe matchup, got some insight on it.
Listen, man. You heard Opix, man. He said they were in disbelief that they were here. So you know what that means? They're gonna play the have fun meta. You saw the difference.
Have fun meta. Here we go.
We've seen it make a difference.
Can bring you places.
And when we heard from Opix there in the interview, and he was talking about it's his role to keep his team's mental locked in, to encourage them in the bad part, and when bad things are happening, and to keep them amped up when things are going good. I mean, Rold, is as a player yourself, like how important is having that role being delineated, knowing there's a player you can lean on when you're starting to get tilted?
I'll preach on it until this. In every aspect of life, you need a leader. Like, a leadership role in everything you do is important. You need somebody to guide you, especially when you're down and you feel like you're down and out. You need someone to uplift you, and that's exactly what Calm did in his series V1 against FaZe, and that's exactly why they were victorious.
Well, I feel like this transitioned us well to the other side of the pitch here. FaZe in a doubleheader just came off of the 3-0 loss.
No smiles.
First Killer's got his hands full on getting his team's mental back in here.
They didn't even score a goal until Game 3. They didn't look great. 2 goals at least in Game 3.
Oh,
so it was 2. But they're not happy. They're not happy at all. They want a 3-0 here to get back into this group because it's a very top-heavy group. It could easily go 2-1, 2-1, 2-1. FaZe wants to be part of that. They have to win here, though. So incredibly difficult to bounce back after a Tilton loss, though.
Yeah, and we've been looking at First Killer as that leadership. I think he does need to step into that role. You look at the other 2 players, they're super quiet players, they're super mellow, and I think First Killer really does need to step into that role.
Bates, I feel like this is best case scenario for Detonator, having FaZe suffer a tilting loss. It's the best case scenario, I think, for putting them in a bad mental that gives Detonator a chance.
Most definitely, because if they somehow, some way end up taking this game 1.
Oh baby.
If they take this game 1, it's gonna be FaZe is not gonna be too happy. You're gonna see a lot of sadness because they're not expecting to lose game here.
I don't think, like, when version 1 wins game 1, Gibbs, like, I think there's a world where FaZe is like, I took that personally. I'm gonna ramp it up. I'm gonna step up to the plate here. I think if Detonator wins game 1 here and they've now lost 4 games in a row, there's no way you go, okay, I gotta teach these guys a lesson. You start to go, I'm bad.
Yeah,
I'm really bad
it's going to be hard for them to bounce back. Like Detonator, they have to win game 1 to win this series, but man, it's going to be tough. FaZe, obviously, we always talk about them. They can just dumpster on teams that are worse than them, like at the game of Rocket League by themselves. And they're expected to take down Detonator incredibly easily here. But there's always the what if. Like Detonator, they weren't supposed to be here, but what if one of the teams couldn't play in the qualifier? Now they're here. What if FaZe has another bad game? Who knows?
Anything can happen. That's why we got to play out the games. Let's see what the fans at home think. Detonator was a close, I think they were slightly unfavored versus K. So a lot of Detonator fans here in the chat use hashtag DTN to support Detonator and hashtag FaZe there to get your votes on who you think is going to win the match or who you just want to have win the match here. Gibbs, I'm gonna start with you on this one.
So I'm gonna say Twitch chat is gonna win the vote. They're gonna vote for Detonator.
Okay.
I think it's gonna be a pretty lopsided one, maybe not lopsided, but I think Detonator will win that vote.
Okay.
But I can't do it. I can't do it as an analyst here on the desk. FaZe has to bounce back. There is no way they lose this series. I'm going to say that again. There is no way they lose this series, FaZe. FaZe wins.
I'm waiting for the YouTube edit. There is no way.
There is no way.
And then it happens. I'm a backpack off you. I don't think, even if they don't have a leadership this game, FaZe loses. I don't think it's possible. I'm going to go FaZe. I got to back up my boys. I was getting a lot of slack for it. I'm still FaZing.
FaZe?
Wait, you're talking about best case scenario for Detonator. This might be the best case scenario for FaZe coming out of a loss, because now you realize that you have to bring up all 3 players on offense in order to beat anybody that's really, really good at this level. You can't play 2v3 on offense. So with this being said, you're playing Detonator, a team who technically they don't even believe that they should be here. Technically, they're in disbelief, but they're ready to play. You might be able to test a few things out. Something that you might not use in scrim, try it out against them, might work out later on.
You got FaZe?
I got FaZe.
I figured. Yeah, I got FaZe as well. Hard to pick against FaZe in this situation, but Detonator could provide the biggest. We just had a crazy upset. They might provide a bigger one. How does chat feel about it? I feel like it's going to be 74. 74. I was close. I was close. 75 there for Detonator there. Let's get into game. The second match of the mainstream FaZe. Looking to bounce back after losing to V1. Detonator looking to bounce back after losing to Queso. Only one, though, can take home the win. All the way from Japan, all the way from the Asian region, going up against FaZe. Who's it going to be? Let's find out in the Verizon Skybox.
Here we go. FaZe Clan trying to recover after a, as the desk put it, Subi, a tilting defeat at the hands of version 1. Meanwhile, Detonator, look, they weren't tilted at all by facing a similar fate against the best team in Europe in this split, Team Queso. Outscored 15-1, but all smiles, especially after that one went through from Burn.
Yeah, and the desk was bringing up the fact that this is best case scenario for FaZe Clan. And while I do agree, I think this is also best case scenario for Detonator as well. You're going up against a FaZe who is slightly tilted, is going to look to dominate you, so you can catch them out of position time and time again.
Since adding Sypical coming into this split, and it's been a heavily scrutinized move, as anything would be that FaZe Clan does, the team actually has increased its offensive output. They've gone from something like 2.1 goals a game to 2.7. And that's about the difference between them and G2. Almost adding one there. Now you get to watch Mikan on the counterattack. And this is where FaZe can get caught. They score a ton of goals, but of the 5 North American teams here in LA, they are the most generous defense, tied with NRG.
But that's not what you want to hand over to Detonator, Stacks. The most shooting team in the Winter Major qualifiers in APAC, and they sunk a lot of those. Number one for goals per game as well. So Team Detonator definitely knows how to score in bunches, but here comes AJ looking to put a shot on target, and Mikan puts a nice ball back into his own half, but first killer sees Sypical and turned away by Olpix, and Detonator off to the races.
Those numbers, they certainly tell a fascinating story, but remember, it's a different level of competition. Detonator has only just now seen a team like FaZe Clan because they just played Queso. This goes across. We've seen this happen a few times, a few misses coming out from in front of the net on the Detonator half. This goes across, and it's Burn that gets obliterated this time by first killer. Now AJ can't get by Mikan. Sypical high up off the backboard, and there is Burn to meet him. Now AJ tracking, picked his spot and pushed it well wide.
And Detonator doing a great job right now as we've gotten through the first half of gameplay, and the post denies there is, yeah, definitely questionable. The goal's wide open, and Olpix gets that ball out last second, and AJ gets the demo, but still, Detonator holding on, in FaZe Clan unable to break through this back line of the defense.
And if you were watching over on twitch.tv/RL Esports, the B stream, Team Queso scored early and often against Detonator. Detonator have held the line, looking for their first lead at this LAN, and it's Olpix.
They catch FaZe Clan getting too aggressive. Sypical doesn't go forward for the ball, gets that back boost, bumps first killer out of the play, and disaster strikes FaZe Clan on their rotations, back to defense.
And I think the desk summed it up perfectly when, if this happens, you go, uh-oh. Burn looking for another. That's easily sent away by AJ. Now first killer. Sense of urgency has to be there for FaZe Clan, and they've had many a good look at the Detonator net. This is going to go harmlessly to the corner. First Killer trying to bring it back in. Calling his own number, and he puts it home.
Showing you the mechanics right here in game number 1, and great field awareness as well. He recognizes the demo from AJ, so just goes for a little dish off of the back wall, and FaZe Clan tie us back up in game number 1.
There were a couple of them there as Detonator gets a dose of their own medicine. 1-all with a minute 30 plus to go. First Killer Sky went up for AJ, and then Mikan just barely got in his way. Well, who would have imagined this matchup playing out as it has? Mikan almost got by AJ. First Killer now up to the ceiling. He'll get around Olpix. Burn on his way back. Everybody scrambling, and Typical hit the crossbar. And going back to that series with version 1, Typical has got to get going just for his own mental sake.
Exactly. He's been so well known at being such a consistent player in North America, and then when it comes time for the LANs, just kind of falls apart. Looking to find some consistency here as Mikan has an opportunity, misses on that ball. First Killer gonna put it high and can't quite find the upper 90. And FaZe Clan still all tied up, less than 1 minute to go, have Detonator boxed in, but still Detonator doing such a great job on that back line.
We'll see if Detonator can break through on another counterattack. The APAC region has not won a game at an RLCS LAN. This goes across. That's typical. Couldn't get that in front. AJ gonna have to pass this back to First Killer. That's who you want on the ball. But it's Olpix, so guide that away. Burn finishes that off to get to midfield, but Typical right back in. First Killer, good redirect. That froze Mikan, and now he needs one more, and it's just wide again!
Holding down the back line, but still time on the clock. Mikan just trying to send it away, and Olpix gonna keep things alive, and FaZe Clan very happily sends this game 1 into overtime, and Team Detonator putting FaZe Clan on notice.
Burn had the only other goal in the Team Queso series. Olpix gave Detonator a lead. First Killer answered with a solo effort. Helped out by Demos, and he does that again! First Killer puts FaZe in the backpack.
Oh my goodness, First Killer showing up to play today, and you heard Roldiz, he wants him to step up, be the leader that this FaZe Clan team so desperately needs, and he carries them to victory in game number 1.
Look, Detonator was playing with fire all game long, and finally they got burned twice by First Killer. The undoubted MVP, 7 shots. And look at the total for Detonator, just 2 shots. Look, it doesn't matter how many you get, it just matters how many find the net. Detonator had a lead, they could not capitalize on it. You see the strike there from Olpix on our Mobile One high performance replay, but it's First Killer just too good with those 2 demos as well by AJ.
Yeah, and we need to see this team start to get a little louder in their comms. We need to see them really step up and call teammates off of balls or call teammates to balls, because on that play, Typical should have been challenged that a lot earlier. Instead decides to rotate back, hits First Killer off of it, and no harm, no foul. They ended up winning the game, but against better teams, they are going to get taken advantage of in that situation. So I want to see players start to pipe up, as Rizzo would say, looking over from the crow's nest. But as we look over at Detonator, again, nothing but smiles. They have to feel so good after game 1.
Yeah, and look, there's something to be said about a team that's just happy to be here. You know, the nerves are not there for this team at all. I mean, we've seen a couple times, a little hesitation here and there. Do I stay? Do I go? Do I commit to this? Do I let somebody else come in? And that hesitation has opened the door for FaZe. Only First Killer has been able to go through that door. Now we go now to game 2 at Forbidden Temple. And we'll see if anything changes.
Oh, there
An
it is.
open net, and Burn puts it in. The leading scorer coming into this LAN has done it again.
Well, and I love that he gets bumped off the ball. He's going to look for a demo, but no one home, so let me just follow this up just in case the shot's off target. Olpix couldn't quite find the angle, and Detonator up early in game number 2.
One of 3 players in the world with 70% or more goal participation at this LAN. Seiko and Monkey Moon are the other 2, as Typical finally gets one on the board, and it couldn't come at a better time for Sip.
Yeah, great catch and carry off the side wall there. Gets it over the flying defender, and Burn just a little bit out of position there. And Sipical makes him pay, going far post and in. And just like that, FaZe Clan tie us back up yet again.
And that's been the theme in this series. Yes, Detonator got a lead again, but FaZe answered immediately. Olpix burned all of his boosts, and Burn got back for the save. Mikan over there as well, though. Double commit. Could slow down Detonator a bit, and they can't afford to slow down at all against a high-powered FaZe offense that was held in check, but only barely. I mean, they stood on their head, figuratively, to keep FaZe within reach in game one.
Yeah, and didn't put themselves out of position. Too much infield pass as Mikan little off of his mark
That's
there.
what we didn't see against Queso earlier.
Exactly, and the one time we did is when it broke down the defense of Queso and they got that lone goal of the series. So again, like I was talking about over on the B stream, is this team is starting to learn, and they're starting to learn quickly, and all the teams in Group A better be put on notice as that ball goes in, and First Killer puts FaZe Clan up by 1.
And what have we talked about with Detonator all this time? Demo, demo, demo. Instead, 2 out of AJ again. And First Killer scores again. His third of the series has FaZe Clan up 2-1 early in game 2.
Then still plenty of time for Detonator to come back. And as we saw in game 1, the opportunities aren't going to come too often for them. So they've got to make sure to make every single one count. As you see, AJ just forcing himself onto that ball, refusing to rotate out as First Killer's there, puts the shot on, and Olpix forced to make a snap save there. Sipical didn't get the flip reset, but does follow through, and FaZe Clan doing a great job of boxing Detonator in.
You don't need to be a math major to understand the shot advantage for FaZe Clan is going to be unsustainable for the Detonator defense. They've got to work out of their zone here. They intercept here, leaving First Killer too far ahead.
AJ?
But now this goes ahead to AJ. His shot just a little wide, and Sipical couldn't put it home on the doorstep. First Killer on target. Mikan with the save, but Sipical's accuracy continues to betray him here in LA. Drop this one down, and there's no way they don't score, right?
They don't!
Unbelievable!
Holy cow!
Oh, look out, Olpix!
Going
First
down
Killer
the
got
field.
back.
Oh my goodness, I love Team Detonator. You can tell no nerves on the line, but I would like to see them clean up those double commits. It's happening a little too often back in that blue half.
Out of the corner,
there it is.
That's free for Mikan, and we're tied at 2.
Nobody home for FaZe Clan. You see AJ rotating off of the play. Sipical gets bumped off of the ball, and it's open season for Detonator. Tie this game up right at halftime, and FaZe Clan looking wobbly today.
Boy, are they. Second half of a very spicy second game. What a win by Burn. And then Mikan dumped this one deeper into the zone. There's no Olpix in the play. Kind of ironic that he's the one who gets demolished after all the demos from him in both the fall and winter. He's also been the leading assist man for this Detonator squad.
Well, that rings true today as well, Stacks. Already 2 assists in this series on both of the goals here in game number 2. So getting himself involved on offense and defense.
First Killer off the ceiling for AJ. Gonna take his time, picked his spot, and Olpix there to slam the door shut right in his face. Mikan now couldn't get the win over First Killer, and then runs right through Burn, does AJ. Thrown out in front, and just a little too strong for Sipical, and now the demos come left and right. Popped up by Sip, and it's gonna be Mikan's ball all the way.
Here in the final minute of gameplay, Stacks, and FaZe Clan have to make sure they don't commit too hard on offense as the pass is in. The backboard's clear. Burn is up and tucks it underneath, and Detonator take the late lead in game number 2.
Could that be the goal from Minamigawa-san, who puts Detonator up in the series, or at least on the board in the series? 3-2 now with 1:12 to go. This is incredible.
I am in disbelief. I cannot believe how well Detonator is representing the APAC region.
Tokyo Verde had 9 shots at it in Sweden and could not get a win. This team overcame A one-game advantage from that legendary Verdi squad in the grand finals. And an epic 7th game. That's off the post and set away again. Detonator.
Oh boy.
Certainly becoming fan favorites, you have to imagine, but here's First Killer against Olpix, and Olpix stands strong and makes the second save.
And now it's just time to kill the clock, as typical. Met well by Olpix, 50-50 in favor, but here comes First Killer. Yes, typical upfield, but can't quite find him. And less than 30 seconds to go here, Stacks. AJ looking for his first goal of the series.
Oh, demo by McCon at the back of the play.
And they're living up to their name. Demos happening all over the field in the waning moments of game number 2.
FaZe Clan trying to get it out of their own zone, and they can't because there's nobody to play the ball. 10 seconds left. Detonator closing in on a historic moment in LA. One more trip down the field, and Burns swats this down. Need to get it to the ground, and they do! Detonator ties the series!
And you saw a look of shock, you saw a look of disbelief, and Detonator getting the first win, Stacks, and putting FaZe Clan in a tie series. I cannot believe what is happening before my eyes, but look at McCon getting the MVP medal, putting himself in the play. Every single stat line has something underneath his name.
Absolutely, including the 6 demolitions. Look, AJ tried to keep up. FaZe Clan tried to keep up with the physical play, but Detonator used that to their advantage in a big, big way. And this FaZe defense that can at times resemble a bit of a sieve when they start to press forward, they gave up another one. And now Detonator, they've given them a little bit of hope in this series and all the momentum going into game 3, a tie-breaking 3rd game in this best of 5.
Yeah, and for me, I think FaZe Clan kind of just saw the stat line from when Detonator played against Team Queso and said, okay, we can take this easy. We don't have to respect them at all. Let's just go on offense and let everybody do their own thing. But no, Team Detonator playing like a true team in this one. Yes, a little bit of double commits, but that's not an issue because they didn't allow the ball to go in the back of the net, and they took advantage of every single opportunity that was given to them.
Look, this may in fact be an NA production, but that was no typo at the bottom. This series score, 1 apiece between Detonator and FaZe Clan. DF8 Stadium, the iconic backdrop for game 3. And it's Burn getting downfield early against First Killer, who had to kind of back off that play. And McCon with a confident win from the ceiling.
And Stacks, this is just what makes the majors so special as that ball almost finds its way in. Typical gets there at the last second. But man, Stacks, how I have missed LAN play, because miracles like this can happen, and you never know which team is going to take it at the end of the day.
Numbers are just that. Numbers. You play the game for a reason. AJ looking to get that to First Killer in front. Set away. It's going to take First Killer a moment to get back into the play as well, as McCon made the intercept at midfield. First Killer was there. McCon was faster, and AJ sends that to the corner where First is waiting. And now he'll try and play that field. He whiffed on it, and an opportunity again for Detonator as Olpix controls.
Yeah, and McCon was the last man back on that play and just said, I don't care, I'm going for this, we're going to keep possession. And Detonator still holding this ball in the orange half, but Detonator getting really comfortable in that back left corner as good 50-50 put on the ball. It's going to roll down, and First Killer and company starting to look very low on boost. AJ just got a full tank, but here comes McCon. Let's see what he can do with it in the box.
All right, got that win deep to the wall, and now First Killer back in the play, right at Olpix. And a clean win by Olpix will have that drop to AJ. Burn won't let him out of the zone. Now McCon, oh, he missed the open net, wide left. Oh, Detonator had a golden opportunity and could not convert, and now they're under fire on their half of the field with AJ and First Killer looking to march forward.
And we're going to put that one in the back of our memory bank and see how much that matters here in game number 3. We do know how stingy FaZe Clan is on defense as McCon puts that one, but AJ playing so patiently, realizing redirects can come out from anywhere. Flip resets have changed the way this game has been played, so got to make sure you stay on your heels on defense. AJ looking for a tight angle shot, can't quite find it.
Oh, no.
First Killer going to stay
again.
in. Yeah, typical. I don't know if he missed it or got bumped off, but either way, didn't make contact with the ball.
Well, he's trying to pass the first killer this time. He doesn't miss. Under the bar. FaZe Clan back in front.
Yeah, just running the gauntlet here. First killer disrupts that pass, and Typical just right back up to first killer. FaZe Clan running the 1-2-1 offense, and just halfway through game number 3, get their first goal.
And that's got to be a huge burden off the shoulders of FaZe. They score first in a game for the first time in this series. Now Olpix.
No way.
Blocked up high. Burn didn't make contact, so Typical now to first killer again. Look, if FaZe does hold here and manages to take care of business, it's going to be on the back of first killer, who's got 4 goals already, 4 out of the 5 that FaZe have scored. Typical, blocked by Mikan. Here's AJ with first killer across the way, and he led him too far.
And I'm just keeping my eyes on how FaZe Clan is positioning themselves on the field right now. All 3 members push very far forward into this blue half. Nobody covering up that midfield line. So if you're on Detonator, you've got to start thinking, okay, booming clear down the field on target has a very high likelihood of tying this game up.
And generate those rebounds. First killer almost added another. Boy, it's just edge of your seat stuff every time he's on the ball, and it has been like that for, I mean, at least the past 6 years. This is thrown away by Mikan with first killer bearing down on him. Then the demolition on first, but that leaves Typical. He got the post and it went in, and Typical adds his second goal of the series.
He saw his teammate. All right, he's not there anymore. I've got to take it myself, and I love the utilization of that flip at the last second to get some extra power behind the ball, and then he just feathers his boost, goes far post and in, and FaZe Clan give themselves a little bit of a buffer here in game 3.
Oh, first killer looking to add more. This will kick right out to AJ. He ran into Mikan there. So now Olpix. The window open just slightly for Detonator. That's a good infield pass. And Mikan met by first killer. Great recognition defensively.
Oh, there it is.
That goes to Burn, and he's added another. Detonator back within 1.
Well, and check this pass out from Olpix. AJ has to respect the shot here. Didn't realize it wasn't going to go back post, and Burn ends up pushing on the ball, puts that ball right behind AJ, and Detonator cut the lead in half.
This incredible run from Detonator continues. More twists and turns. They're back within 1. Thrown off the backboard. And Typical couldn't get to this, so now AJ will take over. Only 20 in the tank, but he stole some out of the Detonator half, and that's going to hinder Detonator greatly. Burn's going to use all of his, and he cannot get by first killer. But Mikan can continue the play, and he couldn't steal any out. He had to turn back and grab the midfield boost. Here's AJ with 30 seconds left. FaZe trying to kill off the final half minute here as Detonator going to lead a furious comeback charge, as they've so often done on their trip to the Major.
Big whiff on the defensive half. Great save there from Mikan. Still plenty of time to go, but they need to go now.
Down to 10 seconds. We saw FaZe scramble. The end of game 2, they couldn't bring it back. There's the demo, but first killer gets back in time. Olpix, not a good pass. Popped up by Burn, and it's only AJ at the back.
No way.
There's a chance, and Olpix couldn't keep it in the air. FaZe Clan back ahead in the series.
It was sketchy there in the last final moments, but FaZe Clan starting to find their confidence, and Typical getting himself involved in every offensive push down the field in this one. Has a goal, has an assist, and if you are on FaZe Clan or a fan of them, that has to be a relieving sight.
Well, one thing that has definitely changed from Detonator's previous series against Queso to this one, Burn has gotten going.
Oh, yeah.
He had 2 goals there, or he had a goal in that particular game. 3 now in the series to almost lead all scorers. He's only 1 behind, of course, the Wonder Kid, first killer, who continues to impress for FaZe Clan. Of course he does. And now gotta wonder, can he get a little help? Does he need some help to get FaZe across the finish line? Can Detonator bring it back here on Utopia?
I don't think he needs much help. If it's a different team, then I would say, oh, absolutely. But with how they're playing right now, they're at least holding Detonator in their defensive half long enough to where they can't get their offense quite going. But for moving forward with how aggressive they're playing and how often they're pushing past that midfield line with all three members, yeah, I'm starting to wonder if FaZe Clan needs to start looking at some film a little later on.
How much does Burn have left in the tank? 21 goals in that APAC qualifier, which included their incredible lower bracket run after dropping their very first series in that qualifier. But it culminated in the back and forth Game 7 victory. Here's First Killer adding his 5th. And FaZe Clan wastes absolutely no time trying to put away Detonator.
Yeah, and if you're Olpix, pick your poison there. Who's going for it? Is it Typical or First Killer? And Typical chooses right, drops that pass on a dime down to First Killer. And FaZe Clan wasting no time here in game number 4. Gonna try and just pad the stat line.
Burning a lot of boost. And Typical did well to just control that ball. He saw the entire Detonator offense starting to come up. Now First Killer trying to put his car in the way. It's Typical instead. Put the brakes on and let one go by. He's got Mikan in the air very early. And maybe just a little bit of jitters and some panic now on the side of Detonator, because I think we've moved past the point where it's like, okay, we're just happy to be here. Now it's, hey, we got a shot at this.
They do, and they're 3-on-1. Oh, Olpix needed the touch there as he had Mikan waiting in the midfield, and First Killer, not the guy you want to have the ball that long, and yeah, just feeds AJ, and you can't give First Killer this much time and space.
AJ, the last player to score in this series. Everybody else had at least one, and a brilliant play by First Killer. And of course, you see First Killer marching down the field. You have to imagine he's shooting. Very selfless play, recognizing he could just dish that off to AJ. FaZe Clan up 2. 2 was enough in game 3. Mikan will just sky this one up. Now AJ out of the corner. And Olpix quickly downfield, got the shot off, and First Killer made the save, then paid for it with his life temporarily. Now Typical, can he get this in front? No. And Burn should be able to clear away.
Great read there from First Killer to disrupt that pass, but here comes Mikan. Hard shot on target, and the communication starting to ramp up there as Typical was called off by AJ. First Killer can't quite find the double, and AJ just going to go back post and in. Already saw Burn in the air. Made it easy for him.
All right, playtime's over. The fun police have arrived. First Killer putting the shot there. And again, because of the respect that First Killer commands, because let's face it, he is the best player on the pitch. Everybody sits there hoping he misses, and then they don't have any kind of plan for the follow-up, which of course came from AJ. He's got 2 now in this potential clinching game for FaZe Clan. Here's AJ looking for more. Doesn't have a lot of boost in the tank. Detonator doesn't know that. Oh, he just teed it up for Typical, who adds a 4th.
Yeah, but watch AJ. He had a little bit of boost, 9, and then uses it right there to get that pass up just enough for Typical to get it over the defender. The mechanics of this team, the potential of this team are through the roof.
Watching Detonator just kind of staying on the ground when FaZe takes to the air. It's almost like they get a little starstruck. They become spectators for just a moment, and that little bit of hesitation, all it takes. FaZe Clan has struck 4 times as they try to put away a Detonator team that, for a moment, looked like they had a shot. This is a good shot out of the corner by Mikan, but easily sent away. And AJ couldn't stop Burns clear. Olpix way downfield. They've got numbers, and First Killer shut them all down.
Olpix had a great look there, and Burn not quite done. Typical forced to make a save off of the backboard as AJ going up, looking for a pass surely over to First Killer, denied by Olpix, but First Killer so good at feathering that boost.
How could he stay in the air that long?
Yeah, he's filled with helium, obviously.
I guess. Final 2 minutes. FaZe Clan have brought back some sense of normalcy here as AJ gets a hat trick in what is almost certainly going to be now the final game of this series. They've been tested, FaZe, so far today, but this is the answer they needed at the end here in Game 4.
Big time, and I love to see First Killer getting involved on offense, and we all know how dangerous of a striker he can be, but in game number 4 here, getting a playmaker, and that's exactly what FaZe Clan needs. They need him to step up in whatever way that they need, and right now they needed someone to hand those passes off and just feed Typical and AJ.
All right, there is no sugarcoating any of this. You saw what happened if you've been here. Oh my goodness, AJ has another off the redirect.
They are just styling now at this point. Stacks is, yeah, how are you gonna defend that? Good luck, Burn, as you see him backflip on the goal line. And FaZe Clan just making this one get away from him.
This is the FaZe Clan everybody's been waiting to see. You saw what happened against version 1, and again, you can't hide anything here. They have not been at their best, as Burn almost added one for the road here. But that's the key in any tournament, especially one of this magnitude. You're not always going to play at your best. You've got to find a way to get the win anyways. They have here, and this is a FaZe team that has been incredibly consistent in North America. They have not finished outside the top 4 since the second North American regional in the fall.
Yeah, the word that we should really focus on for the next few days is being dynamic. You cannot just sit back and do the same thing time and time again. You can't just let your opponents know what you're doing so easily, and FaZe Clan changing things up so well here and adapting to what is being put forth on the field.
30 seconds, First Killer gets back to his scoring ways, his 6th, FaZe's 7th. It's off the assist from AJ, and just one last parting shot from FaZe as they go up 7 with 30 to go.
You know, there's good things to take from this series if you're Detonator. 1, you got a game win, which hasn't been seen yet, and 2, they did get the most goals in a game scored by an APAC team at LAN by that game number 2, getting 3. So, hey, I kind of feel like FaZe Clan allowed him to get this one, though.
And this has been a great showcase for Burn. Yes, sure, 7-1, ha-ha, but Burn gets his 4th goal of the series. Mikon added 1, Olpix has added 1, Burn almost added another there, as First Killer has stopped, and we'll have a pause here with just 18 seconds to go, and we'll get First Killer sorted out here. So the end is nigh, but it will be delayed for just a moment before we can conclude this series.
Yeah, and we just got a little technical issue going on, and you might say there's only 24 seconds to go in this game, but hey, they could still get some more goals. They could still break that record. Detonator can get a couple more and put in 4. Why not?
Yeah, of course, they're going to be waiting for the restart whenever it comes here, as they'll undoubtedly kick it off, and we'll see if Detonator can add another there, and we'll see exactly how much time does get put on. But yeah, so what more can you say about how Detonator has performed here today? You know, they start with just an incredibly difficult doubleheader. You're going against the #1 team in Europe in Team Queso, and that went as expected. And then they come in against, yes, a struggling FaZe team, but still the #3 seed out of North America. I mean, you're asking them to go through Murderer's Row here, and they have handled themselves incredibly well in the second half of this doubleheader.
Well, you're starting to see how they could beat Tokyo Verde, you know, how that came to fruition. You know, it's not just the great offense. You know, yes, they do get a ton of shots. Yes, they do get a ton of goals, but they are also, in that winter qualifier, they were the #1 team as far as saves went also. And you could see that in this series. FaZe Clan was having such a hard time of scoring outside of game number 4. We're not going to bring that one up. But to hold FaZe Clan to only 2 goals in games 1, 2, and 3 speaks volumes of this Detonator team.
And look, we can say all we want to about Detonator, and we could be happy for them. There is still another team across the way, as mentioned, of course, here in FaZe Clan, and how well they have answered in the face of adversity. Because, again, they struggled mightily against version 1. Hard to have a worse start to your LAN experience, and then let's face it, there's got to be some sense over there of, oh my goodness, we are now the answer to a trivia question when they drop that game to Detonator in game 2. And then it's like, okay, how do we regain? And they had to battle in game 3, and then they left absolutely no doubt here in game 4. And again, this is a team that still, as much as they've struggled today, it's a very small sample size. We're looking at a team that does have legitimate world champion contender caliber here. And we've seen what they can be like at their peak when things aren't going their way. They clamp down on Detonator here in game 4. They're up 7-1 if you're just joining us with 18 seconds left. It is in game 4, so yes, Detonator got a game, but that's all they're going to get when we finally get these last less than a half minute off the clock here.
Well, and this format greatly benefits FaZe Clan, especially right now. They're coming in day number 1, not looking in peak form. I would say in game 4 they looked just fine, but up against V1, obviously losing that series and then coming in and dropping 1 game to Detonator. But it's to their benefit that this group play is happening, because they can kind of shake the cobwebs out if they can make it to this weekend when it is going to be everything on the line.
Yeah, we will finally have fans back. Of course, we hope you have enjoyed this series as much as we have. This has been a ton of fun to cast and just be a part of history here, whether you're joining us at home, on the road, virtually at Champions Field, via Rocket League Live, wherever you may be. It's just been a blast here to watch this series play out. And still the smiles on the face of Detonator here. Hey, look, they get a little more camera time before they are done for the day and they wrap things up. We go to the Mobile One High Performance replay as we recap what has been a wild series, a historic series. It started with Detonator getting a lead twice, and then First Killer decided the fun is over.
Comes off the back wall twice in game 1 to get those goals, and then game number 2, Detonator making sure everyone's eyebrows were raised and stealing a game away from FaZe Clan. They looked so good in that game, and like we mentioned, 3 goals, a record for APAC in the LAN setting.
Yeah, that game winner out of Burn, and who else would it have been, right? I mean, Olpix scored in the... Oh, no, it was Burn that scored in the series against Queso. Then Olpix added one early on here. Mikan has added a goal. Burn adding his 3rd. You just saw there, his 4th here in this game is the lone tally and a 7-1 scoreline as we, again, wait to get, I believe, First Killer back up and ready to go here. Sipical has, look, he has struggled today, but he really came through at the end when FaZe Clan needed him most. Look, all the shots aren't going to fall, and there's some that I'm sure he'd love to have back, but he's going to be feeling a lot of relief that some of those shots did fall, and his passes found the mark as well. Sipical was a huge part of FaZe turning the tide at the start of Game 4.
Yeah, and for a team like FaZe Clan, you can't go out there and be like an elephant and remember everything, because you're easily going to tilt yourself. You got to go out there and be a goldfish, have a 6-second memory, and just forget what happened in game 1 going into game 2. Obviously remember and dissect what their team is trying to do against you, but your own mistakes, you've just got to let bygones be bygones and put those in the past. And it looks like this team is able to do that, and that is going to be dangerous for the rest of not only this group, but the rest of the teams here at the Winter Major.
Well, I'm glad that our admins have got the monitor that I ordered. I didn't expect them to deliver it to me personally at the LAN, and I don't know why they're delivering it to First Killer right now, but that's fine. It's kind of funny how...
No, that was not funny.
It is funny in a way. This series stops in Game 4 with the series well in hand with about 20-some-odd seconds left, and First Killer's like, I can't see. Like, really? Just play without the monitor. He probably could score. He is a machine. Let's be honest here, and he's been phenomenal in this series. 6 goals, 4 assists, all in a row, by the way, as part of this onslaught, where he was just setting up AJ left and right. And AJ came alive at the end as well, where he'd been very quiet. Then he starts getting going, and it's just next man up for FaZe Clan, right? I mean, you can never really just key in on First Killer, because once he stops scoring, somebody else usually picks up the slack. In this case, it was AJ.
Well, I'll tell you, Stacks, if we get the FaZe clan that showed up here in game number 4 that's going up against the Team Queso we saw against the Detonators on the B stream, that is going to be an insane series. And I can almost guarantee you that that is going to go to game 5.
Something to consider coming into this event. Everybody talks about the North America versus Europe thing. Look, at RLCS events, that series is only 49-40 in favor of Europe. It's a lot closer than people think. And First Killer and AJ have never lost to a European team. Keep that in mind when First Killer and FaZe Clan go up against Team Queso later on in Group A play.
It's going to be tremendous. And Detonator, you know, I was talking over on the B stream, and before anything began today, I said, I think their best chance is going to be against V1. I am not too sure if that's going to hold true after V1 demolished FaZe in their first series, but Detonator has gotten better as the day has progressed, and what a team to peak against is V1. I mean, that is their best shot in my opinion, and if they can take them down, that's really going to rattle up the group.
As we wrap things up here, we're getting players back in and ready to go in just a couple of moments. Of course, there is another stream going on as well over at twitch.tv/RL Esports, a 5-game day on the docket over there. And we, of course, saw Team Queso take on Detonator as the first half of the doubleheader for both of these teams, all these teams in Group A. The General NRG takes on Furia over there, followed by a G2 doubleheader against Evil Geniuses and Team Secret. And still plenty left on the docket here over on A stream. We've got Dignitas and Space Station Gaming closing it out. Team BDS takes on Evil Geniuses. Still many high power matchups left to go here as soon as we get this matchup concluded. Again, if you're just joining us, Detonator, the qualifiers out of APAC North, they got a historic win in Game 2 over FaZe Clan. That's all they've gotten. 2 very tightly contested games. They had a lead in both games 1 and 2. And then FaZe Clan took over, starting with Game 3. A tightly contested third game that they held on to win. And 7-1 right now with about 20 seconds left in Game 4. Waiting to get a player situation sorted before we can make this one official and move on past Group A play here today.
Yeah, our admin's doing a fantastic job of getting things all set up. And I mean, if that was a monitor swap, that's got to be one of the fastest I have ever seen to get that thing back up and running. Great job to them.
It's like a pit crew.
It really is. But like you said, Stacks, only a few seconds left here in game number 4 and the series as well, as FaZe is on match point, just looking for the clock to expire with zeros all the way across it. But for Detonator, Stacks, what you've seen against FaZe Clan, obviously better than what we saw against Team Queso, but in your opinion, if they are going to find success and get a series win, which I know is a long shot, what, in your opinion, do you think that they're going to need to change up to be able to do that?
Boy, that is a tough one to answer, as you've got a team that it's such a small sample size between these two, and there's only so much you can glean, right? I mean, the numbers will certainly tell a certain story. At the end of the day, there's a human element, especially here at LAN, with players making their LAN debuts, and this roster for FaZe debuting. Looks like the players are back in. We're ready to go. The final 18 seconds will tick away here. First Killer, we can confirm, is indeed playing with a monitor, and we'll see if this scoreline holds for the final 10 seconds. This is thrown in front, and First Killer will have Burn take this. The only question, what will be the final score? 7-1, because Burn's not going to keep that in the air. FaZe Clan battles adversity and goes 1-1 in Group A. They deny Detonator any further history, but what a historic series it was for Detonator and the APAC region.
Oh, and they've just got a big sigh of relief there to get out of that series unscathed. They did drop one game, but I would argue in game 4 just looked in peak form, and you see fist bumps going all around. Mutual respect between all of these teams. At the end of the day, we're all here for one reason, and that's because of the love of Rocket League.
for AXB being kind of thrown into this coach role as well. Of course, again, big shout out to Moopy, who has been the longtime coach of FaZe, and then AXB taking over for the fall major. We go now to the Mobile One high performance replay, and high performances all around, especially in the latter half of this series, especially from FaZe. But there's the one out of Burn getting through First Killer. They got one. That was all they were going to get. They got one game. They got one goal in Game 4. And Detonator will, at least I'm sure, be very happy with their performance here on day one.
Yeah, like we were talking about. I mean, they were just happy to be here. But to take one game away from FaZe Clan, one of the best teams in North America, that's a feather you're going to want to keep in your hat for a very long time to come.
So now we have a little bit more to go through here today. It's, again, still 3 more matches to go, and I believe we still have Dazarin standing by with one of the players out of FaZe Clan. It's going to be interested to hear what FaZe has to say, because, again, they've had just this roller coaster of a day, right? And I'm curious to hear, first of all, who wants to speak up more. I mean, look, First Killer has a lot to say, I'm sure. He had a lot to say in that series, a big part of their success. And what is an international land without the international rich man Daz? Let's take it away.
Thank you so much, Stacks. I'm not rich, but I am here with First Killer, who, you got the win on finally. It was obviously you had the long break and everything else, but, you're 1-1 in groups, but it still seemed like it was a tough match against Detonator. How was it for you?
We were just like trying to have fun, but today's been a rough day. Like, we started off slow. We're still trying to get the hang of things at land and stuff like that, so yeah.
Yeah, obviously, it's Sip's first time being at a LAN in a while, especially the first time this season, obviously. Kind of talk to me about how he's been and getting him more integrated with the team.
It's been good, he's fitting well with the team. Where we're friends and stuff. Everything's fine, but just just a bad start, like I said.
Yeah. And of course, you're 1-1 now in groups. I think Queso as well is 1-1. It looked like from all the screaming that Virgin 1 won that last series. But how do you feel, prep for the matchup against Queso later?
I'm confident. I think tomorrow's a different day. I think we're gonna bring all we had, just go as hard as we can, and just play as best as we can.
I hope to see it. You guys have been looking pretty good. So talk to me about the energy of being kind of in this atmosphere. Like I said, calm especially. We've been hearing lots of yelling and all that stuff. I mean, how has that affected you? Because you've been in this middle seat now, and you guys got to get just as loud almost if you guys even want to calm.
Yeah, we need to be louder. I think today the comms, the energy was a bit down, but yeah, I need to get louder. I need to get louder than calm for tomorrow.
Get loud, First Killer. Okay, we want to see it. Now, before we go to a quick break, I just want those guys who are watching on twitch.tv/Rocket League to know we're going to be restarting the stream. If you guys are watching this on any other platforms, don't go anywhere. But, like I said, we're going to restart twitch.tv/Rocket League as we cut to a quick break.
Blueberry short stack? Got any games on your phone?
It's 3 a.m. I need a taquito. If you want it, we can get it from the 7-Eleven. Slurpee, light bulbs, antifreeze. Here's your order, nacho cheese. If you want it, we can get it from the 7-Eleven. Tippy driver.
This might not be your car. And this might not be your engine. Maybe this isn't your morning routine. And maybe these aren't your coworkers. Perhaps these aren't your standard driving conditions. Far from it. But this is your oil, which means you're one of us, doesn't it? For serious engines, on and off the track, upgrade to Mobile One.
Everything we've been through makes us strong enough. You and I, you and I. Everything we've been through makes us strong enough. You and I, you and I. I can feel it bursting through my veins. Love's the only road we know. But we've been playing, and now we feel that we can light it up. I can feel it bursting through my veins. Love's the only road we know. But we've been playing, and now we feel that we can light it up. Cast upon your heart, turning every little moment into scars. Baby, it's our chance to make a start, so we can fly. Let the silhouette cast upon your heart, turning every little moment into scars. Baby, it's our chance to make a start, so we can fly.
We on the top and we ain't gonna fall. This an obsession, a habit you call. We hitting automatic, never stall. Only got one tactic, do it all. I'm from the bottom, I hate what I saw. I couldn't walk, so I learned how to crawl. They wanna talk when you're back to the wall. So I say later, my aim moving small. Money grows from my intuition. I just bought a crib, that's my first edition. People hate it when you claim a vision, but I use a static when I hit ignition. Hungry moves, I'm faster in a minute. I stay fresh to death, I'm in a mint condition. Forge a heat, no matter where I've been, and give me any place, and it'll be a kitchen. This how we flow to the top. I'm on a wave and it never gon' stop. I hit a 3, now we running the clock. 24 seconds, I still block your shot. I'm making this an eternal spot. Permanent stain in the flow, ink blot. Don't step to me when I get too hot. I'ma end your life and it's all you got. We on the top and we ain't gonna fall. This an obsession, a habit you call. We hitting automatic, never stall. Only got one tactic, do it all. I'm from the bottom, I hate what I saw. I couldn't walk, so I learned how to crawl. They wanna talk when you're back to the wall. So I say later, my aim moving small. Homemade flow, I'm a PVC. There ain't one player out doing just like me. Heart rate froze, check the EKG. I hate wasting time, no eventually. Routine teamwork when nobody see, but I ain't feel the stress, I know it's meant to be. 30 beats, I'm on a killing spree. I made every song in my discography. Yeah, that's every cent, every dollar. I ain't tryna listen to a broke scholar. Making moves to make the money taller, to the cash topping on the Eiffel Tower. Labels calling, I won't wear the collar. With my own drive, I can take it farther. Do it myself, don't ever bother. Been self-made now, shout out to my father. We on the top and we ain't gonna fall. It's an obsession, a habit you call. We hitting automatic, never stall. Only got one tactic, do it all. I'm from the bottom, I hate what I saw. I couldn't walk, so I learned how to crawl. They wanna talk when you're back to the wall. So I say later, my aim moving small. Woo.
Welcome back to the Rocket League Championship Series Winter Major, live from Los Angeles. I'm Wavepunk, joined by Gibbs, Roldiz, and T-Bates. If you haven't already, hit F5. Make sure you're refreshed on the stream there. We did go down, come back up. It's all getting figured out. Day one jitters, even for Twitch. You know?
But if they're hearing you, they already hit F5.
So then you got to end chat. Put F5 so that the people who are sitting there going, oh, that's what I'm supposed to see, right? That's how it's supposed to work here. Group B, or Group A here, the action's been pretty intense so far. Some big upsets here. Version 1, guys, getting the win on Queso on the B stream. Rolled as none of us saw this coming.
I did not believe it, but I did. Because if you know me, the tweet that I just posted, it's a little history in the books. I said V1 was NA's last hope. And look at them.
But FaZe, they did win here versus Detonator, but Detonator got the first APAC victory under their belt.
We were second there
for
a second.
It wasn't confident win, I'll tell you that much. Detonator actually took the first win, like you said, Gibbs, for the APAC region. And let me tell you, there's some tight games, man. Tight games all the way. It took FK having to take shots like that in order to be Detonator. Look at Burn, nice and up early. Woo, that was special.
And so it was all first killer. It was all first killer throughout this whole series. And all of today, it seemed like he was the only one doing really anything on this FaZe squad. But it's the end of their day, which is probably a good note for them. They go 1-1. They play Queso tomorrow to battle for the 2 and 3 seeds, very likely.
I got to ask, okay, at the very end of this game, there's 18 seconds left. FaZe calls a timeout, up by 6 goals. You're both players. You both have been in situations where teams are having to call pauses here. Roldiz, if you're losing by 6 and a team calls a pause, how do you feel?
If I could get out right there, get me out. Get me out immediately. I don't know what was up with that. I would have been like, yo, hey, listen. Come on, play along.
Let's go.
You can get it out.
I don't care if you can't see. It doesn't matter. Let's just play these 18 seconds, please.
Competitive integrity maintained through the end of the tournament. We will stand by our ideals here. And FaZe does bounce back to get the win there. So Detonator has to play version 1 tomorrow. That'll be version 1's last match. Assuming they get the win there, they will be the #1 seed out of Group A. Let's take a look at the groups after the beginning of our play today. You can see that 2-0 for version 1 up on top. Queso sitting at 1-1. FaZe also going to be at 1-1. Detonator at 0-2. So that result maybe hasn't updated just yet. But Group B's next year, Gibbs.
Yes, so that group is over. Only one match left. That'll be tomorrow. We see V1 again, 2-0. They get to play Detonator. If they win that, 3-0, and they're going to the upper bracket. They're going to the crowd. But now we focus in on Group B, the only group that has a regional winner from all 4 teams. And it's a fully international group. And we see now the OCE team and Renegades. They played all 3 of these teams last time at the Fall Major. So it's a repeat for them, and CJ is probably pretty happy about that because last time they played Endpoint, well, it was a 3-0.
And let me tell you, man, this is probably the hardest group out of all the groups. All the groups are groups of death. Good job, Gibbs.
Yeah.
But this one's probably the hardest, and let me tell you why. Because they have CJ, Renegades. They're out there. They're about to play Endpoint coming up, and let me tell you, they're always ready. They're always ready for that smoke, you know what I'm saying? CJ, he talks a lot of noise. You heard him on the interview earlier, on the Redemption playlist, man. He's ready for this moment.
Oh, yeah. He is ready, and we'll get into it. It'll be the first match of Group B. We'll have Endpoint taking on Renegades. Can the Endpoint Slayers come back and do it again here? EU versus OCE. How are we feeling about Endpoint right now, Gibbs? I feel like there's a little bit of a drop off from the fall split to the winter split.
I don't think so because I think with Endpoint, a lot of people thought that the fall split might have been a little bit of a fluke where they finished so well, but they did it again in winter, like in Europe. They're here. They're going to play Renegades. I don't see another 3-0 happen. I think they're more ready now because, you know, like last time around, it was their first match for the fall major. A lot of nerves on the line there. Now they got that behind them, that they played through a whole Swiss. They advanced last time through, while their opponents did not. So I think they are ready finally. The nerves should not be a factor.
Well, let's hear what Endpoint had to say about coming into the Winter Major.
For me, it's marvellous to be one of the few teams in Europe, if not the world, to be at a major. I'm speechless.
The ball gets popped. Clock ticks closer to 0. Ticks closer to an Endpoint win. Oh, he's done it again.
The big thing that made us accomplish to qualify for LA was our team chemistry and our connections with each other. Like, we're all super close. We're all friends inside and outside the game. We always spend lots of time together, and just our own like ability to have fun. The atmosphere is probably the best I've ever seen. Like I haven't seen many other teams that are better because we're always laughing, we're always having fun, and we're just doing what we want really. The thing that will push us to the top and to give us potentially a win is just our attitude, just to not give up and just to keep winning with each other and just feeling in the moment, and hopefully we can feed off crowd energy.
Brainwave happily there, although this is dangerous, and Metza don't believe in any of it. Now Seiko passes it.
I think us trying to be less professional at times really boosts us. I think we just play better in that sort of environment where we're just not too serious, because I think that makes us worse. Well, I hope fans can see good results from us, which is the easy thing to say, but I also hope that people see what sort of a team we are, just having fun and just being ourselves.
Des, we're hearing more and more from teams, I feel like, that the feels-good vibes, just having fun on the pitch is the way to go.
Yeah, everybody follows North America, ways, and NRG started this trend, and now everybody seems to follow suit.
Fell into that trap.
I mean, at the same time, the man Metzenaris here has some of the most experience playing on LAN of any Rocket League player alive today. Also the most experience losing in big matches, which might sound like a bad thing, but I'm going to spin it as a good thing here, that like those are the things that are hard to get around. Those are the things that will really tank your mental, and look how good of an attitude he's maintained.
He's always happy, so it's just going to be really fun to watch these guys. Last time around, again, they started off Swiss 0-1. They battled back and made it to the playoffs. So we'll see what they have in store this time. They don't want to begin on a bad foot, and I don't think they will, because they got one player in particular, T-Bates, that can do everything.
Who that be? He's on your screen right now. That boy named Seiko, man. He can do everything possible. If you went back and watched any fall major stream watch party, specifically Roll Diz's watch party, you would know how much respect this man commands. When he is up in the air, there's not a player in the game, in my opinion, that the fear he instills in his opponent and the viewers watching. When Seiko pops the ball up, all eyes are on that.
Well, Endpoint is ready to go, but the team that was able to give them a 3-0 at the fall major was on the other side of the pitch. It's Renegades.
Here we are again. It's awesome to be back, and yeah, I think there's a lot of energy now here in LA with the crowd coming back for the first time. So for this major, we've been boot camping for 2 weeks. I guess you could say we're the best prepared we have been so far. So really ready to go. I'm looking forward to it.
Yeah, that said, they're still in danger. DJ with a second strike.
I think it's super important to practice hard and train hard, and particularly in OCE, whenever we can, when we do qualify for these big events, it's crucial to go on boot camp. This major, we just really want to keep working on what we built over in Sweden. We had a really strong performance, taking down some top teams, so this time if we can push that a little bit further, that'd be great, and hopefully, we can put in a strong show.
Beaver's been really great in terms of his read, in terms of his straight touches. And how does he read that?
I just like to say thank you to everyone back home, everyone supporting us. We're here to put up a fight, we're not just here for a holiday, so get behind us. We've worked hard and we're ready.
part of that video is Fever not knowing what to do with chains.
He's like, yeah, I guess I'll punch with them. Like, but CJ, the oldest man here, old at 23. I'm way too old for this job. But CJ, the one thing I love about Renegades is if they would have clinched probably by Regional 2, they probably would have came out early and just boot camp for like a month and a half.
Yeah.
Because these guys care so much. They show up before anyone else. They grind it out. They've been here for 3 weeks at this point. They want this so badly. They were so close last time, 9th place. They want more.
I think everybody continuously doubts OCE as a complete region, and they come in every single
They
major.
grind and they get results.
Every single major trying to prove a point. I think this could be the major that Renegades proves their point.
I do think it matters to them so much. It's fascinating to me to see the dichotomy of all the videos we've seen so far. Every team's been like, oh, we just want to have a good time. Like, this team actually has a good time. They actually are such goofballs off the pitch and on the pitch, but at the same time, it matters to them so much, Bates.
It really does matter to them. I mean, listen, they have OC on their back. That's why they're here early. They understand that they don't have the opportunity to scrim against the best in the world all the time. So when you're given that chance, you make sure you get here early. Make sure that preparation is there. So when these type of matchups come up, when you got to go up against Seiko, you already know how he plays. You are from the scrims. You know how Metro approaches the ball. You know how Wade's a sniper. And then you take all that into account and you play your game.
And they got to have confidence here, Gibbs, coming in, knowing that they were able to, in this environment, beat Endpoint at the Fall Major. Can they do it again? We're going to find out. Chat, let us know who you think is going to win in the Verizon fan vote. Use hashtag END or hashtag RNG, depending on who you are rooting for there. Gibbs, this is a tough one.
This is a tough one. Huge upset last time around. I don't think it happens again. I have Endpoint winning this group. I have to pick them here, so I'm going Endpoint.
Oof. Ooh, this is so tough, so tough. I want to back CJ.
Do it.
But I can't. I can't. I was talking to Seiko, and we were talking about 1v1. He's going to demolish me, playing on the ceiling and everything. I got to go Endpoint, man. It's too much mechanical ability. They always have fun while they're playing as well. The mentality, the NRG mentality that they're copying, it's on point. Endpoint.
Listen, usually I would go Endpoint.
Oh, no.
But I'm already learning from this LAN experience, man. I'm already learning. I heard that boy Calm all the way from over here. All the way from over every single time they needed a moment, Calm is screaming. Does anybody on Endpoint have that CJ hype? I don't think so, man. All it takes is a couple clutch moments, Fever, a couple of double taps. You're going to have CJ screaming across the Seiko. Is he going to be ready to handle it? And you got to think about it. Endpoint might have a little PTSD. Going up against Renegades, man. Listen, they started them off slow early, and I think they might do it again. I'm going Renegades. I'm going Renegades in this one. Nice said and done.
Okay, man. Bates is convincing me here. Bates is convincing me here.
We're all CJ fans.
Everyone wants to see CJ win.
No. I want to see him lose because then he's on the desk with us.
Oh,
so I would prefer that.
I like that. Let him go out on his own terms. Let him go. We got plenty of great people on the desk already here. I think I'm going to go with Renegades on this one. I think CJ and Cammy and Fever can get loud if they score early, strike first, get in the heads. The same way we saw V1 get in the FaZe's heads here. I think we see the upsets, and it's been an upset kind of day.
It has been.
My goodness, we're going to be a split desk down here. How split is chat though? I want to know. This one seems a little pretty close there. 57 going to Endpoint here. What? Okay, so Bates, the attitude's all great, but when it comes to what's happening on the pitch here, what does Renegades need to do to shut down a player like Seiko?
You don't.
You play around him?
You hope he has a bad day.
You gotta hope that he. You gotta give him. You gotta hope that he is, like Gibbs said, having a little bit of an off day and of himself. I mean, he gets his space, he gets his time. He's probably the most threatening player in the game itself. What you gotta do is you gotta neutralize Metza and relating wave to the greatest extent possible, and I'll probably make you as successful as possible. That's what I think.
And this is small region versus big region. Last time around, Fall Major, 3-12 small regions versus big regions. One of those wins was here, but most of the time, NA in Europe, they take down these other regions. They are huge favorites here, absolutely. But if there's a bad day by him, that star player in Seiko, there's a chance because Endpoint, they rely so heavily on him.
Do you truly believe Seiko's about to have a bad day, though, Gibbs?
No, I don't. I mean, he just yawned, so I'm a little worried. But
oh, no, get that man a Red Bull.
Yeah, please. We need some energy drinks out there ASAP. But, like, I don't think he will. But at the same time, it's like one game could be the difference. We know with the momentum, we know with CJ yelling, you never know what can happen. We saw it in Group A, version 1. They come out on top right now. A lot of that is just the hype, just riding that high. We'll see if Endpoint can make sure that they're ahead of the curve the entire time.
And then in game ones are really big in these series, especially for a team like FaZe. That's something I should have thought about earlier. FaZe probably walked in thinking they were going to take game one against V1. Endpoint, I'm going to say they're a little bit more mature. I'm a little mature, a little bit more understanding that anything can happen on here. So maybe they won't react as badly as if once they lose game one, if they aren't to lose game one. But once you take game one, it's anybody's series, in my opinion. Yeah, that shakes it all up.
Rold is, I mean, I think we used to always talk about game one. It's like, oh, it's this feelers. Well, teams kind of figuring out what they do. I feel like now, game one is the hit them with your hardest punch, hit them with the strategy you came in with, and then adapt moving forward. Do you see that similar, like that continuing on in the games that you play?
Yeah, no, 100%. Like, you want to have that momentum to start off the bat, and that's what teams are feeding off, especially at this LAN. So I think it's a good point going forward that the first win is going to be maybe the whole win.
Game one setting the tone for the match. Who's going to get it here in Renegades versus Endpoint? A storied rematch in LANs as far as we're concerned here for RLCS 21 and 22. Let's get over to the pitch and see who's going to take it down. Endpoint in the blue, Renegades in the orange. The Verizon Skybox has got the call for you.
A story of redemption and revenge between Endpoint and Renegades. Renegades trying to get past the top 8 performance, and Endpoint just trying to get revenge from losing this matchup in the fall major. Chiefs, this is going to be a good one.
Yeah, definitely should be an excellent match no matter which way you dice it. I think there's a lot of good points that you can look at. You know, Endpoint tends to have a much stronger counterattack game, and they tend to play a lot of defense. So if Renegades are able to get out there and apply that pressure early on, they may get the momentum that Roldis was talking about on the desk. The only problem is Endpoint has grown by leaps and bounds since the fall major. Seiko is an incredibly dangerous force and would not be surprised to see the Endpoint counterattack crack through the Renegades defense once or twice.
You got to think too, on Endpoint's side of the field, they have a lot in terms of offensive firepower. You see Wave up with the ball there, but Fever's going to get a beat, forcing Seiko. Oh, that's a big whiff from Seiko, and Fever will score that goal.
A rough start to this series, to say the least. I mean, Relating Wave trying his best to hang with it, but Fever, way to understand the angles, get up in front, and Seiko, I mean, he really probably wasn't even thinking he was going to have to make a save from right there, just couldn't get up in time.
Got to get the LAN jitters out the way. I remember Wave saying that at the fall major after their first day. And now, looks to be part of the case here. As you see Seiko up with the ball. Gets the flip reset, uses the flip, tries to carry it past the entire Renegades defense. And Mets looking for a pass middle to Wave, but it will be blocked out. Renegades defense holding up here early.
Really got to like that patience from the Renegades defense as well. Explosions in the midfield, and that's really the big thing is you can't get drawn too far into whatever type of air dribble Seiko's going to bring at you, because he can throw you a lot of mix-ups, and you kind of got to give him a little extra space to make sure you understand what he's doing, because he's exceptionally powerful at breaking down defenders.
See Cammy launching that one downfield, going to bring some space here to Renegades. They get some offensive pressure. How long can they hold on to it? When Seiko's on the ball, not really that long. You see him now struggling to maintain possession. CJ will get a big clear, and now we'll see Renegades again on the offense. Haven't amounted to much, but that shot, that testing shot from Cammy, forcing a double commit. As Endpoint, they're able to get the ball downfield as well, but we haven't seen too many shots from them either.
Yeah, I'm really liking Renegade's approach as well, because both teams taking very, very deep rotation back for both sides. Seiko uncontested here as Fever coming out of his own corner, able to make a clear out to the side. But when you're so focused on making sure you don't give anything up, then you do kind of lose a little bit of ability to put extra pressure on a defense.
We're going to see exactly how much pressure Renegades can hold on to. We got 3 minutes left in this first one. Relating Wave up, looking for the win on that challenge, but will be blocked out. CJ with the touch off. Now, Seiko gets it past one. Mets are looking for a 50. Endpoint with some decent offensive pressure here. And for Renegades, I mean, this is really good. CJ looking for a shot, almost. That one went just right off the top of the crossbar. will get cleared away.
Great pressure overall from Renegades. You have to like the willingness to try and drive something home right there, just off the crossbar, but that's what we're talking about. Endpoint, they tend to play a lot of defense, and Renegades slowly starting to sink their teeth in a little bit more here as Kami buying some extra time with the midfield. And Endpoint just trying to find an option to get out of their own half, reset a little bit of that field position, and have some extra space to work with, try and get it going back the other way.
We'll see how these teams handle with this midfield space. Right now, Seiko, the only one with boost and needs it. That one's going to bounce off the backboard. Fever a little bit too fast. And now, Kami trying again. This is really good setup here for Renegades. But will they be able to hold on to the ball? Will drop down. CJ, will miss that one. Kami gets bumped. Wave is going to shoot. And Seiko will pick up the tying goal.
Really surprised to see Renegades break down there in the midfield. I mean, CJ just totally came up empty, and Seiko got a big bite out of Kami going back the other way. So, Endpoint, they find a way to break out of their own half, and tough approach for Renegades. Two people not able to get their hands on it and concede one that they probably feel they shouldn't have given up.
Everything seemed to be, in form there for Renegades, and just one mistake. And it's an open net look for Endpoint. Now everything's all tied up. And oh my goodness, you see Seiko with that carry, big 50 win. Able to get this one pushed through, but only for a certain amount of time. Here's CJ. Touch out. Gives that one up to Seiko. Popped into the air. What's he going to do? Has one flip. Has two flips. Activates them and gets it past the defense on the goal line, but nothing doing with that play.
Gotta like the timing of Fever's approach there. Yeah, he let him have the first flip reset to make the push forward, but after that, he's a lot more committed to a trajectory, as that's going to pinball around the blue box and going to clear it away with Relating Waves touch. And pressure being put on here by Endpoint with the final minute remaining. Can they keep a wall up at the midfield, though, and a huge amount of space for Renegades to get a free clear, but see if Renegades can make it back in time for this Endpoint transition.
This is an amazing opening game here for Renegades right now. I mean, just to have the lead for so long, and then at the same time, they're forcing Endpoint, as Seiko trying to get that solo play, still being stopped there. The defense from Renegades is holding on. They've been able to match the offense that Endpoint is thrown out, and 30 seconds left, we're still tied in regulation.
Gorgeous catch from CJ as well, trying to force Renegades back into being the controlling players on the field. As that one top left bar down and out, so close.
More pressure, final few seconds on the clock. Metsunoris in an awkward spot. That one, it pinches off the post. Wait for a demo. Kami now, slow ball. That one drops now. Ball still in the box. Can Renegades do something with it? No, it's going the other way. Does Endpoint have possession? Relating Wave gets challenged early, and that will hit the ground. Overtime in game one.
Could have easily been Renegades' game here. A lot of tough shots to save for Endpoint's defense, and thankfully the fourth man, the crossbar, got it done for him a couple times here in regulation. Endpoint definitely needed to make some adjustments. Renegades threatening.
Maybe a chance here. Good beat. Can CJ get this to Kami? He will be able to have possession and has all the boost for Renegades. Gives up the ball. CJ and Fever still on the way back, just trying to recover. And CJ comes in. Rotations have been pretty good for Renegades to be able to still play on the ball even with low boost. But there's Wave. There's Wave! Wave gonna end game one in overtime.
Excellent job here from Endpoint, capitalizing on a mistake. CJ and Kami colliding, and the third man back for Fever. Thinking someone was going to go for a challenge. He's ready to move forward and play support for him, and it all just collapsed right there with the team bump and Relating Waves. And thank you very much, all the way home with it.
Yeah, it's great to see Renegades be able to have so much pressure and kind of command space on the field, but you have to look out for Endpoint, because Relating Wave is a quiet threat on the field always. If he has enough space, if he can take a free shot or even just have like free time to carry the ball, he will be a threat that, sometimes is really hard to stop. A very slow start here for Endpoint, and you saw that with that first goal scored. Renegades did a great job of holding on to it, but it just kind of fell out of their hands.
It really did. I mean, a couple of goals that Renegades felt like I probably shouldn't have let either of those ones into the net, and then of course end up losing it in overtime. And to top it off, the shooting was so close. I mean, if Renegades put two of those shots in the top corner, there's no way Endpoint was taking that one back from them. So I think Endpoint should count themselves fortunate. They played a pretty solid game, but you got to give credit where it's due. I do think Renegades played the better game in game one. They just didn't come away with the win.
Only 1 shot difference there, 7 shots to 8, and you can count that one that went in as the final one for Relating Wave there. So it was a pretty even first matchup between these two. And when you think about it, right, you look at Seiko, you look at just, again, he's expected to perform here on this stage.
Absolutely.
That kind of comes with a little bit of pressure. But then you look at Renegades, that drive that this team has, like they're not gonna stop. Game 2 on your screen here. Renegades definitely looking to make up for that first one. Offense a little quiet. They're able to put on the shot numbers, but they lack the goals. They just have to fix up those rotations as we get going.
You can definitely see the work that's come, the fruits of their labor being out here for 3 weeks earlier. I mean, Endpoint was a top team in Europe at one point not so long ago, the #1 team in Europe, and Renegades really giving them a run for their money there in game 1, so not to be taken lightly. Little team bump from Endpoint right there, really gonna weaken their ability to press here.
Oh man, little 3-point passing play. Relating Wave dropped that one. Metz was a little slow to get there, but we'll try this one. He gets a touch off the ceiling, tries to play the 50 out, but it's a good 50 from Cammy. Endpoint already starting things off well offensively as Seiko almost looks for another double flip reset. He's so mechanical.
That's what I was talking about. I mean, you give the ball to Seiko on the air dribble. That's why you have to be real careful about how you approach him, because if you overcommit one way or the other, he's got the ability to just flip the ball another direction and make you look stupid on defense. It's so tough to defend that guy.
Oh, that's a mistake. Will they be punished for it? They will. Endpoint strike first.
Real nice job here. Endpoint gaining early possession, never letting go. CJ overcommitting a little too far there in the corner. Needed that corner boost and kind of the play tracking itself over, bounced off the sidewall over his shoulder and just not in position to come out and attack that ball. And Renegades give up another one.
For Renegades, they're playing, I'd say rotationally wise, positionally wise, they're in pretty good spots. But the problem is just whenever it's time to make the touch, either someone just misses or someone just barely gets the wrong touch, and then things just fall apart. Endpoint are waiting for those opportunities, and they jump on it like that,
well,
so fast.
That's the Endpoint MO, you know what I mean? That's why they play so much defense, because they're so consistent on that side of the ball, and then their ability to just point the scalpel through the tiny gap in your defense that materializes every so often is really what drives their winning ways. That's a nice save from Relating Wave away from his own net, but Renegade's first chance here to try and put some pressure on him, but nobody really in position to sit tight at the midfield and try and box Endpoint in, and that was one of the big things that I really needed Renegades to be doing consistently if I felt they needed to come out on top here.
It's all about Renegades and them being able to have offensive pressure. They're under pressure right now. You see them trying to just get things together. That's not a good touch because Seiko has the ball and it's in your net just like that. Second goal for Seiko this game.
Nice camp there from Seiko at the top of the box. Stole the corner boost, rotated out, and Kami trying his best. Really not his fault for not getting a boomer clear there. Was kind of approaching the ball from a very strange angle and unfortunately caught it a little bit higher on the ball than he would have liked, and Seiko realized it, jumped all over it.
You can see from the cams, you know, it's both teams' first match of the day. Little bit, you know, just trying to get locked in, trying to, you know, realize how things flow, and that's perfectly normal. But we've seen other teams play today with a lot of energy, and maybe that might be the difference maker here. Renegades looking a little quiet, might need to see some of that from CJ.
They got to get something going first, and I think even if they just put a couple of nice shots on target towards the net, they'll really start to settle back in, because Game 1 was a totally different game than what you're seeing right here. I mean, Game 1, it was a very even back and forth, a lot of opportunities for both teams, and here Renegades have been struggling to even hold pressure at the midfield line, as Fever with a nice demo and Relating Wave will kind of force Seiko to buy extra time with that air dribble and put a lot of pressure on Metza to try and keep the ball over on the orange half.
Fever now playing this in the corner. Good help from CJ. That's pass 2. Metza needs a bit challenge here. Loses it. Is there anyone there from Renegades? Cammy at the goal line. And it's blocked out. Endpoint got back in time, and they put up a defensive wall.
What a great save from Endpoint, to be honest. No idea how they kept it out. You thought for sure that the angle of the approach was going to be absolutely perfect for Renegades, and Metza just comes in as support and just skates that ball along the floor and out to safety. And now you're kind of scratching your head if you're Renegades, because that definitely felt like something that could get you back into the game. And still down 2 here and starting to look down the barrel of a sweep.
Looking likely, unless we see some magic from Renegades here. Final minute. Infield pass. Cammy just going to give that to Seiko. Off the ceiling. Does get a flip, but it's a good read from Fever to block out. Still, these 50s not looking good for Renegades. They're under so much pressure. Still haven't been able to get the ball out. Finally, they can start the transition. That's a shot, but it's high, and oh my goodness, what a play!
Whoa, Fever, way to go up and get this one. I mean, pass to CJ, and how about the read from Cammy? My goodness, Fever's gonna steal away a gorgeous catch from Cammy. That's all Cammy as far as I'm concerned.
Listen, you said they needed something to get back into it. I think that was it. Now they just got to build more on this momentum. Final 30 seconds. Renegades with the ball out in front. It looks awkward. There's a demo.
Oh my gosh.
Fever won't be able to get to the ball, tries to redirect it. CJ pops it up high. And this one might fall. Time ticking down. Renegades got to move. That one from Wave. Cammy looking for another touch out. Seiko has the read, looking for the double, and just blocked out before he can make contact. Mets plays that off the ceiling, but with 10 seconds left, Renegades have to move this ball downfield. Wave trying to kill all of the time, and with that touch from Seiko, it might have just happened. One final bounce, and going the length of the field isn't the task that they're up for. Oh my goodness, this ball is still in the air. Will bounce off the corner, but that bump will do it. Endpoint put this one on match point.
Definitely a rough ending for Renegades. I mean, what a redirect. Like you said, I wanted it to be the one to get him back into it, but unfortunately it feels too little too late right there, and Endpoint doing a nice job playing keep away to close out game 2. And now you're in a very difficult position here for Renegades. You kind of got locked down a little bit. Not a lot of shots for Endpoint, but in general, just a lot of time on the orange half of the field. Even if it's not being converted into scoring chances, they had a comfortable lead for the entirety of the game. So Endpoint knew they didn't have to press particularly hard. It was just, okay, we just make sure we don't do anything stupid, and you're going to have to make Renegades make plays like that to get one on the board.
Yeah, and for Renegades now, you know, it's a match point situation. Endpoint, they did really solid in terms of just holding them off that game, but you see the potential there. So my thing is, okay, now that we know, you know, the pop-off potential, so to speak, can they continue to build off that? It's really tough to see because, you know, you also look at them and, again, they're so focused, they're so locked in, whereas Endpoint, they play very loose. You know, Relating Wave said it, you know, they like to have fun.
Yeah.
And that really helps kind of alleviate any type of pressure to perform.
Certainly. When you feel comfortable and you're having a good time, I mean, it's it's tough to really get too tilted. So Endpoint, very comfortable position. What you need to see out of Renegades here at the start of Game 3, they have to be the ones in the driver's seat, putting the pressure on that Endpoint defense, and it looks like they're trying to do just that, trying to get physical and open up some extra space to work with.
That goal we saw Renegades score last game happened so fast. I didn't even realize it was Cammy that dropped it down. I thought it was a mistouch from someone from Endpoint. Now, that's how fast it was. I was like, oh my goodness, wait. Cammy on the ball.
No.
And you saw there was a chance there for a pass, but it looked like somebody was covering it, and I feel like that's why they tried to go there on the side into the corner. But as you see, Endpoint now they have possession, they're moving upfield. This is a tough save needed. He gets bumped, and the save is there.
Great support from Renegades, realizing that was going to be a very tough save, but so much pressure from Endpoint. There's the counterattack.
There it is.
It's the one air dribble. They push you back, force you to make kind of an awkward touch. You're out, grab and boost, and all they got to do is just pop one into the middle, and someone will be there for it more often than not.
Great shot to finish that play off. And counter attacks from Endpoint have always been super dangerous. Can CJ get one back? He's looking for a play out, but won't be able to. Now things have to reset here for Renegades, but Endpoint in the driver's seat in Game 3.
You got to be very careful there if you're Renegades. Whenever you get a free ball punted at you like that, it's all about how you hang on to it. Gorgeous pass, and what a shot. Cammy gonna slot one bottom left corner, courtesy of the delivery.
Yeah, you talked about passes. I think they heard you, because look at this. That's such a good delivery because you don't know where Fever's gonna send that touch. Endpoint recognized it at the last second, and the power behind that, that's beautiful. Renegades back in this game, as boy, oh boy, they have not given up yet.
You love to see them coming out here. It's exactly what I wanted to see out of Game 3. Put more pressure on them. A tough option there, trying to go straight into the top of the net, but didn't quite have the timing. And great job pushing Seiko off the ball as well. If you're the first man up to challenge Seiko on one of those air dribbles, it doesn't really matter if you don't even hit the ball. As long as you hit him, you're going to take away a lot of that breakdown potential on your defenders and make it that much easier for the people behind you to make the play. So just as valid to hit him off the ball as it is to take it away from him.
Trying to make Seiko uncomfortable. Seems like a hard task. He almost put that one top right. The demo for the second man follow-up saves things here for Renegades. Cammy with that demo on Metza Norris. Now Metza back, but there's another play here from Fever. Plays the 50 in the corner. Lots of bodies there from midpoint to make sure they block the ball. As that one pinches off the corner. Renegades have to kind of control this. They know that potential that Endpoint have when it comes to the counterattack. That level of threat that is just so high, especially when you see Seiko on top of the ball, almost looked for a follow-up, tried to get a good read. Things was trying to settle here in the midfield.
Oh my goodness.
CJ, what a redirect.
The vision from Renegades here across to the opposite end, out to the side to keep it away from Metza and CJ, full send. See if you get a gorgeous touch on it. Yes, he does. Outdoes the defender there. Well-deserved shot. Renegades with a lead, 2.5 minutes on the road back.
CJ might not have Seiko mechanics, but he knows how to pressure a team. He knows how to shoot the ball. That's absolutely right. Halfway through this game, and Renegades keeping everyone's eye open.
Certainly. You got to keep Endpoint honest. I mean, if they get too comfortable, then they will absolutely just stomp all over you at the midfield line like happened last game. So I respect CJ's option there to just jump at that one and try and go for a sick redirect, because that's not an easy shot to take. And you got to put the pressure on him and make sure that Endpoint continue to send a deep rotation back so you have at least a little extra time on your half to keep putting the pressure and start your own counterattacks.
Renegades looking for a counterattack of their own right now. Everyone pretty low on boost, though, so they'll have to go back. And you can see Endpoint just waiting for their moment. Wave goes up. Will he find the double? No, won't be able to. Metza tries to follow up there, and that play is denied. Now it's Fever. Can Seiko get the block? There's the flip reset. Activated, and Seiko with the read. Great save.
Great poise from Seiko there. Very easy to overdo your approach and making sure he didn't give up too much of the goal there on his line towards the challenge. Love the defense. Seiko with command in front of the orange net and taken away by Fever.
Fever still on top of this ball, looking for another one, and will find it.
He's just all the way through there out of nowhere. I didn't think that he was going to be able to break everybody. Oh, I believe Metza, I think he hit Fever, and Relating Wave wasn't expecting some extra power, and so it went over Relating Wave's head. He just couldn't make it back.
It's just those little things. And now, Renegades totally in a position to hold on to a 2-goal lead. Do they want more? They are looking for more. Good cut from Seiko. You saw the pass come out. CJ, if you would have got to that ball, could have been a 4-1 game. But Endpoint aren't done.
Oh.
Oh, man.
Seiko trying to get real cheeky there. See if he could go for the fake on the ground instead of out of the air. And thankfully, Renegades staying collected on defense, not letting Endpoint back into the game. 45 seconds, you can feel comfortable, but it's not a gimme by any stretch.
Endpoint moving upfield. Seiko just instantly challenged, and it's a good one from CJ. Fever on top of the ball, it pinches up high. Cammy with a win on that 50. And all Renegades have to do is control the pace of play, and they play on. And as time ticks down, it does look like they're doing that very well. You can see them, they're not even driving upfield. They're giving the ball completely to Endpoint, saying, do whatever you want, waste as much time as possible. As long as we can protect the net, that's all we need. Final few seconds ticking down. And this series is gonna move on to a game 4. As we see Renegades strike back here in this third match, they finally figured out what works.
Excellent job from Renegades. It started off with aggression. They didn't let up too often. They kept their foot on the gas pedal. That's really all I wanted to see out of them, and they delivered. A lot of really great challenges on defense as well to take away some of those more dangerous Endpoint setup opportunities. And you really can't complain about anything from either team, to be honest. I think Renegades put in a couple of excellent shots on target, and when you get some really nice outplay shots like that redirect from CJ, you're going to hold on to a lead when you have a team like Endpoint who's going to play so counterattack heavy, because you get out in front early like that, they took what Endpoint did in the previous game. It's like, all right, let's just sit on it.
Yeah, and it's not like Renegades are taking a lot of shots here either. I mean, they took 5 that game, but if you look at the numbers, they only missed 2. You know, 50% shooting from Cammy, 50% from Fever, and the one shot CJ took scored. Besides that, they played just a rotational game of Rocket League, and that's all you really need to shut down Endpoint is just make sure that there's someone constantly on the ball because, again, they can't counterattack if they don't have space. So if you deny them that space, then it becomes an entirely different problem for them. And I don't know if you guys heard it, but we heard it. There is some screaming going on in the venue right now.
Some chaos somewhere on a Rocket League pitch. But Endpoint, you got, I don't think you have to be too worried. I think that one the previous game, I should say, resembled game 1 a lot more, as that was almost a goal. I didn't even know Metza was up for that. That would have been quite a tough one to defend for Renegades. Very fortunate it's off the wall.
Renegades on defense right now, but will easily clear it away off the missed touch from Seiko.
And you also had a lot of vision from the passing from Renegades in the previous game. A lot of movement of the ball all the way across the pitch, really trying to continue to space out that Endpoint defense and give them a little more room to work with, and see if they can bring that back to bear here in game 4 as well.
Yeah, the passing is really the big factor here. As another pass comes through, Cammy puts on a shot, forcing Wave to dive for that one. Seiko up, and CJ on that back wall, but no boost, so we'll just watch CJ float down.
Run away, buddy. You got a long rotate back with
Hurry
no
up
boost.
and get back. Cammy left in the back boost, and he's going to need that. Metza Norris leaves that one Wave. They're looking for the extra pass, but they just can't find an open angle. Renegades doing a great job of covering their goal line on the defense.
Some free time here for Endpoint to go on the counterattack, and this could start something special as Fever kind of forced into a touch there, and indeed pressing our Endpoint. That's a nice clear to just pop that off the wall, because Endpoint was going for the demos, they were going for the dump into the middle, and that's when you need to find a nice strong clear out past the middle to give yourself time to recover.
Double for Metz, triple from Metza Norris. What, you kidding me?
Every now and again, Metz has got one in the back pocket. Here it is. What a catch off the wall and way to stick with. Oh, I think he got 4 there.
He did.
Give him the extra one too. Way to stick with it. So easy to jam the car into the ball there and pinch it across the net, but doesn't overdo the approach. Gets Endpoint out in front early.
Then another shot. This time it's from Wave, and here come Endpoint.
2 people stuck in the net. They want boost off the kickoff, and that's just a poor challenge from Fever. And CJ, knowing he's not going to make it, tries to cover a lot of the net, and nobody going to catch that one. Relating Wave right over the back shoulder of both defenders. Really just the placement of the ball getting it done a lot more than anything else.
2 back-to-back goals here for Endpoint. Now you start to look on the other side of the field. Can Renegades, who had, I'd say, really good defense this series, can they control the chaos?
And you find yourself in that very similar situation that you did in game 2 as well. Endpoint, they came out to an early lead there and really didn't relinquish hardly any of it, because I would not be surprised to see Endpoint turtle up, send a deep back player, and then a very delayed challenge just to make sure that they're really set on defense, because now they know they don't have to press. And in a game where shot attempts in general have come at quite a premium, I think this is Endpoint's type of game that they love to play.
Cammy, touch out, but no one can follow that up from Renegades. Meanwhile, Relating Wave used every inch of the boost there to put a shot on. Now has to race back as Seiko stuck on the back wall. Wave did not get that boost. It goes to Renegades, but with the little he has, still goes up to make it 50. More pressure from Renegades as a quick shot comes out from Cammy and Metza Norris trying to hold on to it. But this is the best drive we've seen from Renegades this game, as we're under the 2-minute mark. They need more like that if they want to come back.
I like the idea from Cammy. Unfortunately, the catch was just a little hard, and that means Endpoint trying their best to just keep it locked in, waste as much time as possible, and Fever drops his air dribble as well. Renegades struggling to get their hands on the ball, and thankfully one back in time to make a save.
Both of those players played the 50, and no one touched it. I love that. Renegades, though, still with some offensive possession. Oh, that's a touch out in the open space. 50. And CJ
no one's
puts
there.
it there. Seiko's going to take the shot. Can Cammy get back in time? The answer is no. 3-goal lead for Endpoint.
That's just a breakdown of communication somewhere. Either CJ overdid his approach there and mishit it, or he thought someone was going to be coming around for that, because otherwise I don't know how you just dump that ball into the middle. There's no way. If he knows no one's going to be there, he must have overdid his approach. Either way, big mistake from Renegades, and justly punished to really put this series on ice, I feel, for Endpoint.
Yeah, it's been tough. Especially, you look at CJ, definitely some really good moments like we saw last game, but also that's another one that he might look back into. And, the weight of that, when you're at the major, it just hits that much harder, some of the mistakes. They're trying to get it back, though, here, 55 seconds left. There's a shot blocked out by Endpoint. Renegade still up here playing offense. His Fever looks for a shot, but you can definitely tell the tide has shifted, and Endpoint are in the driver's seat.
They should be there, to be honest. They've played a very collected series, never really overcommitting in any particular direction, or at least if they did, it was seldom to none. And they honestly deserve a win here, but Renegades, I think that 3-week boot camp has done them a lot of good. It is no easy feat to come out here and keep a team that is dangerous as Endpoint is off the boards as often as they did. And despite coming up short here 3-1 at the end of this series, you cannot count them out in that Group B, that is for sure.
Time ticking down. Endpoint will take this series in 4. A good start to their major run as, Renegades put up a tough fight, but at the end of the day, Endpoint are here and they're showing it.
Yeah, and you love to see that start from Endpoint as well. The team that's really trying to claw their way back to claim that #1 team in Europe title. And this is a good start to making that first step. And in a major that's had so many upsets at this point already,
yeah,
I would not have been surprised to see Renegades come out here and put the pressure on Endpoint. And I think Renegades did do that. Just unfortunately, the offense not quite clicking in the way that it needs to be able to really break down a team as strong and consistent on defense as Endpoint was.
Yeah, the level of offensive pressure that we ended up seeing there from Endpoint when they had those counterattacks, when they had that space, that's what you come to expect as we take a look at our Mobile 1 high performance replay. You just look at that for a minute. Like, this is what I mean when I say, yes, they have quiet threats on the team. Everyone's looking at Seiko, but Relating Wave and Metsanora is they work so well together. And whenever they need to step up, boy, do they. It's really good to see them.
And that's a lot of what they were talking about in that interview. That there's a lot of chemistry there that they've really worked hard to build up both in and out of the game. And so they really did do an excellent job in coming here and showcasing how hard that they've worked to be a good team with each other. And it shows out on the pitch, and a well-deserved win.
Exactly, and it's not the end of the world here for Renegades. Like we said, first match of the group stage. They definitely have more time to kind of get back into things, which is, I think it's really good for them because, like we said, you just want to kind of get the feel of the environment. And I think they did that. Even taking a game off of Endpoint is still, a worth showing. You know
certainly.
What I mean?
That's what we were talking about. It's going to be tough for them, as Renegades did. They had a solid enough defense to really limit a lot of more dangerous options from Endpoint throughout that series. So Renegades, tough start, but certainly not out by any stretch of the imagination. Overall, a pretty decent series for them.
Exactly, and congratulations to Endpoint for the win. We've got Relating Wave talking to Corelli. We'll send it to them.
Thank you so much, guys. Yeah, I'm standing here with Relating Wave. Redemption for Endpoint here over Renegades. What's that like coming back into the another major and taking down a team that beat you before?
Yeah, it feels so much better because last time we didn't have a good series against them, but this time we actually showed what we can do, and it feels so much better than last time. Yeah.
And for you guys, I mean, not as good as a split as last time. The bar is very high, but still a fantastic split for you guys. Did that change the mindset coming into a major like this, knowing that you didn't win 2 regionals and maybe didn't have as much success?
Honestly, I think it's better that we came in as a lower seed because last time we had so high expectations for our first major. We came in as 2nd seed, which wasn't going to go well for us on our first LAN, and now we've come here as a lower seed, and we have a lot more confidence, having more experience, and we just feel better overall.
Game 3 for you guys, Renegades started to come back. Was there what was the thing that you guys had to do to really clamp down and finish out this series?
We just had to keep our pressure up. In Game 3, I think we kind of thought we took it a bit easier, and we kind of just didn't push as much as we wanted to do. we just sat back. They had more pressure than us, and they scored some good goals in the end of that last game. But we pushed it back in game 4 and won it.
So I don't know if you know this. I mean, you guys are obviously just playing, but Furia just beat NRG 3-1. Your reaction to that?
Yeah, interesting. I'm not too surprised. That sort of play style is, I think, quite difficult for NRG to play against. But I mean, fair play to Furia. Like, it's really good. They're a really good team anyway.
Yeah, obviously in your group, so huge implications there. How's it been being out here again for the guys? Everyone fly out now here in America instead of Sweden. What's it been like for you guys as far as boot camping and just hanging out, having a good time?
It was absolutely crazy. I've loved it here because it's my first time coming to America. Sweden was my first ever time traveling, so coming here on a 12-hour flight was not nice in the first place. But we boot camped with Queso and G2, and we had lots of fun with them. The boot camp was incredible, and now we get to see them, and now we get to see everyone at LAN, which is what we want to do. And LA's great, the best city I've seen.
I think a lot of people love that and love seeing you guys play. Anything else you want to say for the fans watching at home?
Love you all. Thank you.
Well, there you have it. Relating Wave from Endpoint taking down Renegades. We're going to go to a quick break. When we come back, more Rocket League.
Blueberry short stack? Got any games on your phone?
It's 3 a.m. I need a taquito. If you want it, we can get it from the 7-Eleven. Slurpee, light bulbs, antifreeze. Here's your order, nacho cheese. If you want it, we can get it from the 7-Eleven.
Tippy driver. This might not be your car. And this might not be your engine. Maybe this isn't your morning routine. And maybe these aren't your coworkers. Perhaps these aren't your standard driving conditions. Far from it. But this is your oil, which means you're one of us, doesn't it? For serious engines, on and off the track, upgrade to Mobile One.
You're making thoughts peering into the soft light. This unfamiliar glare blinds me out, I'm blinded. Inspired my efforts to keep you satisfied. I seem to be losing you, it's not worth the fight. So I speak up, I scream into the void. I reach for a hand to guide me through the shifting land below. I'm running up, the walls are closing in. I feel the cold embrace of dust. We rise and dust we fall. I hear my voice speak through the walls of stone when I I saw you leave, I felt you go. It's the hardest part of life, blinding from a distance, no more resistance. So I speak up, I scream into the void, I reach for a hand to guide me through the shifting land below. I'm running up, the walls are closing in. I feel the cold embrace, dust we rise and dust we part.
We on the top and we ain't gonna fall. This an obsession, a habit you call. We hitting automatic, never stall. Only got one tactic, do it all. I'm from the bottom, I hate what I saw. I couldn't walk, so I learned how to crawl. They wanna talk when you're back to the wall. So I say later, my aim moving small. Money grows from my intuition. I just bought a crib, that's my first edition. People hate it when you claim a vision, but I use a static when I hit ignition. Hungry moves, I'm faster in a minute. I stay fresh to death, I'm in a mint condition. Forge a heat, no matter where I've been, and give me any place, and it'll be a kitchen. This how we flow to the top. I'm on a wave and it never gon' stop. I hit a 3, now we running the clock. 24 seconds, I still block your shot. I'm making this an eternal spot. Permanent stain in the flow, ink blot. Don't step to me when I get too hot. I'ma end your life and it's all you got. We on the top and we ain't gonna fall. This an obsession, a habit you call. We hitting automatic, never stall. Only got one tactic, do it all. I'm from the bottom, I hate what I saw. I couldn't walk, so I learned how to crawl. They wanna talk when you're back to the wall. So let them, I ain't moving small. Homemade flow, I'm a PVC. There ain't one player out doing just like me. Heart rate froze, check the EKG. I hate wasting time, no eventually. Routine work when nobody see, but I ain't feel the stress, I know it's meant to be. 30 beats, I'm on a killing spree. I made every song in my discography. Yeah, that's every cent, every dollar. I ain't tryna listen to a broke scholar. Making moves to make the money taller, to the cash topping on the Eiffel Tower. Labels calling, I won't wear their collar. With my own drive, I can take it farther. Do it myself, don't ever bother. Been self-made now, shout out to my father. We on the top and we ain't gonna fall. It's an obsession, a habit you call. We hitting automatic, never stall. Only got one tack to do it all. I'm from the bottom, I hate what I saw. I couldn't walk, so I learned how to crawl. They wanna talk when you're back to the wall. So I say let them, I ain't moving small.
We are back. We are through 2 groups now of the Winter Major.
We're barely through.
We're barely through. This is pretty crazy stuff. I got joined by Corelli here on the desk for the first time. How was talking to Endpoint there after their match?
Related Wave's a cool guy, and I'm super happy that they got, like my question, they got redemption over Renegades. A lot of expectation for that Seiko boy, and they look pretty good here today.
Yeah, for sure. Here, man, Bates, taking a look at some of the highlights here from the match. Endpoint looked like they had this one in control. I'm sorry, I was right there with you on the Renegades prediction, and then the moment we decide, hey, it's upside down day, things go right side up again.
Right, man. I mean, Renegades have not played bad. I think they have played a pretty solid series. Overall, this is probably the best series so far. We're at the Winter Major, where both teams have came and performed. But Endpoint, when they're that solid, when you have Seiko being that solid in the midfield, Metz is popping off, hitting quadruple touches, and then relating Wave, the sniper, the man with a plan. He was really hyped. He was really pulling up the comms for them every single time they scored. They were screaming.
I'm just saying, my group winner's looking pretty good right now. That's all I'm saying. Endpoint looks fantastic. On the other side, Furia versus NRG. Furia gets the win.
Man. They do.
They were so loud.
Finally, a big win for South America. Absolutely huge for them. The #2 seed taking down the #1 seed from North America. But I got problems on NRG because I saw some goals go in. Me and Bates were watching. Justin, he scored a goal and he looked depressed.
He did not look interested.
He was just like, I don't know, falling asleep and shaking his head. We're like,
why?
What's
You're
happening?
at the Winter Major.
What's happening here,
A goal is a goal. Why? It doesn't matter if it's a double flipper set or whether it's an own goal. A goal is a goal. You better get hyped for it.
The beach is right there. Like, right there, man. Come on. You can get through this one here. We'll get to see more of NRG tomorrow as we're done with our Group B action. Let's take a look at the groups here after the first or so matches we've had going on. And there we see Group B. Only one match going down for there. We'll get 2 matches from them tomorrow. Again, you can see the Group A action that happened earlier on the broadcast. Group C, though, is coming up next. Moving to our 3rd group of death here. G2, BDS, Team Secret, and Evil Geniuses. G2 and Evil Geniuses will be playing each other on the B stream. BDS versus Team Secret. That will be our next match here on the main broadcast. The reigning major champions taking on a newcomer here, Gibbs.
It's Team Secret, and I feel bad that this has to be their first match because BDS, when it's major time, they don't lose. They won all 3 majors in RLCSX. Then they come out in the first international major, the first LAN for all of them, and they come out and win that as well. BDS is on another level when it comes to big-time performances in big-time moments. We'll see if that'll continue. Team Secret, though, #1 seed of South America. Let's not forget about that.
I was going to say, give them a little bit of credit. I know they're going up against BDS, but, I mean, listen, I just watched version 1 sweep FaZe and take down Queso 3-1. I mean, crazier things have happened here today.
Yeah, we just watched Furia beat NRG.
Furia beat NRG, although I'm going to be honest here, I picked that one, so I'm not surprised by that.
Oh, my God. Here he goes. Here he goes.
I'm on the record on that one, but we're not talking about that series. But, yeah, I mean, there's a lot of hype for Team Secret and a lot of these South American teams, a lot of great talent. Guys like Knight coming in for this Team Secret squad is a new talent that I'm excited to see. So I'm excited to see if Team Secret can actually give BDS a run for their money.
Well, there have been a lot of questions on this desk over the course of the day, but one thing's been pretty certain over the last few years: this is the era of BDS.
I think this major is really important for us. If we do a good result in it, we can end up qualifying for Worlds at the end. So it's very, very important for us. I
think winning the last event is putting a bit of pressure in the team. People expect us to do good again, and obviously we can end up doing that, so that's the pressure we are having right now. So I think we are like more hyped up in this major because we actually have people watching. Maybe some people will feel like a lot more anxious, but for me and the team, I think it's more like exciting.
Energy are the ones who need a goal to keep this championship alive.
Monkey Moon, only over to Squishy, he sets it up to extra!
So when we won in Sweden, I think it was like a moment when you are like very proud of yourself because you prove to everyone that you are like a good team on LAN when everyone expected us to do bad on LAN. So yeah, we were like very happy and very proud of ourselves.
It has been the biggest series that we have seen for BDS versus one of their most staunch opponents. It is phenomenal, it is extra, and it is the era of BDS.
I'm extra, playing for Team BDS, and let's get it.
They proved they could play on LAN at the Fall Major, but the question of consistency, we've seen plenty of teams come in, win a LAN baits, and then on the very following event fall apart.
They're not falling apart.
You're not, no?
They're not falling apart. You see that man right there. He's arguably the best player in the game. He is a legend in and of himself. All the K-Star boys, I saw him in the hotel lobby the first night. They saw Monkey Moon and said, we just meant to go. We just meant to go. So like, the coach not choking that.
Consistency? I understand we only had one offline major here in the fall, but these guys have been consistent for the last 2 seasons. I know it's online, but gosh, they've been the best. They really have been the best. They've been the best before. They've been the best at the major. They're one of the best coming into this major. I mean, what more consistency do you need for BDS?
The only downside is they are the 3 seed in Europe again. Last time around it happened, and then they won the entire major, and then they became the #1 seed. They can do it here again, and that is where we see some flaws online, but when you're this good so often, you're going to have a few tournaments that just don't go your way. But BDS, when it matters most, at the Fall Major, they won 4-time major champions.
I feel like they had some fascinating results in the winter split here. The first event, they're getting swept in both of the winners and the lower finals, going 0-4, not making it to that grand finals. Then came forward and swept the grand finals in the second event. Just said, oh, let's get all the points we need. And then literally got round 1'd in the lowers in event 3. But here they are, ready to compete and ready to trying to get a second LAN victory as a team. On the other side of the field, though, trying to stand in their way, it's Team Secret.
Nós queremos ser um dos melhores times do mundo, sim. Nós estamos aqui para vencer, porque sempre foi nosso sonho e viemos aqui sonhando com isso. E queremos isso. A gente está aqui é de muita felicidade, porque o sentimento de não poder participar do último Major foi muito ruim pra gente, porque a gente só ficou 1 ponto atrás da era na tabela, mas que agora a gente finalmente conseguiu, arrumamos tudo, conseguimos classificar.
Arriba más, contra Pam, Juan le dice que no, 5 segundos en el reloj, y el disparo es bueno, no se la creo, habían defendido.
Eu acho que os outros times têm que treinar a gente porque a gente é novo e chegamos para surpreender eles. Nós estamos trazendo um fator surpresa porque ninguém sabe como nós jogamos. A BDS, nós nunca vimos eles jogar e também eles nunca viram a gente jogar. O segredo da Team Secret nós não podemos contar.
Disparo, portería, Pan que le recibe. Último segundo ahora, oportunidad de nadie hacer el pase. Cuidado con el ataque. Y esto no puede ser. No puede ser. No lo puedo creer. No me lo creo.
Hashtag vamos Secret, bora.
Sad saying that they are a surprise, a team that no one is going to be expecting to know how to play against here, Gibbs.
Yeah, the Regional 1 champions in winter, then, had not as good results in 2 and 3, but they still #1 in points. They still placed high enough, and again, they're playing against BDS. BDS has not seen them play. They don't play this region a lot. They could surprise them, Crow.
And a lot of these South American teams do catch teams off guard. I mean, even when you saw Era in the fall major, they gave NRG a good run for the money. In fact, I'd say they even looked better than NRG in that series that they actually eventually lost. But I love that Sad said that, because the South American teams, they are something special. They kind of have that unpredictability, and it's tough for any team, NA, EU, OCE, upside down, I don't care. It's tough to adapt to these South American teams.
Right, it's all because they already have mechanics. Mechanics never leave you, whether you're playing at home or whether you're playing at a LAN stage. The amount of time, the amount of prep you put in, that's always going to be there. And as long as you have that little card that you bought in your back pocket, you're going to take that serious.
And then we see their rivals, Furia, they just beat NRG, so they're probably pretty hyped about that as well. They're probably like, all right, so if you beat NRG, we'll take down BDS for you.
That is that's the best thing that could have happened for Team Secret here right before, saying, oh, you up the stakes. You beat NRG, the most consistent team in the world. Let's see if we can take on the team that is named, the era is named after here. Boy, my English is all over the place. Here's some stats for you from their respective regions. 2.2 goals per game Team Secret was able to put up in the South American region. You know BDS is going to be doing their absolute darndest to keep that number as low as possible here. 61% win rate, though, from Team BDS in the toughest region, one of the toughest regions in our game. Cannot say enough about that, and I'm excited to see what chat thinks about this. Chat's been going for the underdogs all day. Use hashtag BDS for BDS, hashtag TS for Team Secret there in our Verizon fan vote. Bates, I'm going to start with you on the end here. BDS Secret, we went with Renegades, and it bit us last time. What's happening now?
It won't happen again.
Okay.
BDS, I'm going with you all the way, and let me tell you why. Because they have that boy Extra. He's one of the most smooth cats in the game. You got Mark by 8. It was true disruptor. You saw Calm, and he adds in a little bit of striking ability on top of that, and he got Monkey Moon, arguably the best player in the game. Jack, you can't refute that. I know you're going BDS.
He's right. I'm sorry. I couldn't come up with a good argument. I feel like BDS. I knew he was going to ask me that. I feel like BDS is just too strong. They've been too consistent. I mean, they don't necessarily have the same group woes that a team like NRG has, so I don't really see them struggling maybe as much as other teams. So I am going BDS. I think they're going to take down Secret.
That's the first time Bates has been right all day, but it's with a curly pick. But I'm going to go BDS as well. I have to go with them. I love BDS. I love Europe. They are the best.
The defending regional champions, you cannot. I'm not predicting against them until they lose, pretty much at this point.
Exactly.
So yeah, they have it is the era of BDS right now, and it's their era to lose at this point. We're going BDS fully across the desk. How did the chat vote? It has been no, okay,
not
pretty
close though.
A lot of underdog picks.
I'm saying the underdog picks have been coming in strong, but even the underdog energy is not enough to upset BDS there in the fan vote. So, man, paths to victory, though, for Secret. For the Secret fans, we got 40% of chat wants Secret to win here. We're saying they don't have a chance. How do they find an upset on BDS?
You got to just pop them in the mouth game one. You have to show up with every mechanic and just go for flip resets, surprise them with an early 3-goal lead in game one, ride that momentum. I think that's your only chance.
I think there's a lot of intangibles here that we're learning today. You know, you look at version 1's runs and the passion that they've shown. I think Furia as well was screaming when I was sitting next to them when they took down NRG. I think that carries a lot more than people get it credit for. And if Team Secret, like you said, can kind of get a sucker punch off quick and then ride that momentum into the series, I think they're going to do just fine.
Just shake up BDS just a little bit. Get a little bit off their game. Because their gameplay on the field is always going to be the same. But you could just like mentally pierce them up a little bit, make them rattle them a little bit. You never know what could happen.
I'm feeling more of that. It's the pop off every goal you can as hard as it can, no matter how silly the goal is. Winning game number 1 doesn't even feel like enough for me with how fast BDS will adapt to your play there. So we'll see. We'll see if they're able to find the adjustments, but I don't know. BDS.
So, that's the one thing with Monkey Moon. We call him the greatest player, but he does tilt. We have seen that before. So if something happens in game 1 where his hands are in his face, we've talked about this before, that's not a good sign for a Monkey Moon. So that's what you got to do. Tilt Monkey Moon. Find a way to tilt him. Maybe there's a chance.
Maybe tilt him. He'll just lean more into his monitor. And then
he goes into the game.
We already broke one monitor. We're not bringing any more of that.
Can BDS continue their consistency? Can Secret find the ways to tilt Monkey Moon or upset them in game number 1? Only one way to find out. Let's head over to the group gauntlet. I think I'm going to call it at this point. This whistle business is gone. We got Team BDS taking on Team Secret. Let's go to the Verizon Skybox for the call.
53% of you crazy people just voted for Team Secret to take down BDS. And Subi, I have to say, there's something to be said about the energy, the environment that you're in. And today has been a little bit different for the RLCS.
There is something special in the air, Jorby, and there is just disruption all throughout this building. And it looks like Team Secret is trying to continue that trend against Team BDS, but they are up against a monster.
And the devs make a lot of great points. BDS are the mark of consistency in the league. Every major, online or offline, they've been in the grand finals. They've won the grand finals. But Team Secret, they come in and you heard Sad talk about it. Their secret is that nobody knows what their secret is. I'm curious to see how that works out for them as they start a kick here downfield and it's taken away by Extra.
The best secrets are well kept, and right now they are keeping Team BDS in their own half as Knight gets off a shot. Here comes Sad, puts it on target, and Marked by 8 gets the save.
Ooh.
Sad puts up the soft touch, but turned away, and already Team BDS put back on their heels.
You heard Gibbs say it, if Team Secret can punch BDS first, it could lead to a snowball effect for them. But Extra able to flick that ball downfield. Team Secret gonna have to try again.
And Team Secret got so close to making the fall major, Jorby. 1 point away. They lost in Game 7 to Furia to just kind of have to stay at home. And oh my goodness, I love the team plays, but you know, you better believe Team Secret gonna make everything out of this opportunity.
Yeah, the winter split has been a lot better for them. They ended up winning the first regional, beating Furia in the grand finals, and then got to the second grand finals in regional 2, ended up losing to Furia in that one. But either way, this Team Secret team, you know, they're up and comers in South America, and a lot thanks to this guy Knight, who is basically the yawn of this team. Marked by 8, setting up Monkey Moon. Good pass, but denied as Knight stays strong in the net.
Yeah, just as you had brought him up, and you were kind of getting giddy talking about him before this match started, Jorby, saying he's a mechanical monster, and I am just so excited to watch him come out as Marked by 8 gets a demo on the goal line. Flip reset for Extra, and BDS strike first.
Yeah, that's a beautiful situation for Extra to find himself in. A demo by Marked by 8 leaves all alone. Sad, just had to try to read that one. Extra perfect flip reset, using all the boost to do it.
What are you gonna do there coming off the back wall as Extra just holds that flip reset in his back pocket until the very last second, and a little bump on the opening kickoff there is Team Secret still looking to get their first goal, but I have been very impressed at the offense that they have brought forth.
Have some good ideas so far, but now they have to contend with BDS. Once they get their finger on the pulse, it's really hard to get them off beat. Monkey Moon demoed on the play.
Oh boy.
Marked by 8 responds with a demo of his own. It's wide open. That's Extra second.
Oh, you better have everything ready to go, especially if Marked by 8 is getting the demos consistently, clears up the back line, and Extra with yet another easy goal.
And so much has been talked about with the physical game in Rocket League and how demos have come to the forefront in recent time, or really has been around for a while. But BDS are, you know, sending Team Secret a message. Okay, it's cool, you can have secrets or whatever, but your secrets don't matter if we delete you.
Yeah.
So Team Secret are going to have to contend with that and find a way to adapt to that style.
And it's going to be tough because usually Team BDS comes out in Game 1 very slow for them. Like you said, they're trying to find the pulse, trying to figure out what their opponents are doing. And right now, Monkey Moon, Marked by 8, getting very involved offensively in terms of demos. And Knight trying to get Team Secret out. He does push this ball into the blue half. Gets a boost steal as well, but let's see if they can maintain some sort of offensive pressure.
You know, BDS, they aren't really a demo-heavy team. I don't even think they're fourth in Europe when it comes to demos per game. You know, they're way behind teams like Queso or Dignitas, but this is the center of their offense right now against Team Secret.
I would say they're opportunistic demo inflictors. They look for the best chance at getting a demo that's going to lead to a goal without putting themselves out of position. That's what makes Team BDS so special, is how smart they are up and down the field.
Monkey Moon behind this ball, and Sad just approached it a little too high. Monkey Moon, no chance for him here. This time, it's Sad getting a demo on Marked by 8. Nice little dashes by Math to stay in control, pops it up over 1. Maybe a shot for Secret, but there's Marked by 8 again. He's been everywhere on the field.
You can see the communication working very well right now for Team BDS. Extra showed that he was going to go for a flip reset, decided to roll back, hit that ball with his hood, and Sad beat now by Monkey Moon. Here comes Extra, and denied by Knight.
Extra pulls off on the play. Mark, hard shot, taken away, but Math has to follow that up. Monkey Moon opting for control. He's got the boost, and he shuffled that ball right away from Team Secret. And here he goes hopping over again. Monkey Moon, capable as anyone to 1v3. Extra trying to tee up Mark. Team Secret will push back downfield.
Still waiting to see Team BDS really put back on their heels heavily. We saw the first 30 seconds, Team BDS come out, kind of say, okay, Secret, show us your hand. And they did exactly that. And ever since then, Team Secret has not been able to do a thing on the back line as Monkey Moon gets bumped and Math puts in the goal, bringing Team Secret within one.
The answer is almost always match the physicality of your opponent. And there's the big bump from Knight. Math just had to get in front of it, and Team Secret had put themselves in position.
Take advantage of every single opportunity, and they didn't get the demo, but they did get Monkey Moon bumped off of the goal line. This ball hanging dangerously in front of the orange net is Math gonna have to push forward, does get the clear, but the rotations from Team BDS, so crisp, so clean, and always someone there for a follow-up, and Extra missing a big opportunity. Knight gonna push downfield, 20 seconds remain for Team Secret to find one.
Yeah, you think that one should have been a goal by Extra. It was tight, he didn't want to hit it right into the center of the net, into the defender, but still he had that right area of the net open. He's gotten 2 for BDS. They don't need another. They just gotta waste the rest of the time off the clock. But downfield, Secret gets one touch. Here's the race for Sad. Went for the dunk. He doesn't have it. And now Extra pulls off the play. Knight, one touch off the ceiling, pulled away. Ball still in the air. Monkey Moon, pre-flip in front. Just has to protect the rock. But it's still a chance. Math gets the bounce off the ramp. Math control over Extra. Mark by 8, trying to protect it, and he does. BDS survive game 1.
Got a little hairy there at the end, but you saw the looks on Team BDS's faces. Never concerned for anything, as Team Secret looked very good there in the last 30 seconds, but I want to see that gameplay throughout the full 5 minutes in game number 2.
Yeah, I think they really got stunned by Mark by 8 in that opening minute. I mean, the demo that gave Extra this flip reset goal, and then he got another demo to give Extra his second goal. That's all they needed. But then Team Secret, like you said, they were able to stabilize. Just took them a little too long.
Yeah, and I love that bump. You saw Knight jump and causing Monkey Moon to just stay on his feet, and then the moment Monkey Moon jumped in the air, that's when he bumps him off the goal line. We need to see that smart gameplay. You've got to be able to match Team BDS blow for blow. It's not going to happen with the speed. It's not going to happen with the mechanics. Try and do it with the mentality.
And yes, they kept it close, but BDS, they always do this. Like,
I know.
Every game seems close, but they're just so good at protecting the ball, at making you play to their rhythm, and that's exactly what happened here. Team Secret, like the desk was saying, if they have a chance in this series, they need to be the ones to punch first. They have to find a way to get that opening goal.
I agree. They have to strike first, and they have to be able to hold on to a lead, more importantly. They didn't look like they were out of their element at all. It seemed like they were playing just fast enough. They didn't get beat to too many balls. The 50-50s worked out of their favor in a crazy way, but it's BDS, man. What are you gonna do?
It's tough. I guess we've dubbed this era of Rocket League the BDS era for a reason. Let's see what Team Secret's got in the hat. Unfortunately, a whiff is probably not what they were thinking of. Knight had to come up with a quick save as Monkey Moon gives it back to Mark by 8. And those small touches will freeze defenses. Europe, South America, doesn't really matter for BDS. They're so good at getting that down. And Stad actually going for the boost, and Knight gets a weak shot, even though Stad probably had a play on that ball. Team Secret on the rotation, get a couple of challenges, but can't really get the push in front of the box.
And there's going to be plenty of space here for Monkey Moon. Gets the boost a little too late, and Mark by 8 forced to just dump this ball downfield. And Team Secret trying to get the rhythm going. This is a nice clear downfield, man advantage, but Extra going to push it right back down to Monkey Moon, and big swing and a miss from him as Extra does get that boost steal, and so far Team BDS seem to be marching downfield at will.
Monkey Moon gets a free look at the ball. Finding Extra, he does, through traffic. Mark by 8 next up, play it back over to the corner. No free clears for Team Secret. They gotta work for every single touch. Sad and Math tying each other up. Now Sad going up to play physical. Math's ball's taken away from him. Math gets the shot, but then the play just dies. There's no mounting pressure for Secret. They pull off the play so quickly, and even on that one where they had the boost to be able to push, instead you see 2 players beyond the midfield line with a clear here.
And I'm really impressed to see that Team Secret's coming out, and they are showing no fear in how they are playing, as that ball is 50'd on the goal line, and still not even a bead of sweat on their brows as they push this ball towards midfield. But they are showing massive respect to Team BDS, which you have to do. But
they're not giving them too much time, too much space to create opportunities, which we know how dangerous all three members of BDS are if you give them that.
Watching out for those mix-ups from BDS. Sad, able to win another 50, but there's no quick follow-up. They're going to wait for Monkey Moon. Now they're not going to wait anymore. Right as he picks up the ball, Extra takes it himself. Shot denied by Sad. Monkey Moon off the corner. Marked by 8 has to turn and tail and run. He gets the touch back over to Extra.
Yeah, that was a great decision there from Mark. If he did challenge that one and it happened to go over his head, it was wide open. And as we hit halftime, this ball game still all tied up. Sad dumps that pass down, and great shot placement from Math, but the defender covered up all angles of the open net, and Team Secret still marching down for an offensive opportunity.
Math takes the ball away. BDS starting to feel a little bit of pressure now. Knight's got a full midfield to look at. Sad got the demo on Monkey Moon. 2 touches in front of the box. Knight a little too happy on those touches, and Math couldn't get the touch back over to the corner. That may have given BDS an angle out. Marked by 8 all over it on that challenge. Team Secret back to their own corner.
He is just so fast. He is there to clean up. Challenge is not the best touch for Monkey Moon, and Sad can't quite get the touch to wrap that ball through the corner. There was a slight opportunity to push that ball down for an open net, but that's all it was. But the dunk on target, and it finds its mark.
Knight picks up Team Secret's first goal. Extra rolling around, got the boost, tried to find the read, and Knight had him red. Monkey Moon did not expect the challenge to just be completely lost, and he ends up getting caught out on the far side of the challenge.
I mean, just great pressure there from Team Secret in the offensive half, not giving Team BDS any easy clears, and 50-50 very favorable as that ball's nice and popped out towards midfield. And right now, I've seen Monkey Moon kind of a few misplays where it looks like maybe he does like a feels backflip. His controller really sensitive, we know that, and a few times it's kind of bitten him.
Got to be careful here. Team Secret starting to mount more pressure.
Oh
Matt,
my
2
gosh.
touches, and it's saved by Mark by 8. Sad's next up. High touch. 2 touches in front of the box, taken away by Monkey Moon. Not wanting to give up possession. Challenged by, well, Knight. I thought he made him win that second challenge. Extra shot's good. Extra gets the challenge, the shot, and the goal.
Extra close post and in, and 2 defenders covering it up. And look how small that window is for him to slot it in. Extra, all 3 goals in this series so far for Team BDS.
The Secret, they still had some good pushes right before that happened, but the transition bites them, and really Extra is biting them. Owner of all BDS goals so far, the 3 that they've scored. Now Mark waits for the next touch. A battle for that corner boost. Knight ends up winning it, but midfield is also important. Demo on the backside, marked by 8, takes out Sad, but Team Secret pushed down the field. Now it's tight, and BDS are definitely feeling a little more pressure than they felt in game number 1.
Absolutely. Demo's coming out in favor of BDS there, as Team Secret have come out with a few of their own, but 30 seconds remain here. Still all tied up. Here comes Knight off of the ceiling, and Monkey Moon, no boost, decides to go for the challenge. No fear in his eyes.
Sad getting to that challenge. Used all his boost to do it. Math just going to sit down, not fully commit, puts him right back into the rotation. Monkey Moon. Next carry, he beats Math on the play. Knight gets bumped by Extra. Marked by 8, has some space, and it's immediately closed down by Sad. 2 touches in front, and Math is denied by Extra, but coming in is Knight. Far side denied by Monkey Moon. A race back to the ball. Sad's gonna be first to it. Flips it back over to the side. Monkey Moon trying to contend. He wins the first touch. Math misses the ball, but it's given a little bit of space to Monkey Moon. Bounces off the ramp with under a second left. Looking for a demo. Anything, and it's off to the side wall. 2 touches, overtime.
Oh my goodness. I cannot believe they gave the ball over to Team BDS. 0 seconds on the clock, but Team Secret forcing an overtime here in game number 2, and Sad goes up, passes over to Knight, but denied by Monkey Moon. And I just love the speed we're seeing from BDS right now, not allowing those passing plays to develop.
Sad starting to get some valuable touches as well, where I felt like he was struggling early on. But here comes Extra. He misses the touch. He had no boost left. You think if he just had 5 more, he would have had that redirect. This one popped up high by Mark by 8. Monkey Moon, low shot taken away by Sad. And he actually controls it as well. He fell back onto the ball. It's going to make Extra's life a little more difficult as he tries to pull it back to the ramp. Back pass is, oh no, it's open. Here comes Knight. Put it away by Mark by 8, but he's got the boost. Knight off the ceiling. Bounce down in front of the box. Extra doesn't get the best touch, but Monkey Moon makes up for it.
Oh my goodness, the ball just barely skates through, and Mark by 8 keeping things alive as well. And Team Secret doing a great job of holding on that back line. We saw the demos come out, and I believe it was Math that kept that one in the corner, giving his teammate time to spawn back as Sad comes out, pushing this ball towards midfield, trying to get some offense going for Team Secret, but Extra afforded a little bit of time, a little bit of space, ball on target, and put back into the corner.
Sad taking out Monkey Moon on the play, but marked by 8 comes in the rotation, looking for someone to take off the defense as well, Team Secret have survived, to say the least. Monkey Moon gets on top of another. Marked by 8, puts it off the backboard. 2 touches from out.
Oh,
no, he's whiffed it. Monkey Moon and a demo, but it's saved.
What?
Coming in was Knight through the smoke to pick up the save. Team Secret withstanding an absolute... It's ridiculous. BDS, how have they not scored?
How? How did he get that save through the smoke? Had the night vision goggles on Sad off of the roof, and still Team BDS continue to push down into the orange half as Math gonna try and slow things up. And Extra, last man back. Wow. Gonna have to get some boost and start from square one.
Extra off the ceiling, got the touch, and it's saved again. BDS are trying everything, going off the ceiling. Quick passes, but they got picked off. Extra can't get that. Oh, we got it. Extra just dove and got the save. Knight puts it up high. Monkey Moon in the air. The challenge doesn't come from Math. Marked by 8 knows he's got the transition. Knows Sad has to make that touch, but Sad able to stand up to the challenge. And Team Secret, do they got a chance again? Here comes Knight. He wants the ceiling again. Goes for the flip. He got it. Oh, he almost got the dunk off the side, but it bounced off the post. Math again, but marked by 8 is there. Flips it up. Team Secret are throwing everything they have at BDS despite the pressure.
And Team BDS still unable to break through the back line of Team Secret. They just continue to hold it down, and Extra gonna slow this down. Look for a flick, and Sad jumps at the right time as Monkey Moon puts on pressure, and again, Team Secret just diving at the ball, winning 50 after 50 after 50.
And again, it was Extra trying to change it up, trying to lose that challenge back over to Monkey Moon to get an opportunity, to get a free shot for Monkey Moon, but it was saved again. Here's Sad. A lot of boost in the tank, trying to control it. Monkey Moon puts the pass up in front, got the demo. Knight has to protect this ball. Extra in the air, he loses the touch. And it's taken back. It's not the best. Actually, it works out. Monkey Moon will get the touch out. Extra coming back as well. BDS have spent a lot of time in the orange half in overtime.
It has been, I mean, primarily in the orange half right now, and somehow, some way, Team Secret getting challenges like that, and this one gonna go all the way back. Extra gets a much-needed touch off the backboard, and Math gets the shot. Turned away as Team BDS forced to play a little defense.
Sad with a pre-flip, he got the 50. Knight's up in the air, he's got another defender beat.
That's
Extra
right
getting it back down to Math. They turn off the ball and Monkey Moon's got it. He beat Math and now Sad's all by himself into the corner, quickly gets up for the challenge. And just when you think BDS have gotten the advantage over Team Secret in game 2, they somehow pull out the rotation, make the challenge happen, and keep themselves alive. Maybe even get another challenge on it, but Monkey Moon's clear is too strong.
Oh my goodness. These Brazilians are just built different from Team Secret. Sad. Math eventually fall on the back half as Monkey Moon gonna end it in overtime.
Monkey Moon, the thief in front of the box, sees Sad, squares it up and puts it over the top. BDS in a 4-minute thriller in game 2, one away from sweeping Team Secret.
Holy smokes, but Team Secret putting them on notice there and letting them know, hey, we are no slouches, we are no pushovers. You're gonna have to march your way straight through us, and all it is boils down to one little mistake on the back half, and that's where Team BDS is going to eat you up.
Absolutely. You know, Team Secret, they had good chances going down the field, but I think their main problem is that they just couldn't stay downfield. BDS were way too good on the clears, and I think the thing that really tripped Team Secret up as well is those little back touches that BDS kept giving to Secret, where it would freeze them and they couldn't do anything with it. It would either be Monkey Moon or Marked by 8 that then had lead on the ball. They could get the clear. So Secret have to find a way to beat these tactics by BDS that have just made it impossible to get offense going consistently.
Well, I'll tell you one good way to slow down BDS. Not allow them to have 20 shots in a game. If you're allowing one of the most dominant teams that we have ever seen in Rocket League history, that many opportunities at a shot on net, it's going to be a rough day at the office for you. So you got to do something to slow them down. And unfortunately, I don't have the answer for that. You don't have the answer for that. Not many people do. These are the fall major champions coming up, and they're looking to sweep you right now.
Sad at the beginning of the series, I think he looked rough, but then he started winning a lot of those challenges that he was struggling with early on. But then it was Knight that I was really looking at off the ceiling when on those transitions that they did have, on the chances that they did have that were so close. Can they find that magic as they start game number 3? You're talking quite the uphill battle for Team Secret, but it's a long group stage, Subi. It's not just BDS, Team Secret have to play. And I think that they're making an argument for why you can't count them out of this group.
Absolutely. I think South America is making an argument right now that they might be moving on to the weekend. Both teams looking great, but Team Secret still searching for their first win against Team BDS.
Nice steal there from Math. It's pushed up. There's Knight again. Knight switching over to the Fennec. The Octane last time, whenever you see a car switch in the RLCS, it's usually mental just to switch it up. It's just as we say, 0-0-5 minutes, go next. Sometimes a car switch is all a player needs to go next. And we'll see if it's enough, but here comes Mark by 8. I don't know if it matters how many car changes you have. Monkey Moon pass over to Extra is always going to be difficult to contend with, but Secret's defense has been excellent.
And Mark by 8 keeping things alive right now for Team BDS. And it looks like Team BDS is ready to end this series, and Extra denied the shot there as Team Secret having difficulty getting this ball out of the orange half right now, and Team BDS doing a great job at not only the pressure, but limiting the amount of boost that Team Secret's getting.
Whoa. Secret still getting in front of these passing plays. Now they got him on transition. Knight swings back around once. Got the boost steal, but you see Matt turn off the play here. Let's Mark flick it out. And Sad keeps the touch close, gets it by Monkey, demo by Knight, but it's Monkey Moon who still's behind the ball and actually got the challenge, so Secret have to work for their food as Matt trying to pull off the ball. Sad wins the next touch, double commit by Secret.
Oh, Mark.
And there's Mark by 8, just kept the last defender frozen, gave Monkey Moon the easy shot.
He didn't even have to touch him, all he did was get in his head right here, got the boost steal, threw Math off of his line, and no boost on the back wall means no save, and Team BDS put themselves up early in game number 3.
That's absolutely crushed them. And like you said at the beginning, BDS, they might not demo the most, consistently, but they're opportunistic. They use that physicality when it makes the most sense to their game plan. And it's made sense a lot of times in this match against Team Secret so far.
Yeah, you'll see a lot of teams almost use it as a crutch, and a lot of times it can lead to your fall, and not Team BDS. Every single demo that I've seen from them as Monkey Moon puts in a second here in game number 3. He is just getting started in this long week of Rocket League.
It's too much gas on BDS's end. They put 20 shots in last game. They had over 10 in the game before, and you just can't have that kind of shot differential against Team BDS. Team Secret just can't get that offense going, but that's all credit to Team BDS. There's a reason the desk all went BDS. You can't count them out offline, on land. They're just too strong.
They're the cardio kings, man. They just don't stop, and it's like when you're playing against them, you think, okay, surely they're not going to do this crazy mechanical play again. And yeah, it's not going to be a carbon copy, but it's going to be another crazy mechanical play that comes out, and you're just saying, how do they keep doing this time and time again, year after year, major after major?
Sad. Got the flip reset, actually pass over to Math. Not a good place for Knight to go anywhere with it. He has to wait for Extra. BDS just get the full length of the field to go again. Team Secret, too much respect maybe to BDS's transition. They try again to get the launch downfield. Sad trying to flip back into that ball, anticipating when Extra was going to touch it, but that's something that Extra has always been so good at. And there he is, flips it on the reset. It couldn't quite get it. It rolled off the top of his hood. Team Secret playing a lot of defense.
A lot of defense and not a lot of time to go on the clock, especially when you're put on match point. Team Secret need to get to work now. How nice would it be to be able to just be chasing one goal with 1 minute to go on the clock as Mark by 8 just launches one on target. And a minute and a half, Team Secret still without one. They're ready to go to work though.
Oh, no, that's a good save from Knight. The touches haven't been the cleanest from Team Secret. They do get a bump here onto Extra, almost recovered. There's a lot of energy left on the defense for BDS. Team Secret gotta find a way to drain that here in the final minute.
And you saw Mark by 8, very content with just winding down the clock, realizing there's only 65 seconds left here in game number 3. All they need to do is just wind it down, and Monk by 8. Gonna try Monkey by 8. It's Mark by 8,
Mark
and that
by
was
Monkey.
Monkey Moon.
Mark by Monkey Moon.
You know how many times I've done that?
It's a little extra, but you know, you can deal with it. BDS, they are playing with house money at this rate. They just have not felt the pressure from Team Secret. Knight trying to push that ball down. Monkey Moon and back over to Extra and getting another goal. Why not? Feed the machine. Extra doing work in this series.
Extra and Monkey Moon have arrived to the Winter Major. Both of those players, the only one to get goals and assists in this series, but Mark by 8 has been doing a lot to disrupt the goalie and open up that goal mouth.
Yeah, you don't get in-game points for demos, but they certainly are felt whenever they happen, and Mark by 8 has made it integral to taking down Team Secret. But I gotta say, I think that there's a lot of good things to like about this Team Secret team. And to Corelli's credit on the desk, you know, I don't think you can sleep on this team even after watching them against BDS. Of course, BDS are gonna play like this. This is their era. Of course, it's gonna be difficult. That one rolls off the post. But I don't think you can count Team Secret out in this group stage. BDS, it's the expected result, the one that you know is gonna happen. But Team Secret, it's not over for them by any stretch of the means.
No, and you almost have to tip your cap to them, because in games 1 and games 2, they held Team BDS to only 1 goal ahead, and they took Team BDS to almost a 5-minute overtime in game 2. So yeah, sure, we almost count them out at the beginning of the death segment, but they're going up against the best team here, and they made it look decent. I'll say they looked very decent.
Those first 2 games, yeah, absolutely.
They put their group on notice.
Yeah, I agree. I think that, you know, you can't sleep on any team that's here. That's been the lesson of today. You need to take every single competitor seriously, and because if you just look away for a second, if you blink, you're going to get scored on no matter who it is. Team Secret, I'm excited to see the rest of their journey through the group stage. But BDS have put themselves in a solid position here in their group, which is going to be a difficult one for them here on out.
Yeah, and Team BDS just starting the marathon for the week. I told you they were the cardio kings. Well, it starts right here, and they're off to a nice little jog. And everybody has always questioned, do they have what it takes to perform in a live environment? Do they have what it takes to perform in a live environment? And the way that they're playing right now, it looks like we're going to get the answer to that question this weekend. I am so excited for fans to finally be back in the building.
I mean, you heard Extra talk about it in the pregame video when he's just like, you know, look, this is an important major for us. It's the first time we're playing in front of fans as a team. It's going to be different, but I think when you expect that and you don't really know what to expect if you've never played in front of a crowd, right? But I think for BDS, it probably is just going to enhance them. Because let's be honest, every time we think BDS are going to lose, they end up into the grand finals.
They get stronger and stronger.
It's still way early. It's day 1, Subi. You know, we're not going to go too crazy here with it. But again, Team Secret, GGs to them. I thought those first 2 games were pretty decent. I can't wait to see the rest of this group stage. Speaking of, we got A stream, we got a B stream. If you want to watch a match or 2, well, guess what? You can watch both at the same time. But we're going to go to a quick break. So stay around. And, oh, I'm sorry. No, Turtle, post-game interview. My bad. Hey, Turtle.
Jorby, you're trying to forget me, okay? That's unacceptable. But I got Extra here from BDS, obviously taking the win in a sweep. Huge performance from him. Congratulations to you. And I just got to ask, did you expect it to be a sweep, or did you think maybe you'd get a little bit more of a fight from Team Secret?
I mean, they're like Brazilian teams, so they play really fast, and it's very annoying to play against. Yeah. So I was like, maybe it's going to be like complexity in the last major. So 3-2 maybe, but like we played well. So. Absolutely.
And we saw more demos, in my opinion, from Mark by 8. Was that a strategy to implement more physical plays with Mark by 8, or did that just come naturally?
I think both. Like we are warming up for like EG and G2 later, so we'll try to get our playstyle on point. Absolutely.
And that's a great transition. You guys are going up against EG next up. Are you more comfortable with those matchups within your region, or would you prefer to play international teams?
I prefer to play EG and EU teams, yes.
So you're more used to them. That's great to know. And last but not least, I got to ask, you've been at a LAN now. This is your second major. Do you prefer playing in this environment, or do you like being comfortable in your own house?
I prefer LAN.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Oh, that's great to hear. That's so awesome. Congratulations to you, Extra. Thank you for joining me. BDS, take the win. We're going to come right back, though. We've got a quick break, and when we come back, we got more crazy Rocket League action coming your way.
Blueberry short stack? Got any games on your phone?
It's 3 a.m. I need a taquito. If you want it, we can get it from the 7-Eleven. Slurpee, light bulbs, antifreeze. Here's your order, nacho cheese. If you want it, we can get it from the 7-Eleven. Tippy driver.
This might not be your car. And this might not be your engine. Maybe this isn't your morning routine. And maybe these aren't your coworkers. Perhaps these aren't your standard driving conditions. Far from it. But this is your oil, which means you're one of us, doesn't it? For serious engines, on and off the track, upgrade to Mobil 1.
We on the top and we ain't gonna fall. It's an obsession, a habit you call. We hitting automatic, never stall. Only got one tactic, do it all. I'm from the bottom, I hate what I saw. I couldn't walk, so I learned how to crawl. They wanna talk when you're back to the wall. So I say later, my aim moving small. Money grows from my intuition. I just bought a crib, that's my first edition. People hate it when you claim a vision, but I use a static when I hit ignition. Hungry moves, I'm faster in a minute. I stay fresh to death, I'm in a mint condition. Forge a heat, no matter where I've been, and give me any place, and it'll be a kitchen. This how we flow to the top. I'm on a wave and it never gon' stop. I hit a 3, now we running the clock. 24 seconds, I still block your shot. I'm making this an eternal spot. Permanent stain in the flow, ink blot. Don't step to me when I get too hot. I'ma end your life and it's all you got. We on the top and we ain't gonna fall. It's an obsession, a habit you call. We hitting automatic, never stall. Only got one tactic, do it all. I'm from the bottom, I hate what I saw. I couldn't walk, so I learned how to crawl. They wanna talk when you're back to the wall. So I say later, my aim moving small. Homemade flow, I'm a PVC. There ain't one player out doing just like me. Heart rate froze, check the EKG. I hate wasting time, no eventually. Routine work with nobody see, but I ain't feel the stress, I know it's meant to be. 30 beats, I'm on a killing spree. I made every song in my discography. Yeah, that's every cent, every dollar. I ain't tryna listen to a broke scholar. Making moves to make the money taller. To the cash topping on the Eiffel Tower. Labels calling, I won't wear their collar. With my own drive, I can take it farther. Do it myself. myself, don't ever bother. Been self-made now, shout out to my father. We on the top and we ain't gonna fall. It's an obsession, a habit you call. We hitting automatic, never stall. Only got one tactic, do it all. I'm from the bottom, I hate what I saw. I couldn't walk, so I learned how to crawl. They wanna talk when you're back to the wall. So I say let 'em, I ain't moving small.
Welcome back to the Rocket League Championship Series Winter Major, coming to you live from Los Angeles. I'm Wavepunk, joined by Gibbs, Roldiz, and the Bates on the end here. We see BDS looking as strong as ever here. Things seeming pretty normal.
You heard her on the interview, man. Obviously, they're going to 3-0, and of course, that's exactly what happened. It's just they come in, they're a machine. They're probably the actual machine. I know I dubbed Envy, but they're the real machine of RLCS. We're in the BDS era, and the extras looking impeccable today.
But that game 2, Team Secret, they showed some fight. There was definitely fight there, long overtime where BDS was putting up tons of shots, nothing going in. So there's still some fight left in these boys for sure. And then on the other side of the group, we saw G2 win versus EG. So this is the first time both group favorites have won their first game.
That's exactly correct. But going back to this game, BDS, consistency. This is all you're going to expect from this team. The major winners, nothing but excellence from these players.
Yeah, for sure. And things are going to continue here for BDS as they have a doubleheader today, playing 2 matches back-to-back. We'll see them here on the mainstream, now going up against Evil Geniuses. So that'll be the next match here. Let's take a look at the group stage just to keep caught up on where we are at. We've gotten groups A and B done and rested for the day. We'll see the rest of their matches tomorrow. Group C here, halfway through, and then we'll have one match of Group D to close out our first day of the broadcast. G2 Esports is going to take on Team Secret over on the B stream, but here on the A stream, we're going to see BDS taking on Evil Geniuses. Now, back to a regional rivalry here, Gibbs, BDS and Evil Geniuses. They've played previously. We'll see them now here on the LAN stage.
And Evil Geniuses, they just came off a tough loss. It was one goal game after one goal game. They lost 3-1 to G2. It was a winnable series, so they might be a little bit down. This is perfect for BDS, who didn't even have to move PCs. They're on the mainstream. They didn't even have to move while EG's coming over, like all depressed, and they have to get ready for this match. So BDS, like, they were huge favorites already, because if they're playing a European team, you know BDS is better. It's just that. It's just that easy. It's just that easy. It's BDS. They are better than every team in Europe. But now, on top of that, they get a huge win, a comfortable win, while EG's coming in where they could have won versus G2.
Yeah, but EG, man, I know it's like a regional matchup. And EG, they used to be called German Amigos. They used to be able to punch up against BDS. Yeah. Back in RLCS X-Men, a lot of people just let BDS walk over them. They were really good BDS and run for their money, so they're not scared of them. They know exactly what they have to do in order to be competitive, in order to really push extra Monkey Moon and Mark by 8 to the edge, and really have a chance to win this.
Evil Genius is clearly the underdog in this particular matchup, but how do they feel coming into the Winter Major?
Walking on them.
Hello everyone. I have never been to America, and Los Angeles is honestly a beautiful place. To prepare for this major, honestly, we're just practicing a lot. We were good friends together already before we teamed, and we just came together and started teaming, and it worked really well. I think that's our secret. My role on the team is honestly to just be very consistent, like hold the back line and sometimes score some nice goals.
Really great structure from Luminosity there on defense as well. Had both sides of the net covered. EXO comes up empty, Catalysm one-on-one, Atomic can't recover.
My teammates, they're really talkative and sometimes a little bit goofy, so I have to be the professional one to, keep them back a little bit. My teammates are honestly the best teammates I could ever imagine to have. It's an amazing feeling, first time on a LAN ever, and then meeting all the pros, it's honestly quite amazing. Other teams should fear me because I'm about to clip on them. Of course, I'm here to win.
Here they are, and Roldiz, for some of the fans here, they probably just watched the main event, maybe are not as familiar with Evil Geniuses. How would you introduce this roster to a new fan?
Exciting. Honestly, exciting. Rizex, Ivan and Catalysm, who is the catalyst on this team. I think he is the impact player, but he has a great supporting cast around him. Ivan, so mechanically gifted. Rizex, demoing. He's a menace, always in your face. I have high hopes for this EG squad.
We're going to see what happens. Ivan, we talk about his mechanics, 0 goals in his first series. He was shut out completely. So he's got to come in versus BDS, get going early to have any chance against huge favorites of BDS.
Yeah. Evil Geniuses here, looking to bounce back after the round 1 loss. Evil Geniuses it is a little bit, and then things got worse for them. But we'll see. Yeah. We'll see if they can make that bounce back. The players looking strong, and I think that the mental for these players is going to be just fine. This is still an exciting experience overall.
Right, and they're one of these teams, if I was a new fan coming in who didn't really know much about EG, they're a really balanced roster. All 3 players can perform. Catalysm might be a little bit better than his other 2 contemporaries, but they're all really solid players, and they deserve to be here.
Well, Evil Geniuses getting prepared to receive the players on the other side. Team BDS, we just saw them play their in peak form here. I mean, we saw, I think it was in game number 1, I want to say Extra hit a flip reset. I was sitting with Roldiz up in the green and we're watching it. We're like, it's so simple. It's something we used to pop off over. Now it's just a flip reset goal, but it's so effective as well.
It's 100% effective, man. You doesn't have to arrow. Yeah, I think we used to make fun of Fair for the air buzz. Yeah. Like, Extra don't have to arrow. He don't have to prove that he's mechanical. He'll just show you by being consistently able to pull off these things that I am no longer able to do.
Man, Monkey Moon down here on the end, arguably the best player in the world. I mean, at what point do we just give him the title?
It's scary because he had a quiet series. He didn't have to do anything last series, and they still won comfortably. So if he gets going, watch out.
Bates, I feel like the one silver lining here is that BDS is coming off of playing Team Secret. They're going to maybe be like, okay, we got this, we're good. Evil Geniuses has the feeling of we need to step up. They're coming in with this, like, let's go get a mentality. BDS could possibly have been lulled into a false sense of security of this is going to be fine, we can coast. Is this possibly a trap game for BDS?
No chance. They're too professional. They're too professional, too consistent. When you win as much as they have in the past year and a half, 2 years, you never really take anybody light. Of course, at some point in time, maybe going into the fall major, they might have expected, like, we've always been winning, and then they hadn't been winning for that little stretch. They really frustrated them. You saw the Monkey Moon tweets. But now they're the reigning major champions. They're here. They're in their own environment. EG's got to step up and really perform to beat them.
How do you not think this is a trap game?
It's not a trap game. There's no trap games for them.
You got EG. You're discrediting EG. They're dogs.
No, because BDS, like in RLCS, they clinched a top 5 spot after like Regional 2 of Winter, and they still were just like, we're going to win everything anyway. There was no trap games for them. They still perform every single time, and they know group stage is so important because if you don't go 3-0 in your group, you could be playing a tiebreaker, you could go down to that lower bracket, and then it's just one best of 5 and you're done. So I think BDS knows what they need to do. They know they have to go 3-0 here.
Well, they do have to put the respect on EG to get through that. Or it could be the trap. We'll see. Chat, let's see what you think at home with the Verizon fan vote. Use hashtag EG to vote for Evil Geniuses, hashtag BDS to vote for BDS. I'm going to go first.
Okay,
to start
that's
on the end here. And I'm going to put BDS up there because this is pretty simple.
That's why I went first. Come on. The first one to say BDS.
I don't want to be the copycat this time.
That was very bold of you. I'm also going BDS.
BDS.
I'm also going BDS.
I'm going to spice it up, you know what I'm saying? Catalysm, Ivan, Rizex. You know, I love my BDS boys, but I think EG are dark horses.
Okay.
And I think they could do this.
Yeah, such a dark horse that JNF should slide at top left to put them away, and they're already 0-1. By the conclusion of this set, there will be 0-2. There's no spice at all. Listen, they are a really solid team. I'm really happy for them being here. But let me tell you, there's just levels to this. BDS is up here. EG, you're about right here. You got a little ways to go.
Bates always wrong, can come back.
Nope.
He says it cannot come back, chat. And that's final because he's always right. Let's see where chat's at on this one. 73% in favor of BDS. I think they shut up all the underdog fans in that last match. They're like, cool, all right, nope. BDS is going to win another one. Let's see how it goes, and let's get into the match to close out the Group C action. BDS taking on Evil Geniuses. Is it a trap game? Do Evil Geniuses have the energy after suffering that overtime loss? Evil Geniuses in the blue, BDS in the orange. The Verizon Skybox is next.
Oh, the old ARG against the old German amigos. Evil Geniuses back in the RLCS, back at a LAN. for the first time, I believe, since Season 6, when it was a much, much different team. It was a North American side, featured Chicago, in fact. Now, this Evil Geniuses, the German squad, going up against the juggernaut that is Team BDS.
Woo. It's a tough ask, and I love what Wave said. It just goes from bad to worse here for EG. You go up against G2, it's a tough opponent. You played them close, your reward? Well, you got to go back-to-back against BDS here as we get things kicked off in Game 1.
Absolutely love how the desk framed up this matchup. The sense of urgency has to be there for Evil Geniuses. An organization that has kind of prided itself on being a cut above the rest. They're going to have to be otherworldly today if they're going to take down Team BDS, a team that 56-7 all time now since RLCS X in group play and Swiss. But they're trailing here as Ivan scores.
Hey, they shut you up real quick, Stacks. They don't want to hear about the BDS stats. They're going to put away the first goal here for EG, and a great pass from Rizix over to Ivan, and EG on the board first.
So it is Evil Geniuses that strike first, not phased at all by their previous result against G2, and they really shouldn't be. There's where that strong mental game comes into play. They have to understand G2 also an elite competitor.
Yeah, I think we have to give EG a lot of credit. I mean, they played them very close.
Yes.
And I mean, people like myself rate G2 very, very highly coming into this major. So for EG, I mean, there's a lot of positives here for them. But of course, BDS, they've only met them once domestically, and it was, well, a 1-4, or excuse me, a 1-0 and 1-4 in games for BDS.
Popped away by Monkey Moon as Mark by 8 will try to continue the counterattack for Team BDS. Trailing, very unusual for them, but hey, you look at how Team Secret played them. They didn't back down either. And we've said it time and time again, LAN just does weird things to teams. Even if you've got the experience that Team BDS had from the Fall Major, it's a little bit different after some long travel. They've had to wait all day to get their games in. Evil Geniuses getting another look on. It was Rizix denied, and this will be cleared away by Extra, but only as far as Ivan.
Definitely LAN does something different to you, but a matchup here that both teams at least know. Of course, they probably played each other outside of the regionals that we've seen through this split and scrims, and so at least you have that familiarity. But of course, like you're saying, Stacks, you come up to LAN, you might get a different beast, even if you know what they look like.
Dropped down in front and missed by Extra, but Mark by 8 will clear this down. Extra gave it a look before turning away, and Ivan will bring this all the way to the opposite side where Monkey Moon's waiting for him. And this is where Evil Geniuses can get into a lot of trouble, letting BDS hang around in the zone. If they're not playing intentionally with the ball in the defensive half, they can get caught. That ball can get picked off, and they can get caught maybe with their hand in the cookie jar and give up something behind them like they're liable to do here.
BDS doing a great job of preventing the out from EG. They've been trying to work out the corner and through the sideline, but it's been all BDS there. And here's another one from Extra. He's not going to beat Rizix. There's a follow-up there from Ivan. It's not going to get there in time. And EG now trying to turn it back around on BDS.
Bounced off the back wall where Extra has to play this, and boy, he played so incredibly well, especially early on against Secret. Really got Team BDS going out of the blocks. Mark by 8 can't get to this. And Ivan up in a hurry to just dump that off to the corner, but he can't dive in and steal that boost, realizing he has to get back, protecting the 1-0 lead, and maybe a little overly defensive. This EG squad, that could come back to haunt them off the crossbar, and Ivan just got there in time.
Wow, that's a scary moment there for EG. They've been, rock solid rotationally in this split. And that's one of the things I think a lot of people talk about EG is just how smart they are positionally and just knowing where each other are. That time, that one just floating over the top. And here comes BDS again. Mark by 8 looking for the backboard, not going to find it with no boost and no follow-up. As here comes Extra, who can't get over it, and Catalysm happy to see that one out.
We haven't said Catalysm's name much. He hasn't been around the ball very often. It's been all Ivan and Rizix. As Ivan will play this further downfield. Catalysm's up for this. Out of the corner, right at Monkey Moon, and he plays that down to Extra. Extra around one. Rizix got a piece of him, though, and that slowed down the BDS assault.
That was a great touch by Monkey Moon. It's a shame he didn't have enough boost. Here comes Mark by 8, though. As Team BDS, they've got 40 seconds to make the difference. EG, they've been holding on, but maybe not for long as Ivan clears it off his crossbar.
We've almost just been waiting for the inevitable to happen. There's a demolition, though.
Wow.
Rizek's taken out, and they could not capitalize. German Amigos, Evil Geniuses, almost double the lead. Catalysm does 2-0 with 21 to go.
You see the follow-up. You see them crashing the net. Ivan threatening the bump on Mark by 8. And Mark by 8 does make the touch, but not enough as players bumped each other out of the way on the BDS side. It was Mark by 8 and Extra who ran into each other and opened up the net. BDS down by 2 with 21 seconds to play.
And maybe a little more than a formality here. The final 15 seconds, BDS stuck way back in their own half. Ivan not letting them out. And the final few seconds do indeed tick away down to 5, and they won't get the shot off. Monkey Moon to Mark by 8, that's cut off as well. And Evil Geniuses make a loud statement.
Wow.
A shutout of Team BDS in game 1.
Oh, and a well-earned one here. Maybe G2 was just what they needed to warm up here against BDS because EG, they looked good. And it's another thing of EG just bending but not breaking. You saw a lot of offense coming out from BDS, a lot of possession on the EG side, but EG did a great job of finding the gaps and, of course, being threatening behind the ball. Ivan, definitely the MVP here for EG.
Yeah, got them going early on. Rizex as well. Catalysm came through late and made life just a little more difficult for Team BDS. And Team BDS finds themselves trailing in this series where they had looked so good against Team Secret, all the momentum from that. They didn't have a long layoff at all between series. Neither did Evil Geniuses, who are coming off a loss, but you just throw it all out the window.
Yeah, it's crazy. When we did the fan vote, I mean, people have less faith in EG performing against BDS than they did against Team Secret. And EG now is 1-0 on the board.
People had less faith in Evil Geniuses than they had in, like, Detonator against FaZe and Detonator against
Put some respect on them. EG coming out winning game 1.
Yeah, I guess. We'll take it. Got a good one on our hands here. Our second to last series over here on the main stream. Dignitas and Space Station waiting to close it out. Ivan tracking this. Got the shot off and it's wide. Catalysm to follow. And Mark by 8 just knew there was a shot coming, jumped and hung in the air long enough. Pressure's still on here though, as Mark by 8 can't really get this out of the zone. Catalysm thought about turning.
Tough shot.
Ivan does, and Monkey Moon with the clear forces Rizex all the way back.
Interesting to see EG really sent 2 on that play. The ball was so close to the back wall. BDS really didn't have much to show for the clear there. EG able to make their way out, and I've been noticing there's been a lot of Mark by 8 defensively when it's normally Monkey Moon who's the guy in the back making the most saves for BDS, but a lot of times Mark by 8's finding himself pinned back. Here he is on offense as he's turned away by Ivan.
I'm curious, the longest BDS has gone in a series, especially lately, without scoring. Start maybe to press the panic button if this continues on here.
I mean, it had to have been the perfect sweep they faced against Dignitas.
Oh, Rizex hit from behind by Ivan, so Ivan taking charge and stopped there by Extra. Here's Catalysm against Monkey Moon. Shot blocked away by Mark. Here's the rebound though for Ivan. And this is where Evil Geniuses have been so strong lately.
Boy.
Those second and third chance opportunities. BDS is not going to be able to sustain this for more than another 20 seconds. They've got to get this out of the zone. That went in behind Extra, but nobody else dove in. Ivan taken out, and that's a big break for BDS, though they still don't clear the zone until Monkey Moon gets involved again.
I mean, having these reactions because EG have just kept the ball so awkward. BDS are able to break out. This one's going to pinch over the net of EG. Maybe opportunities here for BDS. Is that one just outside of the post? EG looking for a way out, and they're going to need it here as Extra can't connect, as it's a fight for it in the midfield. EG, they've done a great job offensively, but they have not been able to convert here over BDS.
Popped up to the backboard, where BDS has been deadly in the past. Evil Geniuses, unbothered by it at all. continue to battle. 2/3 of Team Germany from the Intel World Open. Of course, they teamed up with Tox there. And then there was the whole offseason of drama, whether or not RizX was going to get dropped from yet another roster. Even the whole team joking about it. Tell you what, things have worked out so incredibly well for RizX ever since joining the German Amigos. Now being signed by Evil Geniuses. This popped away by Ivan, intercepted by Monkey Moon.
Still chances here for EG. They've done a great job again clamping down on BDS. It does not feel like BDS has a lot of space to work with.
No.
Even when they're on offense, EG's right there in their face.
We have not seen many teams, you mentioned one, do this to Team BDS.
It's hard.
But still nobody's broken through in this game. And that could be very scary for a team like EG, who might be waiting for the other shoe to fall here. This is marked by 8. Looking for Monkey Moon, instead finding a lot of Ivan. And that ball just popped up by Extra, and very fortunate that he had a teammate there to bump Ivan away. That could have been disastrous. Now thrown in front, Monkey Moon down the middle and deflected in.
And how did that go in? Two were there. For EG, did they run into each other? Marked by 8, that's a fantastic pass, but RizX on the back wall. Ivan just doesn't get a piece of it as well enough to get out the net. And Monkey Moon, or a BDS, able to go up by 1.
1:13 to go, and that is how BDS gets its first goal of the series. Looking to add another though. RizX, is he going to be able to react in time? He does. Extra the follow, and he pushed it wide. Remember that miss. If EG can bring this back, Extra might have been able to salt the game away there.
Pressure's on EG now for a team that had looked good through most of this game 2. They haven't been able to convert. They haven't been able to break through BDS, and you got to give BDS some credit. In a game where it feels like EG's been all over them, at least early on, they didn't give up a goal.
Ivan wins this one, marked by 8, lets Monkey Moon take charge. And then Extra, good first shot to get around Catalysm. And you can see the panic setting in just a little bit. A little more sense of urgency out of Evil Geniuses, diving in more, realizing it doesn't matter if they give up another, as RizX kept that available. But Monkey Moon will pop it away towards Catalysm.
Oh, what a
13
pass.
to go. Ivan to tie. Blocked again. And Team BDS continues to clamp down on defense and shut down Evil Geniuses. One last push down the field. Catalysm, no time on the clock. Swatted away by Mark.
What a touch.
Monkey Moon kills.
Oh, he got
he
it.
almost did. RizX doing all he can.
Oh.
And it dies right in front of his goal. Team BDS answers back. Dueling shutouts in the first couple of games.
I mean, this is a game that could have gone EG's way. It really would, or it really could have. And it's a game I think you look back if you're Evil Geniuses and say, this could be the series make or break point, right? And BDS allowed to come back into this series where it felt like EG had really done a good job. I felt like EG played great here in this game. But BDS, you can never count them out. And a fantastic pass from Mark by 8 over to Monkey Moon to set up that goal. 8 shots on the counter for BDS, and those, I think a lot of them came late here in game 2.
You know, against mediocre or bad teams, you can rely on just kind of throwing a ball at the net and hoping something good happens. Maybe you generate a rebound here or there. That just does not happen as cleanly against Team BDS. And we saw that on display there. The control of Team BDS on display deep in their own zone, even under pressure from Evil Geniuses. I think against even maybe 6 or 7 other teams at this LAN, they break through and they score 3 times.
Right.
Did not happen there.
Not lethal enough from EG. That's really how you can sum up game 2. And in game 3, hello BDS, marked by 8 in the first 6 seconds. Gonna put one on the board.
Challenge here by Mark by 8. Hey, press X to jump. Nobody did. Ivan caught flat-footed. And Mark by 8 gets on the board for BDS. Had the assist on Monkey Moon's shot that ricocheted in the last game. They waste no time at all. Now Evil Geniuses have to answer sooner rather than later, because all the talk about Team BDS being shut down early in this series, they're getting it right back now on the Evil Geniuses side.
And it's really a disastrous start for EG. You really needed to get into this game, and in the first 6 seconds you give up a kickoff goal. And for BDS, they might start running downhill.
Hopped into the middle where Ivan's got to be very careful about how he plays it. Went right at Mark by 8. Now Monkey Moon got a deflection here, so Extra can keep this in the zone. We were talking about this in game 1. BDS were not going to be able to sustain much more pressure from EG. The same can be said here. Evil Geniuses have to get a good 30 seconds on the orange half of the field, or they're going to be in a world of trouble.
Here's an opportunity for Rizex, who takes the chance at Monkey Moon, coming up with a big save. BDS able to float this one and move everyone a part of this touch downfield from BDS. Still Extra trying to force it as he gets a couple players to jump. Somehow still making his way through. Still a dangerous ball here for BDS as EG scampering to get it behind it, as players had no idea what Extra wanted to do with that.
We could see no boost in the tank. On the other side, you're just looking at it like, is he faking? Is he faking? Darn near, but not quite. 1-0, 3:18 and counting. Mark by 8. Out of the corner again, need one more touch, didn't get there. Rizex did instead. And Monkey Moon burned a lot of boost there, so he'll have to go back and restock. And he did so, and he met Ivan. Here's Rizex now. A lot in the tank, but not really good position. He'll still try and center. Got this out towards Ivan. He was kind of bumped into that play. And Monkey Moon just the threat enough to force everybody back.
I mean, EG, the shape of their offense is like an umbrella. Everything kind of gets caught in the back, and that last man in the middle set so far back. Anything that spills out from BDS, EG have just picked up. And now a couple touches here from Catalysm as Rizex, very patient on the attack, will let it go as BDS gets a good pinch downfield.
Players featured here in this series got their start towards the RLCS in the Rival Series. Kind of a personal moment here as this goes across. Last time we came out to California, right before all the pandemic happened, got to cast BDS when they took down Notorious Legion. Got to cast RJM featuring Rizex as they laid waste to Servette Geneva. Now here they all are. I could watch these guys play 100 games and then just hop on a plane, fly home, and I'm like, all right, you know what? I got my money's worth out of this trip.
Those are old name stacks. Nobody knows who you're talking about at this point.
I know, right? Rizex, Monkey Moon, Mark by 8.
Yeah.
And Extra, also part of that Rival Series, made his way up into the RLCS. Monkey Moon here. Talk about someone who came a long way. Kind of had a tendency of ball chasing a lot and trying to do too much on the offensive end. And now he's got his handprints all over everything that happens on what is, I have no problem saying it, the best team in the world.
They certainly proved it at the Fall Major, and now another chance here to defend that title as they're up 1-0 with just over a minute to play. Monkey Moon with a great flip reset, won't get back to it. Catalysm with a big clear, and EG's, they've got to go. The time not on their side.
Down to 55, Ivan brought it across and still no shots, and there have been so few good looks at the BDS net. Monkey Moon scores here, and you can see the reactions on the side of Evil Geniuses. Just kind of an eye roll like, really? I guess he beats me there.
He did it again. And he made it look so easy going over the top. And Monkey Moon, he's been lethal. When he gets behind the ball and in the air, he's gotten a couple the last 2 times. Have been flip reset attempts. And he got that one to go. And it's quite dangerous with Monkey Moon behind the ball.
Down now to 40 seconds. Rizex got to have this and does not. Monkey Moon just a little bit faster, as every player in the RLCS has found out. There's a reason Octane voted him the #1 player in 2021. And he's looking for a repeat performance. Monkey Moon here, trying to go through Ivan. Last hope for Evil Geniuses in Game 3 to get any semblance of offense going. Have a shot at a kickoff goal, perhaps, to tie things up. And instead, no shots. Nothing to the center. That could be disastrous.
The pass.
Got the pass over to Catalysm. What a selfless play with time winding down.
So smart, too. Not a lot of boost in the tank here for Rizex, so he takes the opportunity to play it across. And Extra Monkey Moon, they're not expecting that. When he's that close to the net, you're expecting the shot with time ticking down. EG have to force it. No. They can play it across the box. They got a man on the far post.
Now they got to do something with 3 seconds. That goes off of Rizex, and that will do it. Team BDS ahead in the series. All seems right in the universe now as they're up 2-1.
2-1, but they had to earn it, and while it was 2-0 for the majority of their lead there, EG were able to find one here at the end. And again, not a bad game from EG. I don't really feel like they're getting crushed here.
They haven't played a single bad game all tournament.
Look
and
great.
They're, what are they now? 2-4.
And for
2-5.
And for EG, you know, it's one of those things where you've gone back-to-back against some really good teams, right? G2 and BDS now. And for your matchup here against BDS, you know, what more can you say, especially as a coach, as someone looking on the outside, kind of that third-person perspective, when I don't really think EG's done anything egregious here in these games. It really has just been BDS whittling away. Maybe Monkey Moon had a little bit too much space. Maybe EG just not able to convert enough with the options or the opportunity given to them. But, you know, you can make those criticisms and still say that EG have played a fantastic series so far.
Gonna need some good luck out of their good luck charm. Sitting with the team. Ivan off the kickoff. Well, the pass goes over to Rizex. It just did not get there in time. And now here goes Monkey Moon and Extra. Team BDS have been all over Evil Geniuses since the start of Game 2. Extra. You always have to guess with him. You never really know what he's going to break out of his bag of tricks. Haven't seen a lot out of Mark by 8, an assist and a goal in a relatively low-scoring series.
He's been playing a lot of defense. I mentioned it earlier as Monkey Moon and Mark by 8 kind of get tangled up there. I mentioned it earlier, though. Mark by 8, he's been having to play a lot of defense here against EG, especially early on. I think now BDS have really gotten into their groove here against EG, and they've found their shape and form a little bit more as Extra will poke that one away. That's not the ball that the defense wants in EG. Mark by 8 trying to bump players out of the way. As Monkey Moon throwing it in reverse, will take to the sky and is denied by the defense.
I mean, it looks almost sinister out of Monkey Moon as Extra's drive is sent away. You see teams constantly scrambling on defense, and then Monkey Moon just puts it in park at midfield like, all right, this is cool, just give me the ball. Let's just skip all the shenanigans. Here's a shot, though, that's sent away by Extra. Follow up. Oh, that's a great pass out of Ivan to Rizex. But now everybody's got to scramble back and prevent a counterattack as Mark by 8 wins that challenge at midfield.
Rizex wants to keep this one, and, well, he'll fight for it, and he will have it with no boost. His teammates trying to set up. Can he get the bump here? He almost got the pass out. As EG, they spent so much time on the BDS side, but they can't break through. They can't convert. BDS, the defense has just been too strong, and now they're threatening. As Catalysm has to clear this one away up his sideline. It's still dangerous here. Mark by 8 plays it across, and no one's there for BDS.
It feels like EG is almost playing too polite. We've seen them have a couple chances to try and starve out BDS, and they turn away at the last moment, even when it doesn't look like the opportunity cost is all that great to go dive in and steal some boost. Team BDS able to work very quickly out of their own zone as a result. This is dropped down in front. Mark by 8 had to jump away. This will go to Extra, though, and they tried to get that back over to Monkey Moon to no avail. Now a chance, though. Ivan with Rizex downfield. Nothing doing there, and everybody scrambles back again.
Some good touches here from EG. Catalysm did well to control that one with a player on coming from BDS. That's a pass down to Mark by 8. As his touch just a bit too hard and wide of the net. 2 minutes and 15 seconds left here in Game 4, scoreless. EG trying to push back against BDS and extend this series to see a Game 5.
The roughest luck, for sure, belongs to Evil Geniuses here. Just the baddest beats, but what a save right at the crossbar to send that ball away by Rizex. Now Catalysm and Ivan diving in. Catalysm got the shot off, and the lead for Evil Geniuses.
What an angle for Catalysm here. As you can see, the boys getting hyped up, and a huge goal for them. Extra's not going to be able to get there in time, and Catalysm knew he just had to put that one on target, and EG on the board first.
Catalysm started off a little slow, and he has absolutely come alive. His third goal, which, by the way, gives him the lead in the series. Now Ivan, right against Extra. Catalysm will bring this back in. Can he keep it going for EG? Can they fend off Team BDS, you know you're going to get an onslaught coming very soon. It could start here. That pass didn't find Monkey Moon. Marked by 8 shot well high, and Catalysm dealt with it swiftly.
Some good touches by BDS. Now Monkey Moon.
Oh,
He'll
no.
just touch it by, and he drove off into the sunset. BDS able to tie it up.
You got to get a hand up. Ivan stays back. He's like, I can react, right? No, everybody's thought that, and
sir.
everybody's been wrong.
I love that he just takes that touch, and he knew he was beat. He took off the other direction. BDS able to tie it up. Monkey Moon looking for another one here as he passes it out to Mark by 8. Monkey Moon's been part of 3 of the 4 goals that BDS have been able to put down.
Number 1 in goal participation in the world coming in to this winter major. Popped up, marked by 8. Could be trouble, didn't have any boost with it though. Down to 50 seconds. That's all that separates us from an overtime and golden goal where Evil Geniuses would have to score to prolong the series. Catalysm got stuck on the inside wall.
He beat him.
Now Monkey Moon pop up and Ivan clears.
Still dangerous here, BDS. Throwing it off the back wall, that's a big miss. And a demo comes out from Mark by 8 extra. Still trying to keep it awkward as Catalysm does the best he can to get a piece of this one. Here comes Monkey Moon, and he wants more of the defense. But fortunately for EG, they're able to stop the attack and play it to their corner.
I have no idea how that ball ended up still going towards the Evil Geniuses net. Almost like they're going to be praying for overtime, though. They got to clear here. That goes right to Monkey Moon.
Oh, what a pass.
Marked by 8 for the win, and he pushed it wide. 2 seconds left. Demo on Ivan. Rizex has to get this and does. And can he spike it down? Sure can. We'll go to overtime. Must win here for EG to avoid dropping to 0-2 in a brutal bracket.
Off the kickoff, it's good for EG. As Rizex, can he go all the way? He's going to dunk it down, and Monkey Moon able to take it out.
Ivan right at Monkey Moon. Probably not the smartest play. Monkey Moon out of the corner. Rizex got a piece of that, but they're not playing D to D at all. They're just kind of hitting the ball and hoping a teammate happens to be there. This really was dangerous for Evil Geniuses and a great clear just to get that ball out of the zone and not have Team BDS right back in their face immediately. Now the ball does find the blue half of the field. That's a great pass to Catalysm. Can he chase this down? No, Monkey Moon got the clear and took the harm with it as these teams battle towards the 2nd minute of overtime. And you talk about all the pressures of LAN here, Corelli. Evil Geniuses are feeling it more than any team has felt it so far today.
Oh, definitely. You kind of go down to your last life if you drop to this one to BDS after losing to G2. Ivan wants to play this one through the midfield. EG, like you said, a lot of pressure here and a lot of pressure in game. Marked by 8 off the post.
My goodness.
Is poked out, but the defense still trying to get this one through, and EG will stay alive for now.
It's been a bit of hesitation from Evil Geniuses. It's cost them 2 or 3 times in this series. It almost was the fatal flaw, but we keep going towards the 2-minute mark. Ivan got to get up this time and does to stop Monkey Moon. There have been a few times, Corelli, he's kind of stopped and let Monkey Moon get the shot off. He was not fooled that time.
And that is a mistake. If you let Monkey Moon get the shot off, he will make you pay. And he's done that a couple times as he takes to the air on those air dribbles. Now he's going to try and pop it up 2 go. Dangerous spot. It's up to Catalysm. He's not going to get there in time. Rizex off the back wall will turn it away, but a great pass out. Extra over the top. Won't get through. And BDS clamping down, but EG holds strong.
Boy, Extra has had a miserable shooting day. Has not got a goal, has not got an assist, and he's had a few shots that you would expect Extra to put through. He did against Team Secret, but his accuracy has not been there here. Could still score the series winner, but he's not there. And that's pushed wide as well.
Another one that maybe should have at least been on target. 2 minutes and 45 seconds of overtime upon us. And Monkey Moon trying to make the difference. Rizex lets it go as Extra looking for the back wall. Marked by 8 denied. Catalysm to the races now down the sideline. Looking for space and looking for boost, and that's all he's got as Monkey Moon somehow got back before him.
Wanted that midfield boost to spawn for him. It did not. Of course it does for BDS and Monkey Moon, who's up the ladder again. 3 minutes plus gone by. Now Ivan. Got to chase this down. Gave it away to Mark by 8. Those unforced turnovers are the ones that are real killers. Incremental advantages for Team BDS, but here's Catalysm on the attack. Up over 1, dropped it down in front, but Monkey Moon stays with the play. Now Rizex can't get back down for that ball. It went up way too high, and Catalysm's forced off the play as well.
Long, long overtime, and one that could decide the series, and maybe the fate of EG in this group. They need this goal more than any other in the winter split so far. And they're going to have to go do it through the corner here as Mark by 8 denies them. 4 minutes now in game 4. BDS might have the opportunity. Rizex able to turn it away.
Evil Geniuses plenty of times have had their backs against the wall. They've answered the call many times to reach this point. Can they get to the next level? Ivan forced off the play by Mark by 8. And now Mark trying to set up Monkey Moon, because why wouldn't you? And instead that's deflected away. Mark by 8 has to scramble back as Rizex trying to center, and Mark's got the clear. Needed a second touch though, and Catalysm got there first.
BDS and Monkey Moon, they need one more opportunity here, and Monkey Moon's the guy to do it. That's a great demo from Mark by 8 with no boost. He's not able to follow up. Or maybe it's the shooting from Extra. Can he come online here for one more goal? Monkey Moon, boost to work with, and a decent flick will get through one. Tries to get a piece of the defense as well, but it's not going to work out. And EG still so scrappy on their own side to deny BDS as we're over 5 minutes.
Oh, good passing play there from BDS, but again, betrayed by their accuracy. Extra looking for his first assist. Not happening. Here comes Evil Geniuses. Rizex downfield and just could not connect with Catalysm. Ivan all the way back off the respawn. Extra going after him and stuffed all the way by Rizex. Now Catalysm trying to get through. It's available for Rizex. Ivan lagging in behind, and Extra clears.
Currently the 10th longest OT at an RLCS LAN right now, and the clock's still ticking, as I'm sure that stat has changed since the time I got it. As we're approaching 6 minutes, and EG still holding on.
Catalysm got the shot off, but not very cleanly. It's brought right back in, and Rizex plays all the way across. Mark by 8 had to eat a demo. He's back in the play. Monkey Moon popped it up, and Mark by 8 will clear. Extra trying to race after it, and he just wisely takes the scenic route. He'll wait. Still on the ground as Monkey Moon clears away, and we keep on going. 6:20 plus. Now it's the 4th longest at an RLCS
It's
LAN.
just coming in because it just keeps going up.
Loving it. Keep it going. Why not? We're having a ton of fun. Extra trying to put an end to it, and Ivan stops it as well.
I believe the longest one is that 9-minuter at Season 8. The infamous own goal.
Please don't bring back the memories.
I didn't say who it was.
Of course. Popped away, Rizex all the way back, and he stops Monkey Moon from prancing down the field. By the way, now we're up to the 3rd longest.
Oh my.
In RLCS LAN history. Look, it's been a historic day regardless.
Oh.
As that shot set away right at the goal line, pinched back in by Extra. Team BDS nearly ended it right there.
And that's the closest I think anyone's come to scoring
in a long time.
In 7 minutes and 15 seconds of overtime. BDS that close, but EG, they're saying to them it's got to be a little bit better than that. And it might be Extra here. A little bit of boost to work with. A flip reset's not going to connect. And EG able to get out. Now,
we're at number 2.
Number 2, there it is.
Yeah, longest 9:03. We got a bit to go. Let's keep it going, why not? We need to give Subi all the time in the world to figure out what questions he's gonna ask when all this is over with. Catalysm will get this around a lot of traffic, but he could not get past Mark by 8 as we approach the 8-minute mark of overtime. There'll be some goofy looking numbers when this is all over with. Mark by 8 patiently back for boost, and he dances around Ivan. But now Catalysm. Rizex calls him off. His shot sent away by Monkey Moon.
And maybe the best look that EG's had in this overtime. Now over 8 minutes. Again, the number 903 is the longest in RLCS history. As that one's dropped down dangerously in front, Monkey Moon, he'll bite on it. As BDS turned away, and hold on a second. BDS having to get back on in their own corner.
8.5 thrown in front, and Monkey Moon popped that away. Rizex was diving in. Imagine a counterattack could be fatal. This goes all the way downfield. Catalysm sure-handed with it, and plenty in the tank as he tries to get around Extra.
Wow.
Just that Fennec, too strong.
It's getting scrappy, and one of these types of games are the ones that come down to grit, perseverance, the intangibles here for these teams. Long overtimes can wear on you.
3,
here it comes.
2, 1, and now we have the longest overtime at an RLCS LAN, and it almost ended there. Ivan just got back in time. Now Monkey Moon's drive denied by Ivan as well. Now we start looking at the individual players. All right, who's got the most saves, the most shots?
Right.
Here's Mark by 8, looking for a double, and Catalysm sends that away as well. And both teams have played very conservatively, especially Evil Geniuses. I mean, they've been conservative all throughout this game, this 14.5-minute ordeal as this is played downfield. I haven't seen them take many risks at all, and you wonder if they had taken some, if they could have ended this about, I don't know, 10 minutes ago.
It's a good point to bring up because I agree. I think both teams have been very conservative in the way they've approached their offense. They do not send too many players unless they feel super confident. I don't think the odds have ran in their favor for either team. A couple shots spring out from EG. None of them are on target, and back the other way we go with BDS.
And just think, if Evil Geniuses score here, they still got to do it again. Monkey Moon, calm under pressure as Ivan goes by. Rizex now through the corner again, and Catalysm to get there. Ivan wins it! After 10 minutes and 15 seconds, we're headed to Champions Field.
And boy, losing the longest overtime in RLCS history when you're down in the series would have been the most painful thing to go through. But EG able to force a Game 5, and Stacks, we gotta run it up again.
Yes, sir. After he scores the first goal of the series, he ends a historic overtime, 10+ minutes gone by, and now we get to do it all over again.
And only one guy hit 1,000 score, Ivan, and it was with that goal. If he didn't score that goal, I don't even know how that even happens because of 10 minutes of overtime and no one could drop 1,000.
Right, it almost closed in on first killer's mark from earlier today where he racked up 1,100 in regulation in the last game against Detonator. Well, here we go. Game 5, Champions Field on the way between Evil Geniuses and Team BDS. And look, Team BDS has looked far more human in this winter split than ever before. I mean, even in the fall, it's like, okay, it's still BDS.
Right.
They did take the second European regional here in the winter split in between a couple of queso victories. But we've seen teams that before BDS would just kind of run roughshod over, put up a fight. And BDS has not been able to dispatch them nearly as easily. Evil Genius is a perfect example.
No, I mean, right here is a perfect example. Even in the last regional in Copa de Rocket League when they finished 9-12, losing to LG twice in Game 5, getting swept out by KC, Carbon Core. So for BDS, you're right, they've looked human as of late. And EG forcing a Game 5 after the longest overtime in RLCS history. We go again one more time, Stacks.
After 15 minutes and 15 seconds, you get 60 seconds, and then you queue it up again. Rocket League. Mark by 8 got there first. That is a very inviting net, but nobody was up for Team BDS. And now, of course, the mentality has to shift. You're no longer in golden goal mode. You can afford to maybe take a few more risks. So this is played downfield, and back goes Team BDS. Extra. Oh, they gave him all the time in the world for a double. That's forced through as well, and Monkey Moon can't get there on the third rotation.
And you can see that's an opportunity where BDS feels like they can send the players. Everyone had an opportunity, at least a half chance on that ball. And that's not something we saw in really any of the overtime from BDS. It was, again, very conservative, as you said, but that was an opportunity where they felt like they had numbers up and the odds were in their favor.
Catalysm, bank is open, but he played that way out to the corner. And Ivan's going to turn on this at midfield. And I think that kind of surprised Extra. Ivan maybe feeling a little more confident now. He's got 2 goals and 2 assists, including, well, let's face it, the 2 most important goals of this series.
Coming up clutch. That's exactly what EG's going to need. Game 5. And the first minute and a half come and gone. Still scoreless.
Dished off to Monkey Moon. Oh,
what?
Catalysm and Rizex ran into each other. It was an open net as a result, but BDS could not convert. And now Ivan giving chase after Extra here. He got this ball in front. Catalysm can't get around for a shot.
Still chances for EG. Looking to clamp down, but they're not going to be able to get this ball off the sidewall. Monkey Moon happy just to throw it towards the EG net. Extra still floating. He's not going to get there. Ivan to meet him. Tough save for Monkey Moon. Comes out to Rizex. The pass across too far, but Catalysm made it work. And a huge save comes out from Extra as BDS turns away EG.
I just absolutely love the teamwork of Evil Geniuses. A lot of guys just take that shot and it's an easy save. BDS forced to work a little extra with the extra pass out of Evil Geniuses. This is going to pinball around, and it's an own goal off of Rizex as Extra. This is how he gets his first tally of the series.
Oh my, that little touch off of Monkey Moon left it for Extra, and the defense just trying to get back. And EG accidentally hitting it in their own net, and that could be the difference maker here, Stacks, in Game 5.
You cannot lose the series like that after the longest overtime at land, and they won't. Rizex ties it immediately. Talk about a redemption arc.
You need to have the response, and EG does it here. A great touch from Catalysm to set up Rizex. If he wasn't going to score it, he sets it up nicely for his teammates, and Rizex there to crash the net. EG, the response they needed with 2 minutes on the clock.
And with that, now everybody has a goal in this series. That to go with 3 assists out of Rizex. Ivan got bumped, I believe, by his teammate there. He can still at least center this. And now Rizex had some extra daylight to work with, but Monkey Moon will clear to the corner. Monkey Moon shot. Catalysm will get there, and Team BDS answers right back.
It was open, and EG, a rare gap in their defense. Ivan took such a huge rotation out from the midfield. You could see Catalysm cheating over as well, but they left the net open, Stacks, and BDS will punish.
And now for Evil Geniuses, in a series where, oh no, off the kickoff, Rizex gets back. In a series where nobody has scored more than 2 goals in a game, Evil Geniuses will need 3 if they're going to prevail against the mighty Team BDS.
It's not impossible. Certainly opportunities here for EG, but they cannot give up anything else to BDS. And a big clear comes out. Catalysm's trying to stretch out.
Oh, Rizex going to burn a ton of boost there and really not do much with that ball. Just kind of delayed a little bit. Monkey Moon takes over. Approaching the final minute, Rizex almost thread the needle. Now Ivan, indirect. Nothing there. Rizex shot, and Monkey Moon's got an easy save. They're just so patient, Team BDS, especially in this spot when they know Evil Geniuses have to bring the fight to them.
Yep, and all the pressure's on EG. That's a nice little fake from Catalysm, but nobody fooled. As EG can't follow it up, Rizex to the ceiling denied. BDS meeting every EG player in the air to make it difficult for them to break out.
They got 40 to work with. That bounces through, and Monkey Moon had the save. Now Extra. It's Team BDS closing in on a 2-0 day. One half significantly tougher than the other. That's off the crossbar. Catalysm can't get on top of it. And now Ivan, he'll try his luck and mark by 8. Slams the door shut. Down to 17 seconds. Again in front. Furious comeback rally out of Evil Geniuses, and Monkey Moon got him again.
Huge shot from Ivan, but the defense holding strong. BDS looking to close it out here in Game 5.
Oh, they put the brakes on, and Extra is just going to let it drop And Team BDS survives a scare out of Evil Geniuses.
And honestly, I didn't expect BDS to have such a hard time. I really don't think we saw the best out of BDS in this series. As you can see, Extra there very intently staring at his computer, but they're happy to come out on top, but a Game 5 was not what they wanted.
And you see the emotions from Evil Geniuses. I mean, they got to feel absolutely dejected after, look, they've played now 9 phenomenal games. And against anybody else than G2 and Team BDS, you have to imagine they might even be 2-0 right now. Instead, they are 0-2, looking at one more series at some point during this week where they've got to take down Team Secret just to get into the playoffs where they would go in the lower bracket.
And there's a lot of saving grace here for EG. I mean, not in the record, but when you talk about what they did against G2, very close games, even though the 3-1 scoreline was not in their favor. Very close games here against BDS. The RLCS longest overtime, they were able to take them to that in 10+ minutes, and they came out on top to force the Game 5. I mean, EG's playing great Rocket League here today. They're just playing some tough teams.
Yeah, you know, sometimes you're just a tough luck loser, and that is the case, unfortunately, for Evil Geniuses. I mean, look, they put that together. They put those 9 games together against anybody else in this tournament. Any other combination of 2 teams, it's a much, much different story. But the story continues, of course, for Team BDS, who now run their record to 58-7, I think,
incredible.
In group and Swiss play, and 12-1 at majors in these stages. It's just unbelievable how good they are. And maybe we can get some kind of glimpse into just how this machine runs as we send it to Subi, standing by with KL.
And I'm sitting here with Kale. Kale, that was an impressive performance from Team BDS, but it got a little sketchy there in Game 5. I know you guys practice that a lot, lots of overtimes in your record, but I mean, talk to me about Monkey Moon Extra, Mark by 8, just the resolve of this veteran roster.
Yeah, you know, it's very difficult to play this kind of game because, okay, thank you. It's very difficult to play this kind of game when you're playing such a good opponent like Evil Geniuses, you know. So when we're about to win the last game, it was like we have to win this game. We want to win the series because if you don't do it, it's gonna be really difficult for us. So in the Game 4, we were like, we have to win this if we want to win the series. And then we went like 10 minutes overtime. You know, it was like we need to win. We need to close this series right now. And then they could take the win. And that was really hard for us, you know, but anyway, we could put the good win into the Game 5.
Yeah, and I don't know if you guys know that, but that overtime was the longest in RLCS LAN history, and repping BDS strong here. Also, only the 8th time we've gone over 10 minutes into an overtime. I mean, your team is just so known for always playing just so calm, cool, collected, and I got to know, have you guys practiced anything for the live audience that we're going to have on Saturday and Sunday?
To be honest, we have not practiced anything to do when we're in front of the crowd in YouTube Theater. We got to qualify for the playoffs because we're not qualified yet. So we're really impressed to be playing with that crowd in the YouTube Theater. We can do it. So we can expect to get it. We hope to get the qualified to the playoffs, you know.
I think you guys are definitely going to achieve that. And just talk to me about this roster. These guys are something special. It's very rare to see a player so unselfish, but to see 3 players this unselfish, just willing to do whatever it takes to win. Where does that mentality come from?
I know that our mentality is super good. Like we were working really hard to get this kind of mentality, you know. I think we have 3 players with a very different play style in our roster, so that's very important for us because it's like you can fight a very good player like Mark by 8 with the demos and the bumps on the time during the whole games, you know. And then we got Monkey Moon, that's the superstar of the team, you know, and Extra, that's a very good player as well. So it's like they can play together super good. That's all we have to do to win the games, you know.
Yeah, very special team is Team BDS, and I'm here again with Coach Kale. And any shout-outs you want to give, anyone you want to talk to at home?
No, thank you so much to all the fans who are supporting us. We hope to get the playoffs to see you in the YouTube Theater.
Well, day 1 is almost under wraps here over in LA for the Winter Major. We have one more match coming up. It's going to be SSG going up against Dignitas. Don't go anywhere.
Blueberry short stack? Got any games on your phone?
It's 3 a.m. I need a taquito. If you want it, we can get it from the 7-Eleven. Slurpee, light bulbs, antifreeze. Here's your order, nacho cheese. If you want it, we can get it from the 7-Eleven.
Tippy driver. This might not be your car. And this might not be your engine. Maybe this isn't your morning routine. And maybe these aren't your coworkers. Perhaps these aren't your standard driving conditions. Far from it. But this is your oil, which means you're one of us, doesn't it? For serious engines, on and off the track, upgrade to Mobil 1.
You've seen me here before, above the mountain tops. With every step I take, I show the world what I got. I feel alive again. I feel like it's a new chance, from a wasteland, and I've got nowhere to be, so I'm waiting. I don't need a rush, I'm patient. However long it takes, I'll be there one day. Eternal, I'm alive and chasing whatever it is I'm facing. I can't walk away. There's so much left to say. Our story never has to end. Eternal, I'm alive again. We don't know what will happen tomorrow, but I hope a good surprise. I could flip all the time that I borrowed and make another life. You can break my stride. There's a palace in my mind, made of light, and it shows. Yeah, yeah. The stars are falling, skies are raining gold. Yeah, yeah. Forever I'm free, that's what could be. So I'm waiting. I don't need a rush, I'm patient. However long it takes, I'll be there one day. Eternal, I'm alive and chasing whatever it is I'm facing. I can't walk away. There's so much left to say. Our story never has to end. Eternal, I'm alive again. Eternal, I'm alive again.
You lift me off of the ground. I close my eyes and I wait for the come down. I used to live in the now. Now I'm wiser to think that we are bulletproof. Teens with thicker skin, now we just bruise. Yeah, I remember.
We on the top and we ain't gonna fall. This an obsession, a habit you call. We hitting automatic, never stall. Only got one tactic, do it all. I'm from the bottom, I hate what I saw. I couldn't walk, so I learned how to crawl. They wanna talk when you're back to the wall. So I say later, my aim moving small. Money grows from my intuition. I just bought a crib, that's my first edition. People hate it when you claim a vision, but I use a static when I hit ignition. Hungry moves, I'm faster in a minute. I stay fresh to death, I'm in a mint condition. Forge a heat, no matter where I've been, and give me any place, and it'll be a kitchen. This how we flow to the top. I'm on a wave and it never gon' stop. I hit a 3, now we running the clock. 24 seconds, I still block your shot. I'm making this an eternal spot. Permanent stain in the flow, ink blot. Don't step to me when I get too hot. I'ma end your life and it's all you got. We on the top and we ain't gonna fall. This an obsession, a habit you call. We hitting automatic, never stall. Only got one tactic, do it all. I'm from the bottom, I hate what I saw. I couldn't walk, so I learned how to crawl. They wanna talk when you're back to the wall. So I say later, my aim moving small. Homemade flow, I'm a PVC. There ain't one player out doing just like me. Heart rate froze, check the EKG. I hate wasting time, no eventually. Routine work when nobody see, but I ain't feel the stress, I know it's meant to be. 30 beats, I'm on a killing spree. I made every song in my discography. Yeah, that's every cent, every dollar. I ain't tryna listen to a broke scholar. Making moves to make the money taller. To the cash topping on the Eiffel Tower. Labels calling, I won't wear their collar. With my own drive, I can take it farther. Do it myself, don't ever bother. Been self-made now, shout out to my father. We on the top and we ain't gonna fall. This an obsession, a habit you call. We hitting automatic, never stall. Only got one tactic, do it all. I'm from the bottom, I hate what I saw. I couldn't walk, so I learned how to crawl. They wanna talk when you're back to the wall. So I say later, my aim moving small.
Welcome back to the RLCS Winter Major here live in Los Angeles, and we've got finally, after how long? All of RLCSX and half of RLCS 21, we've got the 5th member of the desk, Extra, here. How's it going, Extra?
I'm doing good. Thank you guys for having me.
It's good to have you here. Walk us through your day so far. You've played 2 series, gone 2-0. What was it like from your perspective?
I think as a team, we're like not used to play this early in the day. So
Okay.
like in Sweden, it was like more 7 and 8 p.m. We're playing. And I think first series like was a bit of a warm-up for us. I didn't say Secret wasn't good, but we got into it after in the EG match, and it was tough against EG. Like I feel like we should have won 3-1 maybe, because the overtime I choked.
that overtime, man, 10 minutes of
10
action
minutes.
where it looked like you guys just on the field. A lot of shots that we thought should have went in for you guys. So a lot of drama like in Group C. We saw both series going to 5 games.
Was it 10 minutes?
10 minutes of overtime, yeah. It was the longest ever.
Longest on-LAN RLCS overtime.
Really?
As we take a look at some of the highlights here. Did it not feel that long to you?
No, I wasn't even watching.
This was some crazy stuff. Well, I mean, Secret actually took G2 to Game 5 as well. At the same time you guys were going there. So a very, very tough group here. How do you feel about the group situation at this event?
I feel like G2 is going to be the toughest opponent for us.
Okay.
Because they clap us in scrims every time.
They clap everyone in scrims.
Yeah, it is so good. So we'll try our best tomorrow.
Yeah, see right there, 10 minutes, 15 seconds on the clock, longest ever in RLCS LAN history. But then you guys got the job done in Game 5, like you always do.
How do you what is the mid game like between games 4 and 5 there? Having that massive overtime, losing it, having to mentally regain. What did you guys say to each other?
I think we didn't say anything, to be honest. Kyle told us like we need to forget this game. It's like really unfortunate that we didn't score because we had like so many shots on net and just gotta go next, and be serious for the next one.
Yeah, my question to you is, there's a lot of new teams here, and some of them have been very vocal, so to speak, like in terms of like the energy that we've heard. What are your thoughts on some of the new teams like V1?
Yeah, they're good team, I guess.
Okay, that's fair.
Listen, Extra.
I like calm energy.
Extra, first off, you already know, we boys. We boys,
Yeah,
you know
we
I'm
boys,
coming
we
to
boys.
you. You know I'm coming to you.
God.
Tomorrow, 2-0 versus 2-0. I know you talked about G2 a little bit. You touched on it saying they whoop you on scrims, but I know you're a very confident individual. Oh, here we go. The shaking the head. But what you think what's going to happen tomorrow?
I don't know. We'll see, man.
We'll see?
Yeah.
You know I'm not going to pick
He's
you, so
always
you're-
trying to fish. He's
No.
always trying to fish
No,
for
I'm
one
not
of the
gonna-
responses.
I probably won't pick you, so that'll probably increase your chances of winning.
Yeah.
You cannot get a rise out of Extra here. Well, Extra, thank you so much for taking the time to talk to us. Congratulations on finally making it on the RLCS decks. We hope there's a long time before you're here, so that means you have a long playing career. You just stay away from it. This is where the washed up people come. I'm terrible at Rocket League. Let's go. Let's check out the groups here and the action that we have left here. It's been 3 groups down, 1 group left to go. If you weren't here at the start of the show, Sandrock Gaming, unfortunately, not going to be participating in the event, which leaves us with 3 teams left in Group D: Dignitas, Space Station, and KC Pioneers.
But real quick, I want to go back to Group C because I got to talk about this group of heart. We saw these guys with Team Secret, so they battled back. After a loss to play G2, they were down 2-0, battle back to a Game 5. Then EG, they had to play BDS, where they just lost, and they battled to a Game 5. So sure, both those teams are 0-2, but they battled, and that group is so deadly. I don't want to play any of those teams when it comes to a bracket match.
It does look here, Desert, like Group C is the one-sided group,
Yeah.
but no.
Well, I mean, no, no, it's not one-sided at all. You're absolutely right. Because mainly, like, tomorrow or whenever these 2 teams play next, it's going to be 2 teams are fighting to win the group, and 2 teams are fighting to stay alive. And I'll be honest, I casted the Secret versus G2 matchup. If EG don't show up, they're going to lose that.
It was close, yeah. It was close the whole way.
That is a spicy win-and-in sort of situation for the top and for the bottom of Group C. But looking at Group D, 1 more match to go through today. Space Station Gaming taking on Dignitas. This is the title match everyone's been waiting for, Bates.
Oh, this is the matchup of the day for me. Man, you got 2 Titans. I understand the SOG finished as the 5th best team in NA, but they're hyped up, man. You got Arsenal, you got Redos, and then you got that young prodigy and Daniel. And he's a relatively short individual, and then you got up against him, though. He's got to do some giant slaying because he's going up against the Giants. They all stand about 6'2", and they're walking around like they're the kings of Europe. Dignitas! It's about to be a series in and of
And they're
itself.
just doing photo shoots here. They're coming out to LA just like, let's go to the beach. Let's
It's vacation for them.
Let's just take our shirts off and let's just take photos. We'll see what happens with Dignitas. But we talk about the #1 offense ever at an RLCS LAN. That was Fall Major Dignitas, and then they fell apart in the bracket. They know they need to fix that, so they're going to be hungry.
And it's like, yes, Dignitas are a tall team, like in the game and just as people, but they fall short as Daniel, so to speak, because he is a very short individual. He is the one that looks like
he's like
he
going
looks
first
like
team.
But
We're waiting for a growth spurt.
All right, Justin, he'll be taller than me by the end of next year. I already know it's coming. So.
Scrub used to not be able to see over this desk, and now I think he's as tall as I am.
Yeah,
You wait for Daniel to hit that spurt there. But Space Station Gaming, one of the hottest teams here in North America, and they're looking to win it.
This major is kind of a stepping stone for our team. It's Daniel's first live event. This season was his first split ever. So, I mean, we're coming in here, have fun, work as a team, and try and get some work done.
But it's still a little chaotic down in front. Daniel Arsenal!
I think we are probably one of the hardest working teams at the event. I mean, we've been scrimming nonstop, watching replays nonstop, just grinding as a team, and we've worked really hard for this, so we just got to put our best foot forward.
Maybe a shot here. Reynolds will put it home. It's 3-1 Space Station.
I think you can expect to see a lot of fun. We're out here trying to teach Daniel how to play on LAN, getting him used to the new environment that he hasn't ever played in. I kind of feel like a big brother to Daniel, me and Arsenal both. I mean, we have a 5-year age gap between us, and I think this is kind of just a learning experience for all of us, and I'm excited.
Daniel shot! That's the corner!
What a shot from Daniel. Sets himself up off the ceiling. 15 boost on the flip. Toasty just had no chance at the ball.
Any event we come to, we're here to win. I think other teams should fear us because me and Arsenal both are probably 2 of the players that feed off the crowd the most. LAN events have always been our strong suit, and if we start rolling, there's not much you can do to stop us.
Here they are, one of the most hyped up rosters. They've developed quite the fan base in the short amount of time they've been in Rocket League, one of the dynasties of North America.
And Reynolds is right. Like, if they can make it to the top 8 round and then they're in front of a crowd, all that hype and momentum behind them, watch out. It's all about Daniel, though. He showed up. That first regional was insane from him. Just clutch goal after clutch goal every single time. He brings the ice on this squad. While Reynolds and Arsenal, I'm going to say it a little bit, they've been plateauing a bit. I feel like they haven't been playing at their best.
It's because they haven't been in front of a crowd.
Exactly. Now it's a LAN, so maybe they will step it up here, Bates.
Listen, man, Reynolds.
Talk to him.
You need to put Reynolds on the LAN stage. You need to put Arsenal on the LAN stage. It's something psychologically that these players have to go to when they haven't been playing in front of a crowd or even in front of their opponent as of late. You saw Com earlier. You got 2 of the loudest mouths in the game on the SSG. You think after they score, they ain't going to let them boys from Detonator know about it? Come on now.
Oh, they'll know.
It's about to be a full show.
That's right. And they're going to have to be prepped because this is a lot of energy and really, it's going to be a tough matchup for Dick.
This is I think Reynolds kind of ushered in the spitting trash talk across the stage as your opponent's era of Rocket League. He's here to do it. Those desks are not that far apart. Sitting across the field from him, it's Dignitas.
The biggest learning experience from the last major, I think we got ahead of ourselves. We can't do that again, and we've definitely learned from that. And that's important to do as a team, and we're making sure that those mistakes aren't going to happen again.
Dignitas have now got the ball under their control. They can go off the back, they can go solo, they can pass, they can do whatever they want. And apparently Jack wants to score another. And he does so with style.
This major is absolutely huge for Worlds qualification. You know, we're in a good spot right now. We boot camped for a week, so yeah, we got a lot of practice in before this event. We want to make sure that we're ready.
They're passing around Vitality like they're not there. Apparently Jack and Jory are the series of their lives.
We've got some of the best players individually in the world on this team. Scrub, you know, when he was 13, when he couldn't even play RLCS, he was still one of the best in the world. And Jorius, on his day, he is the best in the world, hands down, no question about it. But yeah, you know, sometimes it's good to keep them, you know, in their place. You can't let them get too big of an ego, even though they are that good.
Scrub Killer arriving. Scrub Killer gets a touch towards Jorius, and Jorius sinks it, and Jorius wins it, surely.
I feel so confident in this team. We're very fast, we do a lot of demos, but we've also got that synergy. You know, when we're playing well, in my opinion, there's no team that can match us.
With Jorius finding Jack that frequently, they are looking like a deadly duo for the ages.
To the people that say we don't stand a chance, just watch. I mean, we're here to play, you know. We're always here to win. Every tournament, second place is losing, you know.
Scrub Killa, the Season 7 champion MVP, winner of the World Championship is the phrase I'm trying to say. My goodness, I said Scrub champion at the beginning, threw myself off. He might be the worst player on the team, Gibbs.
Oh, he absolutely is, and he is fine with that because he knows that, and he's like, go ahead, apparently, Jack and Jorius, you do your thing. I will be there to help out, and that is great to see from him because when he was 15, everyone was just hyping him up. And he had an ego, that's for sure. Then he had an up and down career where he's getting kicked off teams, but he's found this team now on Dignitas where apparently Jack, the leader, he's doing so much for this squad where he's just calming everyone down, making sure everyone's having a good time. And then there's Jorius, and on his day, he can be the very best in the world. We've seen it plenty of times before.
Yeah, and one of the things that you look at with this Dig roster is the level of composure that they have. Because even, I think their biggest thing was that when they lost, they were too confident. But when they play with a level head and they play down and, you know, keep things mellowed out, this is when they're at their most consistent. And that's going to be really tough here for them against SSG because SSG is going to be the loud ones in their ears. It's going to be something they got to deal with. But like Jack said, they're here to put on a show. They don't want second place. They're looking for the championship.
I gotta go back to Gibbs real fast. Scrub Killer the worst on the team.
Oh, he definitely is. Like he would say.
Wait,
that
who would you say? Who would you say the worst on the team is?
I don't think there is a worst on the team. They're all really too great. It's hard. Okay, if we're going off of that, if you want me to pick a word, then it'd be abject right now. You want me to tell you why? Because Scrub's a landboy. The last time we saw,
That's true.
Wave said it. Season 7. champion and also MVP. And the last time we saw him fall major, he was Jorius was popping off. He's probably the best. But SK was averaging around 460 himself. So they all perform when the lights are on.
Here's my one concern about Dignitas. This might be the editors doing them a disservice. We've seen 2 videos now that have shown AppJack talk, and both times he's talked about looking over his shoulder at how things went at the fall major. If they're looking too much back and we got to correct that and not looking forward, I'm a little worried for them at this event.
That is a big hurdle because apparently Jack, he knows he did not play up to snuff like at fall major. So we'll have to see what they do. But apparently Jack, I think he knows. Like that was his first LAN.
Right.
Now he's got that out of the way. And I think now it's time to grow and win one.
Okay. Well, let's get the vote from chat. Let's find out what you guys think is going to happen here. The Verizon fan vote. Use hashtag SSG or hashtag DIG to support Space Station or Dignitas. Let's get the go down here. I want to start in the middle here.
Oh.
Dazzer, I want you to go first.
Well. Who's going first?
I didn't want to go first because I wanted him to go so I could just do the opposite of him because that's just been working all day today.
Yeah.
But...
Well, we could do that too. It's T-Base. You go first.
You get put on the spot.
No, I want to go last because I have a great take that nobody's going to have.
Well, good. Then you get to go first.
Okay.
You're throwing them off. You're throwing them off.
Yeah, I can go first. I'll go first. I'll go first too. I got Space Station. I've been painting this picture all day. I got Space Station taking this one down. I said they were going to win the group, which means I got to predict them to win Dig. This is going to be the hardest part for them. They get past this, they got the group in the bag.
This is easy Dignitas. They know what they did wrong at fall major. They are gonna destroy Dig payroll. I normally don't pick Dig, and that's the funny thing. Like go ahead and pay me, Dig, because I will pick against you most of the time. But I have to go with them here. I think they are the better team, easily over Space Station.
You know, see, for me, this one's a lot more tougher because I'm really like thinking into it in terms of like, okay, you know, obviously those boys on Space Station Gaming, you know, they got a lot to prove. Dignitas as well, they're on the kind of like the redemption arc.
Sure.
I'm going Space Station Gaming.
Let's go.
I'm going Space Station Gaming.
Of course.
I have to. I have to. I think when you give Daniel a chance to pop off, he's gonna do it, Gibbs.
I hope so. I hope we see a Game 5.
I want to hear this crazy take. Also,
listen
give me
well, you left him hanging. That's upsetting. Anyways,
that's being clipped.
Anyways, listen, let me tell you right now.
Right here.
SOG's taking us home. It goes against all logic. You look at all of the stats. You look at what Dignitas has brought to the table, and it seems like Dignitas is the obvious choice. But then you got Daniel.
That's right.
And you got all them tall boys over there. I mentioned earlier, they're all giants.
They are
you gotta have a giant slayer.
They're his height.
Yeah, they're all his height. And that young man, his first ever LAN, he's gonna pop off. Redo said we're going back to the way we played in Regional 1. I've been playing Regional 1. They said Daniel, score me to 0 seconds.
All right, I got to make some phone calls for tomorrow because this NA bias has.
It ain't bias.
Look, here's the funny thing is Daniel is my biggest question mark. I don't know how. I have no idea how Daniel's going to play.
There's no way. Daniel shouldn't be the biggest question mark because, hello, Dig did well in groups. That was the last time we really saw them do well in a tournament like that. Even when they come home, it still wasn't consistent enough. So, of course, when you go to SSG, they got everything to prove. They got Daniel.
They do.
It's Daniel.
They do, but we ain't seen him play on LAN before, but I have seen Reddles and Arsenal, and I'm excited to watch them do it again. Let's see what chat thought
it's
down here. Right down the middle.
Twitch chat, what are you doing?
This is great. Twitch chat knows this is going to be a good matchup. Chat, we are ready to get to it. Let's head down to the gauntlet. Let's see the match of the day. Space Station taking on Dignitas. Cannot wait to see who's going to have the lead as they go into day 2 for Group D. Space Station on one side, Dignitas on the other. Let's head to the Verizon Skybox.
Well, Corelli, a lot to play for both teams here. As mentioned on the desk, Dignitas looking over their shoulders. A lot of questions being asked of Daniel, and what do you make of things?
Look, I think Daniel's going to play well. I don't like the narrative of just automatically assuming that a new kid on the block is going to perform poorly at LAN. I think that Daniel can. I think really for me, what I'm looking at is Arsenal and Reddles. They're the type of guys that will build up the hype and feed off of the hype at LAN and might step it up a notch here against Dignitas.
Well, we'll see how it all plays out. We're in our final match of day 1 of the Winter Major here, and currently Dignitas, the ones that earned possession first, pass over to apparently Jack, no problem for Daniel. And Curly, I think you make a great point about how Reddles and Arsenal are playing, because they said they want to go back to how they played at Regional 1, and Arsenal and Reddles all over the pitch, giving Daniel a lot of opportunities to be successful as Arsenal turned away at the goal line there.
You know, you talk to Reynolds, even just his success with LAN wins. You know, I think that's the type of performance that he strives for every time he's on the field, and especially at another LAN. But let's give some credit over to Dignitas. Certainly no slouches after their collapse of the fall major, where they were looking like an unstoppable force. Joris was an animal at the fall major. There's a little bit of redemption for them here, even after the good, positive games they had at the fall major.
See what both teams are capable of. So far, it's been kind of slow. A couple of good opportunities there for Space Station. Not able to get anywhere under the bar as over the shoulder, and that's going to get turned in. Jorius says, thank you. That's an easy one.
What on earth? What has happened here for Daniel? The misread off the ceiling, and Jorius says, thank you very much. As you said, Dignitas will take one in the first minute and 5.
Arsenal giggling.
He's laughing.
He's like, come on, man. Tough one to give up, but plenty of time to make it back. The kickoff following. Again, Dignitas earning some possession early. I don't think we can really put too much stock into how this one should shake out. Great pass and right at Reynolds in the Space Station net. Follow through, back post is Daniel rotating back already.
I think this matchup is really dependent on what Dignitas give us. Sometimes Dignitas is in dominant form, and other times they have good performances, but they don't look as good on the field. The context of the game kind of gets a little muddied. For Dignitas, they have a true triple threat. They have players that can really pop off, especially when you talk about the way Joris played in the last major, the way Appjack's been playing, and Scrub, of course, once he's cleaned up, being that third man. Dignitas has really come on board here and is attempting to be another very strong EU contender as Jorius puts away a second.
Excellent control here from Jorius, this pass out. Arsenal trying to weave his way through and thinking, maybe I can cut back in, but Daniel trying to cover a large swath of the net, ends up playing near post because Arsenal decided to cut back in there, and nobody defending that right side of the net. Dignitas pick it apart. We've arrived 2-0 Dignitas.
Very unthreatened so far is Dignitas. And Space Station need to make amends right now. Not looking so hot, and certainly not looking in form.
See, I would always suggest getting the ball in Arsenal's hands. As a nice little flick from Scrub Killer there. But Space Station certainly up to the task, but really looking for, like I said, the ball to be in Arsenal's hands as they push the ball up the pitch. Really feel like Space Station has a lot of success when they start putting Arsenal as the point man. And he's just got so many different looks on the ball. He's an incredibly tough player to challenge. I think he's a really great starting point to look for some success for Space Station.
I agree, and you know, I think for Reynolds and Arsenal, they are certainly the point of this team for Space Station is to unlock Daniel. And when you do that, good things happen for Space Station. Right now, Daniel going into a tough tackle, and Reynolds going to let this one go up the wall. He's got full boost to work with here. Daniel wants some bumps in the net, not going to find it. And Joris going to turn him away on the Dignitas side.
Like the patience from Arsenal, let that one come to him, make sure his teammates are ready to try and keep the pressure, but that's a big miss, and will let Dignitas out of the cage. Combined with a demo on apparently Jack, Jory is tasked with just buying some extra time here. Scrub Killer close enough to follow through, but Space Station standing tall on defense. Still trying to find a way out of their own half and consistently hold pressure. Dignitas really not having too much work to get done as Arsenal in time to turn that one aside, looking for help, and actually going to give away some space here for Space Station, and they're going to need to really hold on to this ball for the next minute or so if they want to have a chance of taking back game one.
And it does feel like they're going to have to pick up the pace, the Space Station squad, because Dignitas, they're just playing faster than them right now, and the challenges have just been too clean, too centered on the ball. It's been very tough for Space Station to get a hold of this ball cleanly and find anyone downfield. It's really been all of Dignitas in the challenge game going in their favor.
Nice read from Daniel following Jorius across his own net. Time continues to tick out to apparently Jack. That's in the lower left-hand corner. Thank you.
I thought that was a Dignitas player playing it out. I was like, wow, that's a great pass. No, it's Daniel passing it out to apparently Jack, and he'll slot it left side. Dignitas up 3-0 in game one.
Great understanding from apparently Jack, just kind of camped out and thinking, well, maybe he gets it back clear. We've arrived. There it is. And no way for Space Station to come back at this one. Jorius wants 4, but turned aside by Reynolds. Not a particularly hot game for either team. No one really setting any fires anywhere. It's kind of just, okay, Space Station clearly needs a second to get dialed in here because Dignitas kind of picked up the pressure off the bat and never put it back down.
Couple of gifts here from Space Station, 2 out of the 3 at least, given over to Dignitas for some free shots. Not what you want to do because Dignitas, they're a team that it just seems like they eke out wins when you don't expect them. They kind of lull you into their play style, and right now it hasn't seen much out of Space Station. Dignitas looking to take game 1, and they certainly will.
Strong start. Oh, they want one more for the road. Why not? Pass across. Okay. Oh, it didn't go straight down. Nice read from Arsenal. And okay, we've reached the end of game 1. Easy enough victory for Dignitas to be sure, and you really can't complain about anything that Dignitas really did. I'm not going to say that they went out there and really knocked Space Station's block off. I mean, kind of just sit there in the midfield and said, clear the ball. And then for whatever reason, I mean, Space Station, when they got that ball out of their own half, they just didn't have that normal amount of pressure that they're used to having and really pushing up the field and trying to regain possession.
16 shots for Dignitas here in this first game. 11 saves from Space Station, which I think kind of paints the picture about what's going on here very clearly. Dignitas was all over Space Station here. And again, I do think you might ask, well, okay, what does Space Station really have to do? I think, first of all, first game out of the way here for Space Station, right? I think there's, okay, you know what? That first goal that Daniel let in. That was bad from Space Station. So for Dignitas, it's at that, or for Space Station now, it's like, okay, let's get into this, you know? We got the first game out of the way. A lot of times that game, a lot of pros will talk about, especially on LAN. That's a game that they'll use to kind of just figure out, okay, what are we really up against here? And Space Station certainly doing that here in game 1 as they fell 3-0. And Dignitas, they don't have to change course. I mean, they didn't really have to do much.
Gain speed if you're Dignitas here going into game 2. They come out there and they keep, again, a lot of pressure in that first minute or two. Space Station really not able to get a firm grip on that midfield line. Could be in for another repeat game where Dignitas really doesn't try and put a lot of pressure on Space Station. They kind of just squeeze and squeeze until a mistake happens. Jorius is going to tuck that one into bed, top left corner.
Is he going to have that type of major again? Because he might. He's looking good, and he's just there to capitalize on the opportunity here. There's space inside the box for him to take that touch into, and he's welcomed himself in to the Space Station side. Dignitas up 1-0 in the first 20 seconds.
No pace lost in between games, it would seem, but really decent kickoff for Space Station. Kind of had to go back and get it, waste a few seconds. It's a loud scrub. Come through and keep things on the blue half. Space Station, here's where you really need to start earning your keep. You fought out of your own half, you gave up an early lead, you gotta stop Jorius here at the midfield line.
Yeah, again, I do think it comes down to a lot of the pace of play and the challenge game. Dignitas did such a great job to hold on to that ball and to keep challenges very difficult for Space Station to meet. Here's a shot from Daniel, wants to slot it, but no power behind it. A good tackle comes out from Arsenal, maybe looking for more. Jorius doesn't know what to do with it, and Arsenal can't stay behind it.
I don't know if he just decided to not hit the ball and just try and open the door as wide as he could, but one way or the other, Dignitas able to make the adjustment. Nice punt from apparently Jack, looking to go back down to him, and nice understanding there from the Space Station defense, not getting too psyched up in the pass above. Just realizing the most optimal and easiest approach is to dish it right back, and they're all over it.
Space Station, though, it does feel like they are spending a bit more time on the Dignitas side. Certainly making Dignitas earn it here in their first goal. Here's a chance from Daniel. Oh, and Scrub just got the touch to prevent the oncoming attack from Space Station as they're back on the Space Station side.
A long punch from Dignitas as well, really buying them some extra time to get reset. Scrub bumped off the ball, so another good opportunity. Daniel wisely choosing to take the ball down onto a dribble. Even if he doesn't necessarily keep possession, it does force Dignitas to come take the ball away from him. Double tap, Arsenal's too close. He won't be able to adjust to the approach on that bounce off the wall. And at least in this situation, Space Station still in control of the ball, but unfortunately going to be late to a challenge there. Dignitas going to fight him off one more time.
And I do think Space Station is doing a better job. And you can see, it's the physical game that's really paying off here. Arsenal wants a piece of the last man, but the shot isn't on target. And back the other way is at the post. It is for Dignitas. And Space Station and Dignitas both can't convert.
Oh, down for Jorius. That's a big block, stopping that ball going back onto the orange half. Space Station again having to dodge their own demos down in front. They need a little extra help. Unfortunately, Jorius didn't have the spacing to feel comfortable really trying to push that one and decided to give a little ground. Smart move considering they're already up. No need to concede one needlessly if you don't jam it in.
Yep. Very smart decision there from Jorius not to force the issue. As Daniel wants to take to the sky, he's coming online, can get the bump on the last man. Scrub able to turn it away. And Space Station looking more and more confident and poised here in game 2. Dignitas holding on to just a 1-goal lead.
Definitely understanding how Dignitas are trying to clear the ball a little better, understanding the lines that they're trying to take, getting out in front, and at least making it a fight for possession in the middle of the pitch rather than out of their own half the entire time. And now it's just a matter of can they create chances. There was one, and apparently Jack just able to get out in front of it. Nice wave dash up onto the wall to try and stick with it, but not the cleanest leave off the boards there. And Dignitas starting to get pushed further and further back.
They're kind of struggling to break out. Space Station doing a great job of adapting here. And it has certainly paid off, and I think a lot of it is the physical game. I've seen a lot more bumps, attempted demos, and just the demo in general. As Reddles with a flip reset tries to get through Scrub Killer, not going to happen. The time certainly becoming a factor here for Space Station.
Will get more and more aggressive. There you can see Daniel trying to go across the box and open up extra space. Flick over the top. Arsenal putting pressure on Jorius. He's still going to get the nose on it. Big stop. Daniel just hoping that one winds into, happens to go into the orange net. Cut across. Big save from Jorius. Way to give the respect to the shot. And get back in time for that one.
Yeah, I mean, that was a tough angle to hit in the first place on the shot, but an even better save. But Space Station inching closer and closer to the net of Dignitas. They've got to find a way out, and it's Jorius who will find the ball into the Space Station corner.
Air dribble for Reynolds with a little bump. Needs some help from Daniel. Clear the lane for him. That's
dangerous.
Not a good touch.
He doesn't have boost.
Do they have enough to get back to it? Unfortunately, no. Daniel has to camp out of the midfield line. He's late. Going to waste some precious seconds there for Space Station, but they are getting good boost steals in the orange net. Trying 15. To force Dignitas to not have the resources and see if they can open up a door through starvation. This one going down in front. They just missed the demo. And again, Space Station playing a little deeper back just in case. And now they got to do it in the air.
Oh, great poise there from apparently Jack. And Daniel not going to catch up to it. Dignitas gonna squeak out a game 2 win, but this is a different story this time of Chiefs because we talked about game 1 and we basically summed it up and said Space Station, didn't play very well. Dignitas took care of business.
14.
The script has been flipped. It feels like Space Station was all over Dignitas, but they didn't win. Dignitas had that 1 goal and they held on to it.
It took a while to get there for Space Station, but that final 2 minutes probably was really Space Station starting to lean on the gas pedal more and more. And Dignitas did well to fend them off. They were not the easiest things in the world to. It's pretty tough to stop a team as aggressive as Reynolds, Daniel, and Arsenal, and to really not allow that physical game that Space Station tends to thrive off to really come and start bearing fruit. So excellent job on Dignitas' defense to, like you said, squeak that one out there in game 2. And Space Station now find themselves in the unenviable position of reverse sweeping one of the best teams in Europe.
I mean, you don't want to reverse sweep, and you certainly don't want to be perfect swept out of this series against Dignitas. And one where after game 2, after seeing game 2, they're certainly in it. They're certainly in it. Game 1 was not pretty, but Space Station have turned things around. I think they've done a great job here in game 2, but they've got to convert. They've got to put one away, as Dignitas has very easily gotten to themselves to a match point.
Dignitas, despite the win in game 2, like we were saying towards the end, now the ones that need to make some adjustments, because you don't want to let Space Station be the team that comes out there and puts 14 shots on you again. You cannot expect to hold that to 0 all the time. As Arsenal met by apparently Jack in the corner of the net. And Dignitas wisely taking the ball down onto the ground. Again, generally a pretty safe option. You don't know what to do and you need some time with the ball. Take it on a dribble, force a challenge.
Wow, what
generally safe, as indeed quite the clear from Space Station. It's giving them the ball back, pass to Arsenal. Whoa. Hello, goodbye Dignitas defense. Space Station's on the board.
There we go, some smiles coming out from Space Station, some fist bumps all around. That's a great pass from Reynolds. The vision on him to see Arsenal all the way across. And Space Station up 1-0, preventing the perfect sweep and trying to fight back here against Dignitas.
Apparently Jack just rotating back into the net there, like, I don't know how I'm supposed to stop this one. Yep. As we do have a pause here, we'll get more information for you guys on what's going on when we have that. But Space Station, it's good to see them go into this one and clearly feel like they were headed in the right direction. And knowing that they could continue to play the way that they were playing towards the end of game 2 and really forcing Dignitas to try and figure out what they wanted to do.
Yeah, it appears it is a Dignitas pause, as apparently Jack talking with the referee there, trying to figure things out. We'll let you know as soon as we do. But kind of a shame if you're on the space station side. They finally get one to go away, or go through, and they get some good passing. As you see the good vibes, the close gamer there.
Gamer hours for Arsenal. This is it. It's grind time.
Punched over, leaned into the screen there, and space station. You can very clearly see that being down here 2-0 in the series, good vibes still. Dignitas a little bit more all business, it feels like, looking at the face cam throughout this series.
Yeah, they do have to like how locked in they appear here. And like you said, the vibes are important because we were talking about that with, what was that match earlier on in the day? Endpoint. They really enjoy that, they work really hard in the game and out of the pitch to really make sure they have a good camaraderie, and that really does help. Mentality-wise, it's a very powerful thing to, despite being in a tough position, kind of just, hey man, we're having a good time.
For fun better. I mean, that was something that Turtle and I talked about in the very first series of the day, and when we cast Queso as well. I think that goes a long way. Is just kind of feeling like, look, we're here to have some fun. We're going to play our best, of course. Everyone's always going to try, but that kind of taking the pressure off of yourself is really important.
Chrome is like, what is even going on?
What are you doing, man? It's important. That kind of stuff is very, very crucial to, I think, especially rookies onto the LAN scene, and of course rookies in the league, is just taking the pressure off. Getting out of your head is just so important. That seems like half the battle in Rocket League.
That really could be the idea for Space Station here. Like they said, they do know it is Daniel's first live event.
Yeah.
So the more you can be like, yo man, we're here, we're playing well, we're doing okay.
Yeah.
Tough spot, but it's nothing to be too shook up about. And you do have to like the approach at the start of Game 3. You do have to wonder, it does appear to be they are talking to apparently Jack, as you can see on your screen. So if it's a problem with apparently Jack, there could be questions about whether or not the goal stands. I mean, you could consider that. But here's the Mobile 1 high-performance replay of how the match has gone so far in general. Dignitas in Game 1 had a few gifts thrown their way and didn't really have to work too hard. And Game 2, barely able to fend off a Space Station counterattack that took a little bit to get going, but once it was going hard, it was tough to defend, and they did well to hold it in their 1-goal victory there.
Yeah, I'm not too quick, and I don't really like saying, Game 1 jitters or land jitters, but I do think that was the case for Space Station. With the Daniel whiff off the ceiling, they're laughing about it and saying, hey, you know what? It's going to happen. We've all been there. We've all been there. And laughing that off, I think, is much more important for any team. The example here is Space Station, but for any team to just, you know what? Hey, happens. Sometimes that happens. And so for Space Station here, like you said, definitely battling back and looking a lot stronger as we opened up Game 3.
Still considering what's going on. Joris has been playing pretty well, I think, across the board. Nobody's particularly stood out for anybody. Like we said, it's not like anybody's had to come out here and really put out a stellar performance to break down the other defense. It's been a real three-man effort for both teams here.
To be fair, we only saw 1 goal from Space Station, so there's not much to talk about with the offense there.
Had one ripper of a pass off the sidewall. It's like, well, okay, that's going to be
Which was great. That's great. That's the only one we've gotten so far.
What do you think Arsenal does when he practices? Do you think he just sits there and be like, how do I make this game look as difficult as possible to play whenever I get behind the ball? That's what I always think Arsenal has to think. He's just like, I'm going to do the weirdest thing, and they're going to have no idea what I'm even trying to do. I don't even think Arsenal knows what he's trying to do.
Maybe. I don't know. I watch his YouTube videos sometimes.
It seems that way.
It seems that way. But yeah, I think for Space Station, maybe this pause is good for them, just to kind of settle in. Yeah, maybe. I don't know.
Could it?
Depends. Well, I think they start off really hot in that game. So, you kind of ruin that momentum a little bit. And, of course, if there's a tech issue, of course, you need to take a second to figure that out. As it looks like Dignitas still having some issues here, as I think we're trying to get everyone back into the lobby. But for Dignitas, I mean, you talked about it. They weren't really pressured in those first few games.
Yeah.
I mean, Game 2 was definitely better. I guess my point is it wasn't that difficult for them. They didn't, you say no one really stuck out here. And I think that's just because no one's really had to work that hard.
The product of how the game's played out. It's been a lot of really long clears, and as long as they've had people in position, hasn't really been too much to stress out for either of the defenses. And I mean, you can't really fault either team for giving a lot of respect because these are two fairly dangerous offenses. And so to see both teams really trying to force goals to come at a premium, and I kind of understand the approach, if that makes any sense, because it's like, okay, we know how capable mechanically all 6 players on the pitch are.
Yeah.
And so if you understand that there's so many threats, you realize that we have to give a little more ground defensively to be able to sit a little further back, feel like we can approach some of those air dribbles and mix-ups from a more comfortable distance instead of just trying to make a tough play in a bad spot that you know they're just going to outplay you. Yeah. And so I suppose I'm not too surprised at kind of seeing the goals come at a premium when both teams have just a lot of understanding that, there's too many options there to cover everything reasonably.
Is he singing?
Maybe.
Yeah, he's definitely singing. He's feeling it. Vibes off the chart here for Space
He's got
Station.
the headphones on under the headset, and he's blasting something.
I don't blame him for that. You can see Scrub there. Boy, what a career he's had,
Long way.
Long, and he's still young, too.
It's true.
It's crazy to say, wow, he's had such a storied career. And he's just so young. He still has so much more ahead of him. A lot of these guys do. I mean, what a young land we have overall when you look at some of these teams. Teams like Queso have just been so good as of late.
It's been a lot to adjust for Europe, I think. I think the addition of the different format for RLCSX and this very open format put a lot of pressure on a lot of top teams. And we've got a lot of new talent out of having an open format. So it's been excellent to see a lot of new talent like Jorius, like Capjack come up and get their opportunity through the new format. But tell you what, we're going to take a quick break, and when we come back, we'll continue with our final match of the day, Space Station versus Dignitas. We'll be right back.
Searching for the break of a day to follow away to you. 'Cause at the end of the day, I ain't looking for no reason to change. 'Cause everything is good for you. Baby, I can see we're gonna shout it out to the sky. Tell our secrets to the night so we can see the end inside. We're gonna shout it out to the sky. When I look into your eyes, I can see no better life, baby, I can see we're gonna shout it out to the sky. Tell our secrets to the night so we can see the end inside. We're gonna shout it out to the sky. When I look into your eyes, I can see no better life, need to change.
I've been feeling just a little bit low. Got to get back to the show and we'll fly. Yeah. You don't have to feel like you're on your own. No one should have to dance alone, not tonight. You and me, we're gonna write a little history. You and me, just show me love and then you'll see. Memories that we make, they are never gonna fade for a lifetime. We don't give no shit if you wanna hide away. We just out here trying to play second drills up in the memory bank. I've been looking for somebody to make memories in the bank forever in time. There's no reason to be hard to find, 'cause we've already lost our mind. You and me, we're gonna write a little history. You and me, just show me love and then you'll see. Memories that we make, they are never gonna fade for a lifetime. We don't give no shit if you wanna hide away. We just out here trying to play second drills up in the memory bank.
We on the top and we ain't gonna fall. It's an obsession, a habit you call. We hitting automatic, never stall. Only got one tactic, do it all. I'm from the bottom, I hate what I saw. I couldn't walk, so I learned how to crawl. They wanna talk when you're back to the wall. So I say let 'em, I ain't moving small. Money grows from my intuition. I just bought a crib, that's my first edition. People hate it when you claim a vision, but I use a static when I hit ignition. Hungry moves, I'm faster in a minute. I stay fresh to death, I'm in a mint condition. Forge a heat no matter where I've been, and give me any place and it'll be a kitchen. This how we flow to the top. I'm on a wave and it never gon' stop. I hit a 3, now we running the clock. 24 seconds, I still block your shot. I'm making this an eternal spot. Permanent stain in the flow, ink blot. Don't step to me when I get too hot. I'ma end your life and it's all you got. We on the top and we ain't gonna fall. It's an obsession, a habit you call. We hitting automatic, never stall. Only got one tactic, do it all. I'm from the bottom, I hate what I saw. I couldn't walk, so I learned how to crawl. They wanna talk when you're back to the wall. So I say let 'em, I ain't moving small. Homemade flow, I'm a PVC. There ain't one player out doing just like me. Heart rate froze, check the EKG. I hate wasting time, no eventually. Routine work when nobody see it, but I ain't feel the stress, I know it's meant to be. 30 beats, I'm on a killing spree. I made every song in my discography. Yeah, that's every cent, every dollar. I ain't tryna listen to a broke scholar. Making moves to make the money taller. To the cash topping on the Eiffel Tower. Labels calling, I won't wear their collar. With my own drive, I can take it farther. Do it myself, don't ever bother. Been self-made now, shout out to my father. We on the top and we ain't gonna fall. It's an obsession, a habit you call. We hitting automatic, never stall. Only got one tactic, do it all. I'm from the bottom, I hate what I saw. I couldn't walk, so I learned how to crawl. They wanna talk when you're back to the wall. So I say let 'em, I ain't moving small.
Thank you very much for bearing with us while we got that sorted out. It appears that apparently Jack was experiencing some lag issues. We've come to the decision the goal will stand. And to be honest, that's fair. That was a spicy one. He banged that in the top left corner.
Sure did. Space Station looking good there. And for Dignitas,
little bit of a break. They have the last 2 games. Obviously, we're sitting at 2-0 here in the series in favor of Dignitas. Some work to do here. Plenty of time left on the clock for them. But Space Station finally finding the back of the net. We had mentioned earlier that they were threatened against them. A perfect sweep by Dignitas. Able to get on the board here in a great passing play with Reddles on the vision there. A pass across for Space Station. A good 1-0 lead here currently.
Yeah, and we were hinting at Space Station making some nice adjustments towards the end of Game 2. Really starting to put a lot of pressure on Dignitas despite a rough start to the series. We arrive at this situation now, Dignitas being the ones to have to make some adjustments, and starting off with a banger of a goal for Space Station. Like you said, we were hinting at the idea. Space Station, you know, maybe this pause causing a little hiccups in some of the momentum that they had building.
That's how I feel, at least. You know, because Space Station finally started to look good.
Finally, at long last, jeez.
It took them a few games to get going, but, you know, I don't think Game 1 was representative of what Space Station brings to the table.
Yeah.
I don't think Dignitas thought so either. There was a lot of gifts given over to them, but Space Station have worked their way into this series. They're on top here so far in Game 3, and I think they've really adjusted. Game 2, I think, was the big teller. While I know Dignitas came out on top, Space Station really did figure themselves out and start to put the pressure on Dig.
Well, Dignitas, I'm kind of thinking about what they have to do. Space Station really felt like they were trying to consistently apply some of that physical pressure, still not connecting as often as they would like, and if that physical style of play for Space Station starts getting to the level that they like it to be, Dignitas could be in for a lot more than they bargained here going forward.
And I think for Dignitas, it's like, okay, what does Dignitas have to do? Well, you just got to kick it up another gear. It's not really like they're getting outplayed here, but I do feel like they're not at that final gear, and they don't have to.
If this is final level Dignitas, then this is a sham.
Yeah. And just getting some more information for you guys. Again, it will be a 1-0 lead here for Space Station. We're going to be starting from kickoff 4:19 on the clock, so just barely into this one in the first minute or so as we get back into it. Game number 3, Space Station up by 1.
We shall see if they can hold on to their 1-goal lead or if Dignitas will find a way back, knock Space Station off in 3 games. Start off Group D heading into tomorrow. So far, got a lot of that pressure right back here on this kickoff, and way to go get that one. Arsenal really trying to take control out of Dignitas' hands. The miss as well. Daniel just wanted to keep the ball close and having to avoid some physical pressure being put on by Dignitas themselves.
Here's Jordan with some space, and that flick not able to get over the first man. Space Station looking to return to close to that form that they had earlier on here in Game 3 before the pause, and Arsenal will go through with the flip reset. Space Station double their lead.
Way to get it done. Reddles able to outmuscle apparently Jack. Stall went out in front of the box, and Arsenal put in a flip reset. Little weak one too, kind of threw Scrub Killer off the pace of the shot.
Yeah.
Went right into the top corner to beat the last defender, and Space Station now a comfy 2-goal lead. In general, apart from Game 1 with the hiccups, I mean, goal-scoring opportunities, despite a lot of targets being shots put on target, goal-scoring chances in terms of quality opportunities have been few and far between. So Space Station definitely starting to ramp up here.
You were talking about, you know, does Arsenal even know what he's doing? And I think a lot of times he does. He's very confident under that ball, getting that flip reset. And it has paid off for Space Station. He just got another one there, and we might have a series on our hands here as Space Station come back into this, Daniel, with another miss.
Wow.
And Joris gets another gift.
We will take that one. You can't complain if you're Dignitas. Don't care how it goes in as long as it does. Daniel, not a hard play to make. Really just, I don't think he even realized he had way more time there to even go and get that one. Just jumped at it.
And looking at the face cams there, Arsenal reaching over to Daniel and kind of just giving him a fist bump or slapping hands or whatever it was, saying, okay, all right, it's all good. Still in the lead, but maybe not for long, as Dignitas still threatening here. Space Station happy to have the cushion as it's been needed. Another dangerous one comes across. Daniel there to make the save.
The pressure getting started from Dignitas, and definitely not what Space Station wanted to be happening, considering how well they were really starting to gel on the offensive side of the pitch. Glorious threw a couple. The only one there for it is Arsenal. Nice fake on his approach and really timing this one. And wants the Cooks there pinch, but all the way across.
He got
Glorious waiting there.
No power, though. No power for Arsenal. 2 minutes and 20 on the clock. Dignitas got to kick it into another gear here. You're not going to get that many gifts. Or maybe not another one, at least, from Space Station. That's a great touch, but apparently Jack doesn't have boost to chase after it.
Arsenal doing his best to keep it close, but he ends up giving it back. I actually like that idea from Arsenal.
Sure.
Try and stick the ball to you, but it kind of just bounces off a little too hard, and he can't get back to it. And Appjack.
That is absurd.
He's going to slice that one across the net.
That
What a
is
shot.
Absurd from Jack. Just outside of the post to reach around to the backside. My goodness. Dignitas finding the angle, able to tie it up, and maybe another one coming as Jack won't be able to get to it again. And another misplay from Space Station. Dignitas in the lead.
Arsenal, it's not that bad, but certainly not an enviable spot. Really just overdid his approach on that one. Ended up getting too high on it. And definitely could have been cleared a little better, but certainly a little uncertain with how that ball was going to bounce, being so close to that top corner.
Dignitas in the lead. Space Station, they were up 2-0 at one point in game 3. Now the sweep threatened, and Space Station time is not on their side.
Pass to Reynolds. He's across and decides to leave it for Arsenal if he connected with the demo. There's Daniel. He's going to muscle it through. Space Station sends the house, really ties Dignitas up on the goal line and then tie it up.
That one was a wonky one to watch, and this is a great camera angle to see it. Everyone kind of just throwing misdirection from Space Station, and Daniel finally just barrels through for Space Station to come out on top. We're all tied up with 1:41 left to play here in game 3.
The world is open for Space Station. Arsenal gonna drive it into the top of the net.
You gotta watch out for the flip reset from Arsenal, and he's done it a few times. 2 now in this game. 1 over the top of Scrub, and 4-3, Space Station back on top.
Climbing the mountain slowly but surely. Game 3, a late lead. Long way to go though. 1.5 minutes can last an eternity when you gotta hold off a team like Dignitas, as Jory is putting the pressure on Daniel. Down in front of the net one more time and clipped out to the middle of the pitch.
Good control from Appjack here. Is unfortunately giving up to Daniel. Arsenal was going to go for it as he faked it. Scrub Killa gets a weak one outside of the box here. Jorius wants to bring it down. Reynolds not going to give it to him. Trying to disrupt the pace of play is Space Station. Another big clear comes out from Daniel. Reynolds chasing Jorius into the corner, and Jorius does well to hold on to this one.
Nice job, but all those demos on the back line kind of limit Dignitas' ability to provide support here in the midfield. Daniel almost working his way through everybody. Needs a little help from Reynolds, and Space Station figuring out how they would like to approach Dignitas, and currently definitely getting the better of them in terms of the challenge game of the midfield line. That's a nice push off that Dignitas rooftop. Just reset all of that pressure that Space Station were building.
Oh my.
And a lot of demos coming down. Going to turn this one into a scrapyard.
Jack's up. Oh, he doesn't get the touch, and no one was there from Space Station. It was dangerous. Scrub Killa approaching this one properly. Arsenal trying to give it over to Reynolds. He's not going to be able to cut across. Coming up on 10 seconds left. Space Station looking to extend the series.
Scrub for himself, needs a little help. It's far in front of Jorius, perhaps too far. Good roll for Dignitas, and that's a big miss from apparently Jack, and Space Station gonna make sure that one finds the dirt. We will go to at least game 4. Space Station gonna fight off the Dignitas comeback in game 3.
It's not pretty. It's not pretty from Space Station, but it's working. Some goals given up here that were very weak over to Dignitas, and Dignitas has, I think, scored on every single mistake that's come out from Space Station. They will punish, and they have throughout this series.
And at this point, I don't think you can really afford to throw any more of those out there. I mean, Space Station only gets, or Dignitas only gets 3 goals there because of a couple of miscues. You know, Daniel with just a clean whiff on the ball, and then Arsenal not really able to read a touch particularly well, and they popped off because they had to work real hard to make sure that one stayed in their hands. 4 goals after you gave up 2 for free was not an easy task.
Again, you know, I feel like a guy like Arsenal, you can see there just a moment ago on the replay of the face cams, just screaming. And that type of energy, you know, can really push a team to a different level, and that's, I think, where Arsenal is right now. He's played great. Post-game 1, I should say, since game 2, Space Station has been a different team, and I think Arsenal's been leading the way.
Well, welcome to Utopia Dusk. We will see if the push from Space Station continues, and another trek towards the reverse sweep. Reynolds uncontested out of his own half to start off game 4. Space Station trying to figure out how they want to position, and even Dignitas maybe caught a little off guard by all the misses there. Both teams trying to figure out if there's a weak spot and how to approach the ball from a position of strength. As Jorius wisely biding his time there in that corner, knowing that an opportunity to keep it in this blue half would present itself if you just let him bring him the ball.
Oh, Jorius not getting that boost. Let Reynolds come through. And that's a tough angle there from Arsenal, or a sharp one, I should say, but Dignitas does well to see this one out. Reynolds trying to slow down the attack.
What a pinch from apparently Jack, as Jorius can't put it away off the crossbar, and this one bounces out.
That was a gorgeous pass into the middle. Couldn't ask for anything better. Unfortunately, punted upwards off the bar. Dignitas gonna be frustrated that that one didn't find Pater. A little bit of space here to work with for Space Station. They've got a good grip on the midfield line at the moment. Playing a little keep away from Dignitas. Unfortunately, the midfield defender didn't feel comfortable putting the pressure on Jack, and the little fake met by Daniel nicely, and Jorius just trying to keep control here for Dignitas.
Dangerous when you see Jack come from the ceiling there. Space Station lucky he couldn't put one on target, but here he comes again, trying to go all the way back across. Still scoreless. Space here for Reynolds. Pass one. Arsenal's downfield. He needs to get a touch. He does! He sneaks it through the near post, and Space Station in the lead.
Actually, a very tough thing to read is Arsenal continuing to bring the energy for Space Station. Jorius having to race back so far. And Arsenal, great job of recognizing he had a few extra seconds there to let that ball really come into a prime shooting position and stuff it.
He's feeling himself. He's like, yeah, that was me.
There's
I
two.
put that one away. There's Daniel. How about it? As you can see Reynolds talking to the other side.
Chirp, chirp, chirp.
Chirping away as they take the lead. It wasn't pretty in the first 2 games, but here comes Space Station attacking Dignitas.
Tough kickoff to handle, and now you find yourself in a comfortable lead. A long way to go here in game 4. Dignitas going to be frustrated, and nothing more important than possession at this point.
Look at them. They're standing up at Space Station, letting Dignitas know. Arsenal, another one to the corner. Look at the placement. It's pixel perfect. You don't get any better than that in the top right corner, ladies and gentlemen.
Couldn't put a thimble between the ball and the side of the net there. That was money for Arsenal, and now, I mean, now you don't even have to push too hard. You could literally just sit back, and it'd be tough for Dignitas to really crack Space Station. So what do you do if you're Dignitas at this point? Out of hand, incredibly early.
Yeah.
You haven't even hit halftime yet. Space Station went boom, boom, boom. And you haven't even really been out of your own half for too long.
I mean, Arsenal is that
type of guy can really bring the pressure, that presence, and so they thrive on that live environment that we were talking about when this series got started. It just takes a little gas in the tank. Space Station charge their own batteries after that. We shall see if Dignitas can find a way back through the mess that's been created here in game 4 to try and make this one a game.
Yeah, you talk about, what Dignitas needs to do. And right now, I'm looking at Arsenal. He's really been a catalyst.
Yep.
And there's nothing you can do about the energy he brings, but what he's been doing on the field is a different story. He's not going to make the save there. Scrub, one back for Dignitas.
Certainly a 1v1er's approach here for Scrub, noticing with Arsenal and what could you do? Scrub well aware that the only way for Arsenal to try and make a save was the hard dive across the net. It was no problem for Scrub to follow that one and just place it behind him after he jumped. So well done here for Dignitas. They put this game into a more manageable position. 2 goals with 2 minutes just about on the clock, and see if they can get some possession going. As Dignitas wasting valuable time trying to figure out how to break out of their own half. Apparently Jack got a lot of boost as well. This could be problematic in terms of being economical with their time. Space Station kind of just sitting here saying, yeah, you don't have any type of clears. We're just going to wait for you to bring us the ball.
We'll see if Dignitas can make the changes here. 1 minute and 10 seconds left. Space Station have taken over this series, and it's been Arsenal at the forefront of it. Here he is in the back of the net. He's got to make the save. A good fake from Joris, but it's not on target. Still in front of the net.
Whoa.
Finally, apparently, Jack comes through, and Dignitas within 1.
Space Station got to kind of try and figure that one out. Obviously, you know, Arsenal had to deal with the fake, but Reddle's there. He was going in full bore at that one to try and pop it off the bar, and that's a tough miss to swallow. Now you put Dignitas in a position where at any time they could find themselves in a tie game and on the verge of suffering a defeat in their first series of the Winter Major. Out of nowhere, Dignitas back in it.
Less than a minute to go. Crucial game here for Dignitas. Feels like Space Station's a team that will start to sprint downhill once they get that momentum. Here's Reynolds on a good tackle, looking for the back wall. Can't get the dunk. That one bounces in front of the net. No one there from Space Station. They waited for the clear, as Arsenal's not going to get over, apparently, Jack. He gets another touch. Daniel hunting, not going to find it, as Space Station relentless here on the Dignitas side.
Dodging the demo, apparently Jack almost able to break down a couple of defenders. Reynolds towards the backboard. You got to get this one. Scrub Killer, and that's just enough to poke it away to safety. Looking for help from Jorius. Definitely over his head. Couldn't quite handle it as Reynolds down in the middle. Here's Daniel to put it away. They're through back the other way, but they don't have a lot of boost for this transition. This is going to be tough for Dignitas to try and convert with a couple of bumps, and apparently Jack was storming in, feeling like he needed to get right on it. As Space Station, now they're halfway up the mountain. You're almost there, but you got another 5 minutes to get through, and got out in front early here, but Dignitas roaring back as best they could.
What a series we've got on our hands here. Space Station coming back into it. I mean, we were pretty critical of them in the first 2 games. I mean,
oh yeah, game 1 was bad.
Game 1 was bad, and I think that's fair criticism. But let's go back the other way now. These games have been phenomenal from Space Station in the latter half of this series. Game 4, now going into Game 5. You can see the hype, you can see the passion. That was what I was worried about if you're on the other side of Space Station. When they start feeling themselves like the way they are right now, and especially Arsenal, boy, oh boy, they are a scary team to play against.
Do have to be concerned, though, if you're Space Station. Still some of those leaks in the defense coming through towards the end of that Game 4, and now you're here at the end of the rope. Got no leeway any other direction, and anything you give to the opposition could be incredibly problematic. So we'll see who comes out here in the final 5 minutes. Champions Field being loaded up. I don't know. Thinking about who needs to pop off, I think you were right about saying Arsenal. Dude's been letting Dignitas have it in the past 2 games.
Yeah, who needs to pop off? He's been popping off for Space Station here, and here he is again trying to make it work. He's gonna go through! He just walked into Dignitas's end, and he puts it away!
The game is so easy when you're that good. Easy bump, just get back behind the ball, and Scrub's so worried about perhaps a double jump or something high into the net, and Dignitas definitely frustrated with allowing that opening goal.
I mean, you can see it in the face cams there. Players are not happy with the way that one turned out here in the first 9 seconds of the game. And I think Space Station's starting to get to Dignitas. Reynolds, flip reset, another touch towards the net. As Dignitas starting to feel more and more pressure here on their side. It has not been the same offense. Maybe a shot here. Save off the crossbar. Arsenal with no boost called upon. Here comes Daniel back the other way, and Dignitas has to make the save.
Monster save from Space Station and a bullet towards the net. Scrub in time. Arsenal trying to put the pressure on him in front of the net. As Daniel actually going to peel off for a second, make sure Space Station can run back, grab some boost, and get set at the midfield. Apparently Jack in charge of buying time for Dignitas. Chipped away by Arsenal. Out to Jorius, little wave dash on the wall. He's got no boost, so really trying to stretch this one as far as it could possibly go. And good demo from Space Station to try and regain possession.
The scrap here in the corner, and somehow Jorius comes out with it. Scrub has a free shot. Nobody from Space Station there to challenge, and Dignitas find the equalizer.
The defense has to be staring at Jorius going back towards the ball there, and probably saw Scrub way too late, considering from the defender's angle, Scrub's name tag probably hidden behind the ball for all he knew.
Yeah.
He just popped straight over his head. 1-1. Dignitas back in it.
And that's a crucial mistake from Space Station. You just can't leave Dignitas behind the ball that long. They're going to pull out something like that. A great shot from Scrub Killer.
And Space Station have paid again.
Oh, can he get it?
Flip reset.
Almost. A little too far above the net to try and lever that one in. Daniel off the wall for Reddles. As both teams, the gravity of Game 5 setting in, do start to see some nice, safe, long clears. Make sure you don't ever put yourself in a bad
He might get the
spot.
bump. He got the bump. He got the
Get
bump.
him out of here. Reynolds says thank you. That's an easy one for me now.
The pop off again from Space Station and Reynolds. The second he hit this ball, you could see Arsenal going for the bump, and he's done that a couple times now. This time connecting on a shot on target. Space Station in the lead with 3 minutes to play.
Dignitas gonna have to dig and find another one in the bag of tricks. Try and shake Space Station off the trail. It's unfortunate timing on the miss from Jorius, but may work out considering it was kickoff. He may not have had the support there in the first place. Straight on target. Good reactions from apparently Jack to get back and stop that one, trying to go over the top of the Dignitas defense.
Space Station, they've had so much to prove. And right now they're doing it. A reverse sweep inbound if they can hold on. But Dignitas, they're not going to go quietly.
Arsenal through a couple. Almost able to tuck it into the top right corner. Daniel's definitely going to need some help here, and Jorius positioned nicely to try and take this one away towards the net. That's saved away by Reynolds. Needs some help from Arsenal there through the entire defense. Jorius is streaking back. Where do you go? Across the net, and Jorius all over it. Great understanding there on defense. Not worried about the pass off the wall.
Pass just a little bit too sharp, and now a good clear again. Dignitas sending numbers when they're not connecting on the touches. Here they come again, and Dignitas need to convert this one. A great pass out, poked away by Arsenal again. He's everywhere for Space Station. And he's trying to push this one across the corner, but Dignitas with a couple flick on is able to get out.
And now you enter, just boom the ball away, and there's Arsenal putting the pressure, giving the opportunity to Reynolds. It's not the strongest clear, but Daniel is deep back. And that's the right play, to be honest, if you're Space Station. You know, you can afford a little space. That was a scary one. Reynolds, great job to get out in front of that. Space Station would have hated to concede that late.
And Dignitas, they really have to find some form here. Another demo as Jorius getting go all the way. Jorius to the back wall as Daniel will meet him. Apparently Jack will take one from midfield. Arsenal to clear it away. Another demo comes out. Reynolds on Scrub Killa this time. Only two here for Dignitas as they're still threatening. Here comes Scrub, and he can't get through. Reynolds to make the save. Dignitas still knocking on the door. Jorius is over the net. A second touch off the post. Space Station somehow get out, and 43 seconds is on the clock.
The defense broke down, but so did the offense. Not able to connect. Tough ball to handle for Arsenal. Here comes Dignitas, the bump from Reynolds to get him out of the way. And Dignitas trying everything they can here in the final minute just to try and break through in Space Station. The defense is in tatters, but they still just refuse to be ripped away.
Reverse sweep setup would be the 5th on an RLCS LAN ever. 17 seconds away. They're running into each other on the Space Station side. A flick from Reynolds. At Space Station, they're trying to do the impossible against Dignitas.
Apparently Jack to himself, cut down by Arsenal across the middle of the pitch. Scrub got to do it without touching the floor. It's going to take a hard pinch. Apparently Jack is muscled out. Space Station going to reach the top of the mountain. And they're going to knock off Dignitas in a reverse sweep.
Look at the passion coming out from Reynolds. He threw his headset down. A statement here from Space Station. It was shaky in the start, but they came out on top. Dignitas are stunned.
Devastating loss, especially considering the pre-match interviews. Always concerned about the collapse from the previous major. You get in here, you get up 2-0 early.
Wow.
And then you just can't close them out.
He needs a massage. He really does need a back massage there for Daniel. Not because his back is sore, but boy, did he have to work into this series. A little shaky start. I think everyone from Space Station did. But again, post game one, it felt like Space Station really started to turn it around, and boy, did they look good.
Bewilderment from the Dignitas side. You can see him kind of just as they go and give handshakes, confused at how they weren't able to find a way through that Space Station defense at the end of that game. It was quite a press from them, to be fair. I mean, you think of 3 players who are going to crack anybody with that amount of pressure, it's probably those 3 guys. And for Space Station, it was not pretty defense, but they saved some incredible attempts.
Boy, they were hanging on for dear life there at the end. Just shot after shot Space Station had to field, but they came out on top here in a well-earned reverse sweep again. This is only the 5th one at an RLCS LAN. So a huge accomplishment by Space Station. And for Dignitas, again, disappointment here to start off their Winter Major.
And Space Station, like you said, I mean, they came out here, things to prove, and nothing better, like you said, a statement to knock off a team like Dignitas, who has been one of the best teams in Europe, no questions asked.
No doubt.
I didn't think it was possible. I'll be honest. I was like, yeah, they may go for it.
Yeah.
But no, there's no way. And then they just never stopped pushing. And you have to respect the tenacity from a team like Space Station. So all the credit in the world for them to come out with a win.
Yeah, again, I just want to touch on that point. You said they have a lot to prove here. I don't think people gave Space Station a lot of credit for what they've done here, and I think Daniel's been the best pickup for them. And look, they've come out on top here against a very good European team here in Dignitas.
I'll tell you what, we've said our piece about Space Station and Dignitas. Let's go ahead down to Roldiz. He'll be speaking with Arsenal, and you can hear his thoughts.
Thank you, Wave. Appreciate you. Right here, I got my boy, the man, the myth, the legend, SSG Arsenal, baby. Arsenal, how you feeling, bro?
Hey, man, you know how I'm feeling, man. I'm feeling real good, you know what I'm saying? The energy, I love the energy of LAN. I feel so good, man.
See, I've been trying to tell people that when it came to LAN, you was about to be a dog. People say you wasn't top 25. What you got to say about that?
I mean, I ain't have the best performances, but LAN is a whole different story. We know that. You know that, my boy.
All right, man. Listen, you got the young gun rookie, young Daniel. He might be, a little shorter than most of us, even the short dudes out here, but he got the biggest heart. And the bounce back. Tell me a little bit about Daniel, man. Who's the leader on the squad? Who brings him back when he makes mistakes?
I mean, I think it's all of us. We all have great energy together. We have great chemistry, you know what I'm saying? Especially on LAN. I was touching his head, you know what I'm saying? Treating him like a little bro. Like, Daniel's my little bro, you get what I'm saying? So I was helping him bounce back, but once we start feeling good, it's hard to stop us, you get what I'm saying? We're a very momentum-based team, so once we get it going, it's chalked. Chalk for the other team.
All right, man. Last question, bro. I know you're already excited for crowds, right? So, I got to ask you something personal. When you score, it's like a touchdown. I need to see you gritty, need to see you dance, backflip, something on the stage. It's got to happen.
The backflip is coming out. I don't know if I'm going to land it. It's either going to be a crazy backflip or it's going to be a famous Twitch clip, you get what I'm saying? But it's easy. Come on.
All right, man. Listen. Let me see, man. Any shouts, SSG, anything?
Shout-outs? Shout out my mom, shout out my dad, you know what I'm saying? Shout out my friends, they sending me texts, bro, you got this, da-da-da-da-da. Shout out the fans, I love y'all. Y'all supporting me, sending me DMs, sending me love. Shout out my team for helping me. Shout out everybody, y'all. I love all y'all. I love the environment. Yeah.
Hey, shout out you and shout out SSG for the dub. Thank you, Wave, and back to you guys on the desk.
So much rolled is, my goodness!
My God!
What a day!
Wow.
What a man! What happened?
Where should we start?
All right, I'll take the L. I'll take the L, and EU, you will take the L today. But hey, it's a 5-day event. All right, it's a 5-day event.
You're not the only one taking the L.
But
like 80% of Twitter's like, who are these people on the desk over here?
Man, Reynolds and Arsenal, like I said that they might have plateaued. I think they're just hibernating. They were waiting for a LAN again. And
they were waiting for LAN.
Did they show up? Arsenal, I have not seen him play this well in 3 years. And he just popped off.
We haven't seen him play this well since season 8 World Championship.
Yeah, basically, when it was a LAN, he was just playing out of his mind. And that's with Daniel playing incredibly nervous throughout
that
this.
energy.
But Arsenal and Reynolds battled back, brought this team back to a Game 5. I didn't think it was possible. Didn't think it was, but Space Station, they proved me wrong.
Yeah, Dick payroll wasn't enough for you. It's okay. Listen, let me tell you, we sat here right here, all three of us. We told you SSG were going to win. Daniel even started off slow. He looked a little nervous. Land jitters were there, but it wasn't enough because Arsenal started popping off, Reynolds started popping off, and once Daniel started balling off, it was over. Once that little break happened, and Dignitas came back in Game 3, they took the lead 3-2, but then SSG said, no, we're not done yet,
exactly.
And they not done yet, and then they came roaring back. And then after that, it was just raps. I was so hyped after that, man. Come on!
Now, the only issue I find is that we did have a crowd here because I heard the two of them yelling.
They were louder than the team, 100%.
Everyone could hear it on the stream. So, I think we already have a crowd. And I think a little bit of maybe an unfair bias here.
No,
for
no, 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 no.
Maybe-
We're not talking about
maybe
unfair
just
bias.
this is crowd.
This is the
Guess
desk. What? Right, the desk. We all the way on the other side of the
I'm
venue.
pretty sure they can hear
okay.
you. I'm done.
Yeah,
why didn't you,
listen,
Jordan?
they can
You
hear
could've
them
rooted
too.
for
We
you.
can
You
hear
were-
them.
you picked for
SSG
him.
was screaming all the time. Everybody was screaming and yapping on Twitter like you always do. Oh my God, give us the one that has everything right. Wrong. Because guess what? We just witnessed a reverse sweep in front of your eyes. SSG.
Say it to me. Hashtag
Base never wrong. Oh God.
Oh, that's some facts right there. That's just.
It's gonna be a long week.
It's gonna be a great week, kids. It is absolutely amazing. And I will give myself credit that I was right. That Daniel was my question mark coming into this, and there was some faltering. He did need Arsenal and Reynolds to step up around him, and boy howdy did they. What a series. The series of the day paid off in dividends, folks. Let's take a look at the groups at the end of the day one. Some craziness from all sides of things. SSG sitting up on top of Group D. Pioneers got the bye, given Sandrock's absence here, so we'll see them play tomorrow. Group C, exciting stuff there. Two teams going to battle for the top spot. Two teams going to battle to stay in and make the bracket tomorrow. And Group A and Group B there, looking more kind of middle ground as we're still yet to be decided here what's going to happen there.
But North America, like, it was their day. They went 3-0 versus Europe. So we see V1, 2-0 in Group A. That's absolutely huge. And obviously Space Station taking down Dig at the end of the day. So North America, it is definitely your day. There's still a lot of tournament to be played, but North America should be incredibly happy.
And you know, this I got to go back to something Base said at the beginning of the show, right? During the break between fall and winter, NA made some changes. And you see these new teams form, and we're starting to see those rosters really shine when they have the spotlight, which is right here now in the Winter Major.
And it's so weird because we talk about NA doing so well. The two teams that didn't were FaZe and NRG, the two teams that you would expect to ride NA to the top and be probably the two teams that could win it. Both of them didn't look good today, so they got to bounce back.
Yeah.
You ain't lying about that. NRG started off a little slow, but you got to give it to Furia, man. Furia played a super series, man. They played really solid all around. NRG just started slow like they usually do, man. Hopefully they bounce back tomorrow.
I think that there's a certain degree to which, like, we keep on hyping up Fury, the players keep hyping up Fury, telling them, like, oh,
So
we promise they're
eventually,
really good, you know, and the fans kept being like, what are you guys talking about? Taking down the general NRG, that puts them on the map in a way that no amount of hype and really no other win really could, given how consistent NRG is. Congratulations to them. What a victory there. And that does it for day one. Man, we are just getting started. 4 more days of action. Bates, any final thoughts here before we close out the show?
Listen, I have learned so much about RLCS lands in just this one day. You bring the hype, you bring the passion. Every single team that's 2-0 basically, or 1-0 right now, they were screaming, they were yelling, they were dapping up, they were intimidating the other team that's right across from them. You see them getting hype, you see them talking trash, and that's really what's been the deciding factor in, I believe, a lot of these series.
What about you, Daz?
I mean, we're just getting started. We're just getting started. It's day one, and we've been talking this up on First Touch and everywhere else where North America was going to show up, and it looks like they're starting to show up now, but there's still plenty more Rocket League to be played. I can't wait to see where we go.
It's been insane. And we're only on day one, and we haven't had the crowd yet. That's what everyone's waiting for. 2 more days of in here. Then we go to the YouTube theater, and we get the live crowd. It's going to be insane. I can't wait.
You know what NA needed?
What?
NA needed Base to not call in. They needed him on the desk.
Oh, God.
we got him here.
I'm here now.
The cavalry has arrived,
That's right.
chat. We have not had the goal either yet. There's always kind of one real clinical moment from an event. I'd be sad if we got it on day one, so I'm glad we haven't yet, but who knows? A crowd waits for us on the other side of things. That does it for day one. Day two starts bright and early tomorrow, 9 a.m. Pacific, right here on twitch.tv/Rocket League or on Rocket League Live, all of the different places you can watch. For me, for everyone on the desk, for everyone in the back, thank you for watching. We'll see you tomorrow.
Blueberry short stack?
Got any games on your phone?
It's 3 a.m. I need a taquito. If you want it, we can get it from the 7-Eleven. Slurpee, light bulbs, antifreeze. Here's your order, nacho cheese. If you want it, we can get it from the 7-Eleven. Tippy driver.
This might not be your car. And this might not be your engine. Maybe this isn't your morning routine. And maybe these aren't your coworkers. Perhaps these aren't your standard driving conditions. Far from it. But this is your oil, which means you're one of us, doesn't it? For serious engines, on and off the track, upgrade to Mobil 1.
Your lips are stained with fiction. You always have your reasons, and I spell you rotten. Your hands are sealed in pockets. You fill them with your secrets. To you, I am nothing. I am. Your kiss, sweet like poison. You know you make me reckless. I'll run, but you are friction. Your touch feels like heaven. You make me hate all my sins. You are my religion. My religion. I have a million reasons to leave you, but I